Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Apex Parasite Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mina Ashido hummed happily as she walked through the UA gate for the second time, humming a happy tune as she made her way towards the building for the second time. She did not expect to be accepted into UA. Yes, she did okay, but she didn't expect to do as well as she did. But she managed to make the cut. Honestly, it had been the written exam that had worried her the most, all that complicated stuff she had to remember and study for. Maths was the worst. She only just managed to pass, so, yay? Anyway, she managed to make it into UA, and that's what matters. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to meet with any of her new classmates for several reasons. Villain attacks and all that were getting in the way. She only managed to arrive on the day classes were due to start, so she was very much unorganized right now. Her room was still a mess. But then, so was her room back home, so there wasn't much of a difference. So yeah, she didn't know anyone here, well, everyone apart from Kiri, because he was here as well. So the first class will be the first time she meets them all. Fun. Soon she reached the classroom and opened the door, ready to meet her classmates. The disheveled-looking man with crusty skin sitting on the podium playing a video game was not what she was expecting. There were a few other students present, including one very stiff-looking boy with blue hair who seemed to be shaking, although she wasn't sure why. Although he was glaring at the teacher, he wasn't sure why. Maybe he didn't like how he was sitting? Maybe? The man himself was dressed less like a hero and more like someone who spent more time in front of a computer screen playing video games than being outside. At least he didn't smell. "Take a seat," the man said. "I'll be with you in about 10 minutes. "Ha, 10 minutes, that's how long before classes start." With a shrug, she walked over to one of the desks and sat down. There were a few other students around. A girl with long green hair and a kind of frog-like look to her, a short boy with purple orbs on his head, and another boy with spiky blonde hair and red eyes, who was leaning back on his chair. As well as a boy with blue hair who seemed way too stiff and was shaking slightly, among a few others. "What's up with him?" she asked, turning towards the frog girl. The frog girl shrugged. "No idea. He was like that when I arrived, Caro." "Okay, that was adorable. Very adorable." More students soon arrived and sat down, and they were a diverse bunch. There were many more students with noticeable mutations here than at her old school. Well, hopefully this place was better than her previous school. There were far too many students who openly discriminated against those with mutation quirks for her liking. The door opened one final time, and the last student walked in. The boy was, well, she'd say slightly plain-looking, but she didn't want to sound rude. With fluffy dark green hair, eyes completely covered by sunglasses, making it impossible to see them, and diamond-shaped freckles on his face. And then there was the metal tail. It was thinner than the other boy's tail, and made up of many segmented sections with a sinister red glow emanating from between the segments. The tail itself looked as if it had been made of a darkish metal. The tail ended with a pointed, beak-like end that kept splitting open into 4 segments before closing back up, almost like it was breathing. Mina gulped, recognizing the boy and the quirk. You didn't need to be a genius to recognize either of them, especially the metal tail attached to his back. Midoriya Izuku, current host to the Parasite Quirk, Rock. Rock had an infamous and well-known history. Popping up 60 years ago on the back of a villain named Rock, a dangerous man who, halfway through his villain career, suddenly had a metal tail on his back that made him a lot stronger. The tail would later be transplanted onto the back of another villain, a man who called himself Shadow Monkey, with Rock himself being found dead, decapitated, with no sign of the tail he had been given. No one knows who had the quirk originally, as Rock certainly wasn't born with it. All his quirk did was allow him to paralyze people by looking into their eyes, which probably explained why Midoriya was wearing sunglasses. Rock has had many hosts over the years, all villains who have inherited the quirk from the previous user. Each time getting stronger and stronger, bringing the quirks of past users with it, and taking on the title of Rock. And there have been a lot users over the past 60 years. And yes, she did know a lot about Rock and its history because she had to do a report on the DMN thing last year. And wasn't that a pain to do? She didn't like it, doing research into the most infamous quirk in history, especially when she looked into its current host and how biased everyone was about him. They always refer to him as Rock, rarely using his name, and treating him as if he's no better than the previous hosts. The quote, "Rock is an evil entity that affects the host's mind to commit horrific acts of violence," is used a lot, but she could never find anything backing that quote up, only references to other reports that say the same thing. No scientific papers to properly back it up. Honestly, she was glad she'd been told about the Wuzzle effect, because it was clear this was one such instance. Also, they seemed to like to say that its hosts only became villains the moment they got implanted with rock, which was a big fat lie. All its previous hosts had a criminal record long before they got rock. Plus, the most horrific crimes the various rock hosts committed were committed before they even got the quirk. With only 2 exceptions, its current host, and the previous one, Shimura Kotaro. Okay, so Shimura was arrested for child abuse, but he was later released. Only to attack his family the next day, this time with rock on his back. Thankfully, heroes arrived and chased him off, but after a 2-day chase that ended with him being surrounded by half the top 10 and several heroes, he forcefully implanted the quirk on its current host, Midoriya. It was not a fun experience, doing all that research and thinking, especially when most of her classmates believed this crap. Thank God she has an aunt who understands media bias, who also wasn't the kind of person who believed such things so easily, especially without meeting the person themselves. She could already tell the boy was nothing like the report said he was. He was in UA, and that meant something. And boy did he look cute. Like a freaking cinnamon roll that she just wanted to bite into. Not literally, mind you, she's not a biter. Although she could make an exception. Midoriya, for the most part, ignored the many looks he was getting, focusing instead on the floor. Why are all the chairs, tables, as well as most of the floor, wire frames? That got more than a few confused looks from the rest of the class, Mina included. Wire frames? What were those? The man sitting on the podium smirked. Finally. Someone who's paying attention. Deku, the boy with blonde spiky hair growled. What the hell are you on about, you dash? Quiet. Someone who's paying attention to his surroundings is talking, the man interrupted, holding up a finger to the other boy. He's right, by the way. They're all fake. And if any of you had bothered to perform an awareness check on your surroundings, you would know that as well. Everyone seemed confused by this, not sure how to take this information. They looked around and examined the floor, desks, and chairs. They all looked normal. For a bad, low-budget movie that spent almost nothing on CGI. How did she miss that? Shocked looks suddenly appeared on everyone's faces as they all realized the chairs they were sitting on were fakes, as was the floor and the desks. But what could make such realistic-looking furniture that they could touch and sit on? Now that someone's finally noticed, the man continued. Please sit down and wait for the bell. The spiky-haired boy tooted before he sat down, seemingly unconcerned with the fact that the chair was not real. Everyone else, on the other hand, was staring at the floor worryingly, unsure of how to feel about the floor not being real and what was really beneath them. Midoriya, meanwhile, was shifting nervously to the one available seat, looking straight down as he cautiously walked towards the desk like he was walking on a tightrope. So you are, how far is the drop? He sheepishly asked, looking back up at the teacher. The drop, more than half the class shouted in surprise. 40 feet, the man replied calmly. Don't worry, there's a cushion at the bottom that'll break your fall. Fall, pretty much everyone gasped, a feeling of dread befalling the majority of them. Oh, okay, Midoriya said with a nervous nod before he cautiously sat down, as if he was worried that the chair he was sitting down on was going to vanish at any moment. Not helped by the fear of the same thing happening to the floor. Mina, as well as most of the class, suddenly no longer felt safe. She grabbed the edges of the desk in front of her, as good as that would help her once all of this vanishes. The morning bell suddenly rang, causing her and a few others to jump. All right, the man said, putting away his handheld console and finally looking up at them, and oh God, he did not look good. There were a great deal of wrinkles on his face, chipped and uneven lips, scratch marks by the looks of it, and his red eyes looked tired. How often does this guy go out for some sun? I'm Shimura Tenko, your homeroom teacher for the year. And welcome to the tutorial level, he said with an almost creepy smile. Then the floor, chairs and desks all suddenly vanished. And all of them, save for the teacher, who was safe on the podium, fell into the pit below. Predictably, most of them screamed as they fell, Mina included, because why wouldn't you be screaming when you are suddenly dropped into a pit? Suddenly, with a slight lurch, she stopped and started floating down, with the feeling of someone having grabbed the back of her blazer. Okay, that was unexpected. She looked to her side and saw a floating girl's school uniform. You are, hi, the other girl said cheerfully, waving towards her with an invisible hand. Hi. Mina waved back with a smile. Well, this was interesting. She then looked up and saw the two of them being held by Midoriya, who was floating just above them, gripping their blazers. You two okay? He asked, a concerned look on his face. Rock looked at them as well. You are, fine, Mina replied. You can fly? Sort of, Midoriya replied nervously. It's more like floating. It's slow, so it'll take about a minute to reach the bottom. But the landing will be softer. Better than falling all the way down, the invisible girl remarked, looking down. The rest of the class looked fine, for the most part. They looked to have survived the fall and were getting up. At least they were all right. She then noticed they weren't the only group that was slowly floating down. Another boy with bright yellow hair, a black lightning bolt-like streak, and yellow eyes was also floating down with them. He, too, was holding on to two girls. One was a tall girl with long black hair tied into a ponytail and onyx-like black eyes. The other was a punk-like girl with short, dark purple hair, black eyes, and earphone jacks sticking out of her ears. There was also this other girl with auburn hair and blush marks under her eyes who was floating down. She had these cute-looking pads at the tips of her fingers. The frog girl was holding onto her back as well. Needless to say, it felt rather awkward, all of them just floating there. "You are, hi," Mina said nervously, trying to break the ice. "Hi," the tall girl replied nervously. The awkward silence quickly returned. "So, you two can float as well?" Midoriya asked, looking towards the other two who were floating. "You are, apparently," the lightning boy replied, looking down towards the ground. "What do you mean, apparently?" the punk girl asked, looking up at him with a shocked look on her face. "Because this is the first time this has happened to me," the lightning boy replied. "To be fair, my quirk has gotten hella fucky since the entrance exam, so expect a lot of weird shit from me that I have no answers for." "Oh," Midoriya said, Rock holding up a notebook to his face. "How fucky are we talking here?" he asked. "Wait, where did the notebook come from? Can we have this conversation later?" the punk girl asked. "When we're preferably on solid ground. I'd rather not have, whatever this is, suddenly stop." Right, Midoriya said as Rock put the notebook away, somewhere. More awkward silence. "So, I'm Ashido Mina said with a smile, introducing herself. Might as well do something to pass the time as they floated down. "Hi there," the invisible girl said cheerfully. "I'm Hagakure Toru." Uraraka Ochiko, the girl with the blush marks under her eyes said with a smile. "Azui Tsuyu," the frog girl said. "But you can call me Tsu, Karo." "Adorable." Kaminari Denki, the boy with yellow hair with the black lightning bolt said. "You are, Jiro Kyoka," the girl with purple hair and earphone jacks said nervously as she looked down. Yayorozu Momo, the tall girl with the ponytail said with a smile. Mina frowned. Well, that was a mouthful. She may need to change that to something easier later. Midoriya sighed. "I'd introduce myself, but I think that is unnecessary." Mina frowned. Yeah, she had a feeling he wouldn't need to, what with being the current host of Rock and all. Pretty much everyone in Japan knows of Rock. "And you are?" Kaminari asked. "Or maybe not." Midoriya blinked. Well, she thought he blinked anyway. WH-? How do you not know who I am? "Well, you haven't introduced yourself," Yayorozu replied. "Wait, am I the only one here who knows who he is?" Mina asked, rather shocked if that would be the case. The others shared confused glances. "You are?" "Don't know," Uraraka replied. "Is he famous or something, Karo?" Tsu asked. Midoriya sighed and lowered his head. "More like infamous," he said as his tail moved to the side of his head. "Do you recognize this thing?" They all looked at him, still looking confused. "Nope." "Oh god, it's worse than she thought. How do you not know what Rock looks like?" Midoriya said, slightly surprised. "It's the most infamous quirk in Japan. It's the Parasite Quirk. You know, the quirk that's been used by villains for over 60 years to terrorize the country. You know, that quirk." Realization hit all of them like a freight truck going 1 mile an hour. AKA it took them more than a few moments to realize what he was talking about. "Oh," Uraraka said. "That Rock. I thought it would look more worm-like, or you'd have this weird voice, glowy eyes, and a god complex." Midoriya said, sounding confused. "What?" Mina sighed. "How am I the only one here who knew who he was?" she wondered. "Like, how? She's not supposed to be the smartest girl here. She knew she wouldn't have the best grades, she only just managed to pass the written exam. How was she the only one in this little group who knew what Rock looked like and who its current host was?" Yayorozu sighed. "In my defense, I was more focused on developing my own quirk and my studies than worrying about a parasitical quirk that was reportedly, well, contained. I believe the term is, passed on to a non-villain host, which is what happened," Midoriya corrected before muttering. "Not that it stopped people from trying to throw me into Tartarus, just loud enough for Mina to hear." Okay. That she did not know, and was so uncalled for. Who'd throw a cute, cinnamon roll like him in there? "So, Rock has no control over you?" "Like, none?" Uraraka asked. Midoriya nodded. "Absolutely zero. I'm not sure where the articles claiming so come from. No one's ever done any kind of scientific analysis of it, even after it was passed to me, so everything out there is just nonsense with no scientific proof. So, don't believe everything we've heard about rock, then? Kaminari asked. Oh no, Midoriya shook his head. Everything about the previous hosts is true. Me, on the other hand, yeah, he said with a sigh. I'm surprised you believe me. Most people just call me a villain when they first see me. Maybe that's because we don't give in to media bias, Mina said with a smile. Well, I don't anyway. Well, you don't act like a villain, Uraraka added. Plus, you got into UA, Yaoyorozu added. If you were a villain, you wouldn't have been allowed in at all. Water started to pool around Midoriya's eyes. You really believe that? Everyone nodded, and Mina could tell that they were being honest about it. She was good at that kind of thing. Although she wasn't expecting the boy to suddenly burst into waterfalls of tears. Literally. Large waterfalls of tears just burst from his eyes like a burst fire hydrant. I think this is the first time someone's ever been nice to him, Karo, Tsu remarked. Mina pouted. That was not what she wanted to hear. Why be mean to such a cinnamon roll just because a villain implanted him with the most infamous quirk in Japan against his will? Well, time to make a change to that. She was going to befriend this boy even if it killed her. Okay, that sounded a bit too drastic. But she was going to do it, she was going to be this boy's friend. Haters be d'med. It was about this time that they reached the bottom of the pit and landed a lot smoothly than their classmates. At least they all looked alright. And yes, there was a large cushion at the bottom to break their fall. So, is everyone alright? Someone asked. Deku, the boy with blonde spiky hair growled as he stomped over. Why didn't you grab me, you useless idiot? I only have 2 hands, so I can only grab 2 people. Midoriya replied. Plus, you can use your explosions to fly and slow your descent, so I grabbed 2 people who couldn't. Which begs the question, why didn't you slow your descent? Then why didn't you teleport down here, drop them off, then teleport up to grab me, the boy shouted. Better yet. Grab me first. It's called blink, Midoriya replied. And I can only blink from surface to surface, not in the air. And as I've already said, you can use your own explosions to slow you down. He then sighed heavily before muttering, ungrateful BSTRD. Well, that was concerning. Those two looked like they knew each other, and not in a good way. Well, at least everyone's safe, Yaoyorozu said with a sigh. You are, guys, a tall boy with 6 arms said, pointing down the only corridor with one hand whilst a mouth that had formed on one of his other hands spoke for him. Is it me, or does that not look safe? Mina turned towards what he was pointing at, a long corridor, what the? Mina gasped as she realized what was in the corridor, death traps. A lot of them. Spiked walls, pits with spikes, rotating saws, all kinds of spinning blades and a lot more death traps. Everyone else had noticed it as well and was as shocked by the corridor. They had to go down that? What was this, saw? I did say welcome to the tutorial, the teacher's voice said over a hidden speaker. You have 15 minutes to get to the end of the obstacle course. Obstacle course, a short boy with purple orbs on his head instead of hair shouted. That's not an obstacle course. It's a DMN death trap. And we have 15 minutes to get through that. Uraraka gasped. The spiky-haired boy grinned. Bring it, he said before he shot himself forward with dual explosions from his palms. And slammed straight into a glass wall. Midoriya sighed. There's a glass wall there, Bakugo. The blasty boy, Bakugo, let out an annoyed groan. I can see that. Then why did you slam yourself face first into it? Midoriya asked. Mina shook her head. She could already tell that this Bakugo boy was someone she wanted to keep her distance from. The dual-haired boy stomped a foot down, and without warning, the entire room was suddenly filled with ice. Mina panicked. Her entire body, as well as everyone else's, was suddenly encased completely in ice. Cold, freezing, suffocating ice. The suddenness of it all shook her. There was no warning, no discussion with the others, not even an announcement that he was doing it. Just ice. Everywhere. She shot out acid from her arms and legs to dissolve the ice around her. Yes, it would damage her clothes, but she had no other choice, she was completely encased in ice. She couldn't breathe. The acid dissolved the ice around her and her clothing. By the time she had cleared enough ice to be able to move about, all she was left wearing were her acid-proof undergarments. Well F-. The ice around her continued to melt, widening the gap and freeing the others. Someone must have a fire-based quirk, since she was not doing that. Suddenly, a large coat was wrapped around her body. It was warm and covered her entire body. But where did it come from? You okay? Yaoyorozu asked with a worried smile. You are? Fine, thank you, Mina replied as she put her arms through the sleeves and zipped them up. Where did you get this? I made it, Yaoyorozu replied as she buttoned up her shirt. My quirk lets me make things. Oh, Mina said. Now that was useful. Maybe she could make her a new uniform that was acid-proof. She also noticed that more of the ice was now melting, and what looked like heat was emanating from Midoriya. Well, that was neat. Must have been a quirk of one of the previous hosts. DMN, is this what being smart feels like? God man it. Bakugo shouted as he blasted himself out of the ice before glaring at the dual-haired boy, who was also freed from the ice. What the hell was that for? I'm all wet now. The dual-haired boy, meanwhile, didn't pay him any attention, he just looked at his left hand as if it offended him somehow. Mina looked around. The others were in the process of freeing themselves or receiving help to free themselves from the ice, but, genuinely, all of them were wet and cold. Then she noticed Tsu, who was on the floor, shivering badly. Sheet! Midoriya cursed before rushing over to the frog girl and picking her up bridal style. Heat emanated from his body, just enough to keep the girl warm. He then turned towards the dual-haired boy. Don't do that again. The dual-haired boy just scoffed before returning to looking at his arm. What's wrong with her? Mina asked as she rushed over, showing far more empathy than the dual-haired boy. She's part frog, that makes her cold-blooded, Midoriya replied. The sudden exposure to the cold has put her into hibernation. He then turned to the dual-haired boy. Which is something you should have checked for before freezing the entire room solid. Bakugo let out a groan of annoyance. I can't believe I'm agreeing with him, he muttered quietly. Mina sighed. Even she knew that, somehow. Although that old boiled down to, frogs don't like cold. The dual-haired boy tooted before he turned towards the glass. My ice should have been enough to smash the glass. Bakugo's face should have been enough to smash it, Midoriya remarked. Okay. First off, F you. Bakugo shouted. And second, he's right, I should have been able to smash through it. You should have, Uraraka said as she examined the glass. This is prop glass. The kind used in movies. It should have shattered. How do you know that? Kaminari asked as he walked over. My parents work in construction, Uraraka replied. You kind of need to be able to tell what's genuine and what's a prop. Especially when you're called in to make movie scenes. Kirishima walked up to the glass, hardened his arm, and punched it. Are you sure about that? This stuff feels way too hard to be glass. Jiro walked up and placed one of her jacks against the glass. Acoustics are all wrong for glass. It's more like steel than glass. Oh, Uraraka suddenly gasped. I think I know what's happening. Its properties have been switched. One of the people working for my parents has a quirk that lets him swap the physical properties of two items of equal mass, while they retain their original form. A common prank he likes to pull is switching the properties of a sandwich and a brick, and then eating the brick. Scares the crap out of the OSHA inspectors. Mina hummed. That was an interesting party trick, changing an item's properties. You could have a lot of fun with that, like turning a chair into a cake, a desk into a candle, or a shirt into a ballistic vest. But where was the steel wall whose properties had been switched? Also, who taught that girl how to swear? She looked too cute to dash. Oh, her parents are construction workers. Well, that answers that question. Yaoyorozu hummed. So, if the glass has the properties of steel, what now has the properties of the glass? She wondered before the sound of glass smashing drew her, and everyone else, attention to the wall behind them. The now broken wall that had been shattered like glass by Midoriya, revealing a much easier and less deadly-looking obstacle course. I think this looks a lot more doable than the other one, he remarked. Mina smiled. Yes, this new one was definitely more doable. Less death traps, more standard obstacle course stuff with a few non-standard additions, like a few robots from the entrance exam. Well, that looks easier, she remarked. Bakugo tooted. DMN it. Why do we have to do the boring one? Because we have a glass wall as strong as steel between us and it, Midoriya remarked before, whilst still carrying Tsu, he disappeared in a small poof of blackish smoke, reappearing at the very end of the course. He then laid Tsu down on the ground and placed a heated blanket that Yaoyorozu had made. Mina smiled. For all the bad press he received, Midoriya was certainly not what the media portrayed him as. Bakugo growled. Cheating BSTRD. Not cheating, their teacher's voice said over the intercom. Cheating implies he used some kind of hack to get an edge and break the rules. His quirk allows him to teleport, so he used it to bypass the course, ergo, not cheating, he explained. Plus, there are no rules in this course, apart from not attacking your classmates or doing anything that could endanger them. Like filling a room with ice and almost suffocating everyone. Everyone turned towards the dual-haired boy. Welp, he's in trouble. Now get going, the teacher said. You've got 13 minutes remaining. The students panicked and ran through the course. Honestly, this one was much easier than the other one, but still difficult in some places. Some of the obstacles were clearly designed with teamwork in mind, requiring them to team up with a classmate for a bit to pass. Well, everyone save for Bakugo and the dual-haired boy. They tried, and failed, to pass them without help, so they fell behind the others. Midoriya occasionally teleported in to help one of them if they were in real trouble, even for Bakugo and the dual-haired boy, at first anyway. Later on, he just stopped after they had refused his help multiple times. It took most of them about 5 or 6 minutes to complete the course. Bakugo and the dual-haired boy, however, only finished with 10 seconds remaining. And that was only because Midoriya had teleported them over at the last moment. Well, at least most of the class had a good time. Deku! Bakugo shouted as he stomped over to Midoriya. I didn't need your help. So you said multiple times, Midoriya said calmly. But you were still halfway down the course, struggling to pass an obstacle that required 2 people helping each other to pass through, he said before glancing towards the dual-haired boy. So why didn't you two decide to help each other? Bakugo growled, but didn't say more. The dual-haired boy, meanwhile, just glared at him. Well, most of you did well, the teacher said over the intercom. Although there is a lot of room for improvement. But that's why you're all here, to gain the experience necessary to become heroes. Can't just throw you out to the wild and expect you to learn on the field. This isn't a JRPG after all. JRPG? Yaoyorozu wondered with a confused look on her face. Japanese role-playing game, Mina remarked. He's using video game terminology. A door suddenly opened to the side. Now then, if you could all make your way back to class, the teacher said. Ashido, there is a changing room on the way back with spare uniforms for all of you, as well as PE uniforms. I recommend you all take one, and that those who need to get changed do so quickly, as orientation starts in 2 minutes, he explained. And once you are done with orientation, you are to get changed into the PE uniforms and report to Field A. Don't worry, you'll all be given a map. What? Most of the class gasped before they rushed towards the changing rooms. 5 minutes was not a lot of time, especially when they didn't know where the orientation would take place. And their uniforms were all a mess thanks to a combination of being frozen and the various traps that made up the obstacle course. Mina especially needed to hurry as her entire uniform was destroyed. Yes, it was mostly her fault, but she wouldn't have been put in that situation unless someone hadn't decided to freeze the entire room solid. -1 point. Anyway, this wasn't the first time she had to get changed quickly. Acid and all that. Not the first time she's accidentally melted through her clothing, hence the acid-resistant underwear. And whilst the coat Yaoyorozu had made for her was great and all, she did look out of place. So back into the university uniform she goes. Why did the university have a uniform anyway? Didn't universities normally allow their students to wear whatever they wanted as long as it was sensible? Maybe it was because UA was the top hero university in the country, so perhaps it was a fancy thing or something. Once they were all dressed, they all made a mad dash towards the orientation hall. Thankfully, they had all been there before. It was the same hall where they had been told the rules for the practical exam. Honestly, an hour later, they were all wondering why they had made such a mad dash to orientation. It was so boring. She had to slap her face a few times to keep herself awake. Yes, there was a lot of useful information, like various programs the university had to aid students and all that, but honestly, she kind of missed most of it. Thank God someone decided to give them all pamphlets that contained an abridged version of everything that was said. Made it so much easier to understand. Once the orientation was over, they all casually made their way to the changing room, changed into their PE uniforms, which she had only just realized had the letters UA on them, and made their way to the field. The pamphlets also contained a map of the school, which was very helpful. Soon they arrived at Field A, finding their teacher waiting for them, gaming device in hand. Well, glad to see you all survived Nizu's orientation, Shimura said as they all gathered a few feet away from him. Yes, it's boring, but necessary. Full of useful information that you all need to know that my predecessor would have called pointless and useless. Like knowing who our guidance counselor is, what support programs we have, and other important things, he said. Anyway, now that that's over and done with, time for some more practical stuff. Everyone shuddered, remembering the obstacle course he had just put them all through. Don't worry, I won't be dropping you into anything, Shimura said with a creepy smile before he got out a baseball. We will be doing a simple quirk apprehension test, just to see what you people can do with your quirks. Just like the normal apprehension test, but this time, you can use your quirks, he said before he threw the ball to Midoriya, who caught it. How far could you throw a ball in high school? You are, not sure, Midoriya replied. The teachers never told me my results. Shimura sighed. Well, they failed as teachers, he remarked. Well then, get up here and throw the ball. But you can use your quirk this time. Midoriya nodded before he walked up to the circle, passing the ball to Rock, who grabbed it by, splitting open into 3 parts like a mouth of sorts. The moment he stepped into the circle, Rock went taunt, pointing upwards at an angle towards the sky, and shot the ball out of its mouth, a faint laser propelling it. Everyone looked up and watched the ball fly off into the distance. Wow, Jiro remarked. That was impressive. Some people in the government still want people to believe the age of quirks never happened, Shimura said, looking at a tablet. That humanity hasn't changed these past 200 or so years. That is incorrect. Our quirks are a part of us, and like our bodies, they need training, he said as he showed them the tablet. Which said 938 meters. Let me tell you all now, that will now change. Your bodies and quirks will be tested to the limit during the next 3 years. Today, we will find your baselines. From there, I'll be able to help mold you into the heroes of the next generation. That's if you don't wash out or die. There's a 10% washout for the hero course countrywide. 25% everywhere else, with a 1% fatality rate. This is no joke, this job is dangerous. I expect at least half of you to be dead or changing careers within 10 years, and it's my job to help you not end up 6 feet under. Mina and everyone else were rather surprised by the teacher's bluntness. She was expecting a little bit more technical stuff, not, I expect half of you to be dead in a few years, but I'm going to try to prevent that. Karo, at least he's honest, Tsu remarked. Honest, most of the class shouted. Anyway, Shimura continued. As previously stated, this quirk apprehension test will be like a normal physical apprehension test, but you all can use your quirks, he explained. And please, try to be creative. Just because you think your quirk won't be useful for a test doesn't mean it isn't. Creativity is an important part of being a hero. Finding creative solutions to problems is something we have to deal with often. So use that instead of yours and show me what you've got. Mina groaned. Oh no, she had to do the 2 things she hated. Thinking and problem solving. URG. The quirk apprehension test went, well, probably. There were 8 tests in all, the 50-meter dash, grip strength test, standing long jump, ball throw, which Midoriya was exempt from since he had already done it, seated toe touch, sidestep, sit-up tests, and endurance run. Some students did better than others. That blue-haired boy was by far the fastest during the dash, although she did get close by skating over. The French boy she was competing against didn't do well, sadly. He seemed to have a stomachache or something halfway through. Nice laser by the way. There was a lot of creativity shown during the ball throw, grip strength test, and standing long jump. Mostly explosive ones. Yaoyorozu made a cannon, and Bakugo made unnecessarily loud explosions. Her ears were still ringing, and did he need to shout die at the top of his lungs? They were heroes, they weren't here to kill people. Midoriya, meanwhile, aced almost everything. 50-meter dash, just teleported to the end. Grip strength test, darn near broke the device. Standing long jump, floated almost half a mile. And the endurance run, he was one of 2 who remained running when the teacher called them to stop. The other was Yaoyorozu, who was riding a scooter. It was only the seated toe touch, sidestep, and sit-up tests that he didn't get top scores in. But then he probably didn't have a quirk that could help him in those. Still, despite all the animosity and hatred directed at the quirk, Mina had to admit, Rock was quite useful. Just needed to ignore all the villains who used it beforehand. Hell, Midoriya wanting to be a hero was a perfect F.U. to all those villains that used it before him. Alright, Shimura said as everyone gathered before him once more after finishing the last of the tests. Now that we're done with the tests, let's see how you all did, he said before he pressed a button on his tablet, and a holographic screen appeared next to him, displaying a scoreboard with all of their names and a score next to them. Midoriya was at the very top with the highest score. What the hell? Bakugo shouted. How the hell did a villain beat me? Villain, you say, Shimura said. Strange. Why would you call the most helpful of you all a villain? He helped the most people during the obstacle course. Is it because of his quirk? He held up an apple with 4 fingers. You call him a villain because of his quirk? Well, his 5th finger made contact with the apple. They all watched in horror as the apple was turned to dust. My quirk is called decay, Shimura explained coldly. I can decay anything I touch into dust as long as I make contact with it with all 5 fingers. This includes living beings, he explained. And yet, despite its destructive potential, I use it to save lives. And I'm not the only one, he raised a finger. Endeavor, who can burn down an entire city block if he so wishes, and reduce all those living inside to ash and cinders, another finger raised. Cementos, who can easily trap you inside a block of cement and leave you to suffocate, a third finger. 13, who can disintegrate you into nothing with her black holes, a fourth finger. And let's not leave out the number 1 hero himself, All Might, whose unparalleled strength can allow him to rip open bank vaults. And I'm pretty sure most of you have quirks that can be used to easily harm others. And yet, he lowered his fingers. Despite the evil they can cause with their quirks, they chose to use their quirks for good. Just like myself, and as well as all of you. It is not our quirks that mark us out as heroes or villains, so forget all that nonsense about heroic and villainous quirks, he continued. It is our deeds and actions that define what a hero or villain is. And I am here to teach you how to be heroes, decent heroes. And decent heroes do not discriminate. I will have no discrimination, quirk or otherwise, or any form of bullying to anyone, student or not, in this university, he continued. Nor will I have anyone calling anyone a villain unless they have already been classified as one by another pro-hero or the HPSC. If you fail to follow these rules or refuse to adhere to the ethical standards all heroes are expected to uphold, I will boot you from the hero course and transfer you to general education. Is that understood? Everyone nodded, understanding him clearly. The threat was clear, mess up big time, and you were out. Well, she'd better not mess up then. Now then, Shimura said. Now that all of you have gone through the quirk apprehension test, the rest of the day is yours. Go back to the dorm and do whatever teenagers do these days, he said before he walked off, waving them off towards the dorms. See you tomorrow? The entire class stood there and watched as he walked off without a care. Just walked off, leaving them all rather confused. So you are, now what? Denki asked. I think we head back to the dorm? Kiri said with a shrug. With nothing better to do and no one coming up with anything better, they all slowly started to head back to the changing rooms before they headed back to the dorm. Well, not immediately anyway. Mina wanted to make sure that Midoriya felt welcomed here. So ambush wasn't what she was going to call it. More like, getting ready to meet him so that he wouldn't walk back alone. So she got dressed quickly and rushed out, waiting around a corner for Midoriya to come out. So, who are we ambushing? What in that dash? Mina jumped as she turned around and saw the floating uniform behind her. Hagakure-san. Don't sneak up on someone like that. Although considering your quirk, you'll be pretty good at that. Thank you, Hagakure said, although Mina wasn't sure if she was smiling or not. So, who are we ambushing? Not ambushing, Mina replied as she peeked another look down the corridor. Just waiting. Do you remember Midoriya? Oh yes, Tua replied. Cute, adorable, meek, probably didn't have a great childhood due to that rock thingy. I can't understand all the hate he gets. He's so helpful and kind. He said I had nice eyes, but that's probably him just being nice. Me neither, Mina replied. It's like he's been dumped with all the hate and malice the past uses caused, despite being nothing like them. But that's people for you, they hear rock, they hear the worst quirk ever, never caring about who the current host is. Even if they are a 4-year-old boy who had it forced upon him by the last user, she said with a frown. Would you believe there were people who wanted to lock him up just days after the quirk was forced upon him? They weren't allowed to, of course. New host and all that. They couldn't arrest him for the crimes of the previous users. Didn't stop some people from trying, though. How horrible. Hagakure gasped. How could they do something like that to him? Also, how do you know so much about him? School report about rock I had to do last year, Mina replied with a sigh. 2 weeks I'm never getting back. Surprisingly proving useful now. He's definitely not acting the way all the stories about him portray him as. Lucky for him, I don't allow myself to be taken in by media bias, she said before she turned to face Hagakure. And that is why I am planning to show him that he is welcome. Here. Oh, Hagakure said. I see. And how do you plan to do that? Simple. Mina replied with a smile before she turned back to peek down the corridor. I'm going to try to talk to him. And hopefully befriend him. That's it? Hagakure said, sounding surprised. That's all you're going to do? Yep. Mina replied. Just befriend him, she said as she saw Midoriya walk out of the changing room. She then hid back around the corner and listened as he walked closer. How hard can it be? Brother. What? The two girls gasped as a third girl rushed past them out of nowhere and tackled Midoriya to the ground. Well, that was unexpected. The two of them just stood there whilst Midoriya lay on the floor with another girl lying on top of him. The girl looked about the same age as him, with dark green hair tied into 2 messy buns, though, judging by her blonde roots, Mina guessed she was dyeing her hair. Her eyes were golden yellow and cat-like. And she was wearing a plain black tank top under workshop coveralls, black baggy trousers and work boots. By now, the rest of the class had finished getting changed and left the changing rooms, only to be greeted by the sight of Midoriya, on the ground, with a girl lying on top of him. Himiko! Midoriya gasped as the girl, was she biting his arm? Not in the middle of the hallway. The girl did not seem to be listening and continued to bite his arm. Okay, there was blood now. Okay, Mina remarked. I wasn't expecting that, she said as she noticed the rest of the class was standing in the corridor behind him, watching the scene with mixed feelings. I'd call him lucky, the grape-haired boy said. But I'm pretty sure I heard brother, so I'm just going to shut up. Bakugo just tooted. And now the knife beach is here he said before he suddenly found a knife pressed against his neck. Hello there, Kaken, the new girl said mockingly. Don't think I haven't forgotten about you. Himiko, Midoriya said with a sigh as he got up. The bite mark on his arm had shockingly already healed. Please do not stab anyone, especially Bakugo. The new girl, Himiko, let out an annoyed sigh as she reluctantly backed off and turned towards Midoriya. Can't I just cut him slightly? No, Midoriya replied calmly. Just a small cut? No. It would be just the smallest cut on his . Himiko, I am not letting you perform a circumcision on Bakugo. No, I won't. I just cut the entire thing off. It's not like he needs it or anything. Bakugo grunted. I'm still here, you know? That you are, Himiko replied with a smile as she turned towards him. And I don't care. Well, those two definitely have a history, Kaminari remarked quietly. So, Momo said, deciding to be the first to say something. Who are you? Himiko turned towards her and smiled. I am Midoriya Himiko. She's adopted, by the way, Bakugo added before he once again found a knife pressed against his neck. No one asked you, Himiko said menacingly. Bakugo rolled his eyes. I might be scared if that was a real knife, you know. Himiko looked at him judgmentally. Oh, you want real, she said before all the lights in the corridor were suddenly turned off. A few moments later, the corridor was suddenly illuminated by a single red sword. Is that a lightsaber? Half the class gasped. Himiko grinned. Yep, she replied before the lights suddenly all turned back on. Izuku sighed heavily as the palm of his hand met his face. Himiko, please tell me that you didn't hack UA's lights? What? Himiko gasped as she turned towards him. I would never. One of my classmates, on the other hand, well, I can't say for sure but. Izuku put his hand on Himiko's shoulder. How much coffee have you had? Himiko looked sheepish. Some. Izuku sighed heavily before he grabbed Himiko, lifted her over his shoulder like a bag of potatoes, and walked away. Come on, we're going to the gym so you can let off some steam. Himiko did not seem to agree with him. No, she cried out, kicking her legs behind her. I don't want to exercise. I want to build things and stab people. The rest of the class, meanwhile, just watched on in a mix of surprise and confusion as Rock's current and surprisingly nice host walked off carrying his stab-happy sister. All the while, Rock itself was waving from side to side, like it was waving goodbye. Not what any of them expected to happen on their first day at UA. What just happened? Uraraka asked, looking around at her classmates for an answer. Which no one clearly had. Hagakure walked up beside Mina. So, will this affect the friendship plan? Mina sighed heavily. This may complicate things or make things easier. It was too early to say at the moment. Oh well, Operation Befriend Rock Cinnamon Roll was still a go. It just hit an unexpected road bump. But no matter. She will not be defeated so easily. There hasn't been anyone she hasn't been able to befriend. Apart from that large rocky villain from a few years back. He was way too scary. Mina waited patiently in the living room of the 1A dorm, waiting for Midoriya to return so that she could continue Operation Befriend Rock Cinnamon Roll. Not easy when he was at the gym with his sister. But then again, she didn't know that he had a sister. Surprisingly cute girl, all things considered. Might be a useful ally too. But first, she needs to get to know him a bit more. Really get to know him, the real him, not the him the media tries to portray him as. Yes, there was this little voice at the back of her mind telling her that they were right, and that he was just as monstrous as the other people who possessed Rock, but she wasn't listening to them. She wanted to see for herself what kind of boy he was. Which she couldn't do when he wasn't here. Ah well, at least she was able to sort out her room whilst she waited. Hey Ashido-san, Hagakure chirped as she walked over to her. What are you doing? Oh, Hagakure, hi. Mina said with a smile. I'm just waiting for Midoriya to come back. Still? Hagakure said, sounding surprised. He hasn't come back yet? Nope, Mina replied, shaking her head. He's still out with his sister. How long is it going to take anyway? Well, he did say he was going to make his sister exercise for a bit, Hagakure said. Guess she needs a lot of exercise to calm down. She was acting rather hyper after all. Mina nodded. The girl did seem rather on the hyper and excited side, so it would probably take a while for her to calm down. Lord knows how long it takes for her to come down from a sugar high. So, how exactly do you plan to befriend him? Hagakure asked. Mina smiled. How else? I'm going to talk to him. It's not like you can make friends with someone any other way? Hagakure nodded. True. You can't really get to know someone better without talking to them. If only more people were willing to talk to him rather than give in to media bias. Often, the media lies about things, and she didn't see any of them changing their views on him anytime soon. Oh, another thing, Mina said. Any idea what the rest of the class thinks of him? Hagakure shook her head. I don't know much, not outside the group that might have formed when we were floating down that pit. As well as Bakugo. His stance is obvious. But the others, I don't know about them. I haven't talked to them about him yet. But seeing how they were all thankful for their help, I think they all have a somewhat positive view of him. Mina nodded, having noticed that as well. Well, it's better than nothing. At least she knew that a good number of her classmates weren't in the hate Midoriya just because he has rock on his back camp. She could only hope that the rest of them weren't in that camp as well, or the rest of the university. Thanks for the help. No problem, Hagakure said happily. Happy to help, she said before she walked off. Mina smiled before she went back to waiting for their resident green boy. Right, so, people she knew were okay with Midoriya were herself, Hagakure, Uraraka, Tsu, Jiro, Yayorozu really needed to come up with a nickname for her, and Kaminari. The rest were still somewhat unknown. She hoped that Kiri didn't have any problems with Midoriya, although she had a feeling that that wouldn't be the case. Kiri wasn't the kind of person who hated someone for no reason. How long was this going to take? Meanwhile, Izuku sighed heavily as he made his way back to the 1A dorm, his sister Himiko walking beside her, looking very tired. Urge, Himiko groaned, swaying side to side. How many times have we told you how hyper you get when you have too much caffeine? Izuku asked with a frown. I'm sorry, Himiko groaned. I was feeling tired, but I was in the middle of something, so I took a little pick-me-up to keep me going. Izuku sighed. Himiko. Have you been sleeping all right? Himiko frowned. I am sorry. But I keep getting distracted. You know Mom got me making things to help me, she shuffled nervously. Recover. It helped distract me from what happened. But you know me, when I'm working on something, I get distracted. And I don't want the distraction to end. Not when dash. Izuku quickly pulled his sister into a tight, comforting embrace. It's okay, Himiko. They can't harm you anymore. Not now, not ever. Tears started to fall from her eyes as she hugged her brother tightly. But they're still out there, she hiccuped. They were never charged for what they did. Never arrested. Just released with a pat on the back. What if they try to take me back? I don't want to go back. I don't want to be normal again. I want to be me. Izuku frowned as he held his sister close. It's all right, I won't let them take you back. I'll make them pay if they do. Himiko held him tighter. Please don't. I don't want you to become a villain just to protect me. Izuku smiled. You know I won't, he said before he frowned. I just need to convince the rest of the country that I'm not. Himiko frowned. Look, it's not your fault you had rock forced upon you. Yeah, well, everyone else seems to think so, Izuku said with a frown before patting his sister on the back. Anyway, that's enough moping about the past. Let's get you back to your dorm. Himiko smiled slightly. Okay. The two of them broke off the embrace before they continued to the 2H dorm. So, I see you've made some friends then, Izuku remarked. Himiko smiled and nodded. Yep, she said, popping the P, mostly other support students, but there are a few from the other courses. My fellow support students find my ability to turn into others by drinking their blood very useful for making sure the item fits perfectly, though I can't use their quirks. Still, having a one-to-one body to work with without the need of either making a mannequin or having the person the gear is for around is helpful, she explained. I've even made a special bodysuit for me to wear that's compatible with my quirk so that I don't end up destroying my clothing. And all it cost me was a third of my hair. Izuku shook his head and smiled. DNA-infused bodysuit. I was wondering when you would make one of those. Still, I'm surprised you even made one, seeing as those are usually reserved for hero students. Himiko shuffled nervously. Yeah, hero students. Izuku looked at his sister with a knowing look on his face. Himiko. What did you do? Nothing, Himiko said. I was offered a position on the hero course due to how well I did last year, but I declined. I may like the idea of stabbing people I dislike, but being a hero? Nah. I'm fine being in the support department aiding heroes by building them gear, she then smiled. Especially if it's for you. Izuku smiled. Well, I'll be sure to ask you for support equipment ideas, he said. Still, you never mentioned being offered a place on the hero course? Apparently, I fulfilled some super secret requirements to be offered a position on the hero course, Himiko said. With a shrug. And as stated, I declined. Too much work for me, and I do not want either you or Mom getting worried over me being a hero on top of making support equipment. True, Izuku said with a sigh. Mom's already worried about me being a hero, let's not give her something else to worry about. Himiko nodded. As nice as Inko was, she worried a lot about both of them. So, now what? The stab-happy vampire cat asked. Now, we're going over what you've been building, Izuku said. Because if I'm going to be a hero, I want to make sure you're not going to give me anything that could kill someone. Like a lightsaber. Himiko pouted. And thank you for taking all the fun out of my life? I can't go about stabbing people to death with lightsabers, Izuku said. Especially if they act realistically and not magically. True, Himiko said. Don't want to turn anyone into rat jam. Izuku rolled his eyes. There was a story behind that, one that he felt he didn't want to know about. So, he said after a bit more walking. Seeing how you've been here a year already. Anything you can tell me about our homeroom teacher? Himiko shrugged. Can't, he's new. This is his first year teaching. 1A's previous homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, was fired early last year after expelling the entire class, with 1BS having to cover both classes, she explained. It didn't last, the expulsion. He re-enrolled all of them half an hour later. The backlash, though, well, it was bad. Half the class wanted to transfer to a different university, but couldn't because the expulsion was still on their records. For some reason. Several parents complained about it as well. And one boy almost committed suicide. Thankfully, one of the other teachers was able to talk him down. But that kind of got the university board involved and resulted in him losing his teaching license, she explained. He still has his hero license, his quirk is far too useful to risk losing his hero status. But he's not allowed to be a teacher anymore. Izuku nodded. I see. So you have nothing on our current homeroom teacher? Himiko shook her head. Not a thing, she replied before she frowned. Well, there's one thing I can tell you. But I have a feeling you already know this. Shimura Tenko. He's Shimura Kotaro's son. Izuku nodded. He recognized the name the moment their homeroom teacher told them. It wasn't like he couldn't forget it, the name Shimura had been scarred into his mind after Kotaro forced rock onto him. For what? Just so he could ruin another child's life. Well, if that was his plan, then he succeeded. Yeah, that is kind of hard to miss, Izuku said. Don't worry, I don't hold anything against him. He's as much of a victim of his father as I am. Anything else? Nope, Himiko replied with a smirk. Izuku leveled his sister with a glare. What did you do, and why is it hacking into UA's files? Himiko looked away sheepishly. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku shook his head. What did you find out? Nothing, Himiko replied. I was booted out before I could find anything. Of course you were, Izuku said with a sigh. Just don't do it again. I do not want you expelled because of this. Don't worry, Himiko said with a smile. I won't. It's not like the vice principal took an interest in me. Okay, Izuku said before he picked up his sister and carried her towards the 2H dorm. We are dealing with that another day, he said. All the while, Himiko was grinning like a cat that had done nothing wrong in its entire life. Meanwhile, Shimura Tenko watched the two siblings walk from his office, a phone in hand. Yep, he's settling in nicely. No problems to report. Well, there is this one kid who's causing problems. No, don't worry. I'll make sure nothing too serious happens. Yep, understood, Madam President, he said before ending the call and putting the phone down. Now then, Midoriya, let's make you a hero. After what felt far too long for her liking, Midoriya finally returned to the dorm. Finally. Mina groaned as she walked over to him. What took you so long? Caffeine and my sister do not mix, Midoriya replied nervously, not sure why Mina was talking to him. It takes her hours to calm down from a caffeine high. Mina blinked. Oh, my bad. Didn't realize she was like that. Midoriya nodded. Yeah, she can be a handful at times. But she's been through a lot, and she's still healing. But, she's getting better. Mina blinked. Healing? What happened to her? Midoriya frowned. It's personal. She had a rough life before, he made a SOSO motion with his hand. Mina nodded, opting to drop the subject. She knew trauma when she heard it. His sister had clearly been through something rough, and she did not want to barge in and make matters worse. So, if Himiko wants to talk about it, it'll be with someone she trusts, not someone she barely knows. You don't tell your entire tragic life story to the first stranger you see, now do you? Well, she knew Midoriya's due to him being the current host of Rock, but that was because of Rock's infamous history and people refusing to give him any privacy. So, anyway, she said. Now that you're back, can I have a slight word with you, please? Nothing invasive. Just a slight word. Okay? Can it wait? Midoriya asked nervously. It's just that I promised to call my mom after lessons finished for the day. As well as a friend of mine. You have a friend? Mina gasped, surprised that there was someone else out there who didn't believe the bias about him. She suddenly frowned. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound insulting there. I was just surprised, you know. She shuffled nervously. After reading so much about you, I didn't expect you to have friends. It's fine. I'm more than used to it by now, Midoriya said. Anyway. It's kind of a long story. Shishikura Seiji. I've known him since I was 5. His dad works at Tartarus. And after being sent there for the 8th time dash. Mina's heart sank. He would only have had Rock for about a year by then. I was put into one of the waiting rooms whilst we waited for my mother to come pick me up. Surprisingly, none of Tartarus's staff hates me. If anything, they're more set off at the heroes who keep bringing me there illegally. That's when I met Shishikura. He was there for a bring your child to work day. I'm sorry, what? Mina shouted in shock, as was pretty much everyone else in earshot. Tartarus has a bring your child to work day, which only left everyone shocked, save for Bakugo, who looked annoyed. That sounded irresponsible. Like, that place has been accused of numerous human rights violations. Why would you bring a child there? Apparently, the children like it, Midoriya said with a shrug. Although Shishikura did say he was annoyed that he didn't get to see the cell blocks, only the entrance, cafeteria and administration area, as well as the on-site living quarters. But we did get to ride around in the carts they use. Anyway, that's how I met him, and he was surprisingly friendly towards me. He didn't even know what Rock was. And when he did find out what it was and its history, his opinion of me didn't change, he chuckled lightly. I got lucky. Everyone else I've ever met already knew of Rock and hated me because of it. He was the first who didn't. I'm just set off he never invited me. Bakugo growled. That's because I wasn't invited either, Kaken, Midoriya said with a sigh. But seeing how I'm thrown in there like 8 times a year, it's only statistically possible that I end up there during one such day. A horrified look formed on Mina's face. Okay. That was bullshit. 8 times a year. Who's dumb enough to try to throw someone who hasn't committed a crime at all in the worst prison in the world multiple times, only for them to be released? And one friend. That's all he had apart from his family. Just one friend. One kid he met after a hero threw him into Tartarus illegally, at age 5. She knew people hated Rock, but she didn't think they hated it that much. There should have been more. He should have had more friends. Well, that changed today. With a smile, Mina put her hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Well, consider me your second ever friend. Midoriya's eyes bulged wide open as he turned towards her with a shocked look on his face. Pardon? Mina smiled. Consider me friend number 2, she said. I am a friendly person, and you look like you could do with some more friends around here. Midoriya had a rather confused look on his face. You are? Look, I had to do a research project on Rock, Mina said with a frown. And afterwards, I could easily tell that you wouldn't have had the greatest childhood. And seeing you today has only disproved everything everyone has been saying about you. You helped Tsu when she was freezing, helped almost all of us during the obstacle course, and grabbed Hagakure and me to stop us from falling. You've done nothing but be one of the kindest, most helpful people I've known. And I only met you earlier today. He was also rather cute, but she was going to refrain from saying that, just in case. So yes, she continued. I want to get to know you a bit better. The real you. Not the villain Rock everyone seems to portray you as. She was being honest. She knew far too much about Rock, but nothing about Midoriya, so she wanted to rectify that. Why you want to be friends with me? Midoriya asked, sounding surprised. Yep, Mina said with a bright and sincere smile. Consider me friend number 2. And consider me friend number 3. Hagakure added, standing next to him. What? Midoriya said, looking between the two girls. Where did you come from? Mina asked, surprised by Hagakure's sudden appearance. She walked up a few moments ago, Midoriya replied. Didn't you see her? It's not easy to, Mina said with a shrug. The girl was invisible after all. Even fully clothed, she can be easily missed at times. Don't worry, Hagakure said, placing her hand on Mina's shoulder. I'm used to it by now, she said before she turned towards Midoriya. But yes, consider me friend number 3, she chirped happily. Midoriya looked between the two of them with a surprised look on his face. Well, that might be phase 1 sorted out. Hopefully anyway. Izuku sighed as he sat on his bed. Today had been rather strange, all things considered. He was not expecting 2 girls to ask to be his friends today. That was strange, off even? Of course, Bakugo and Himiko acted as expected. So no change there, and Mom was, as expected, worried about him as well. He couldn't blame her really, his life had been a downward spiral since he had rock forcefully implanted into him, so she had good reason to be worried about him. It's not like he hadn't gotten used to the hate by now, honestly, the suspicions thing was people wanting to be friends with him. 2 girls. 2. How did that happen? He didn't tell his mother about it, just in case it was another prank, even though his gut was telling him that they were being sincere. He'd been burned one too many times to not be cautious about something like this. Still, if they were truly genuine, it would be nice to have a few more people he could talk to. Speaking of talking to, he still had his friend to talk to. With his phone still in hand, he dialed his friend's number, held it up to his head, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Izuku, Seiji's voice came from the phone. I was wondering when you'd call. You are? Hi Seiji, Izuku said. How's your second year at Shiketsu treating you? It's alright, Seiji replied. The first year was as expected, covering basic heroing. This year, I'm hoping that it'll be a bit more challenging. Maintaining the university's values and dignity is easy. Honestly, it's looking to be just like my first year, just harder. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Izuku said with a smile. You always kept mimicking the guards. At Tartarus. How many photos did your mother take of you doing that? Please stop reminding me, Seiji said with a sigh. Izuku chuckled. Didn't you once convince me to try on their uniforms with you? I was a kid. Seiji groaned. I wanted to be like my father. He looked so cool in his uniform. Yeah, and you made me join in, Izuku said. What did the other guards like to call us? The little titans? Seiji groaned again. Please stop reminding me of that. Mom keeps calling me her little titan. I'm almost the same size as her. Well, in the words of my mother, we were adorable, Izuku said with a smirk. Honestly, you going to Shiketsu should have been obvious back then. Probably the best hero university for you. Shiketsu has the lowest rate of heroes who go on to misbehave or act unheroically. That's because we're taught to value our obligation as heroes, Seiji said. Izuku could already picture the smirk on his friend's face. Heroes do not accept bribes, we do not harm or threaten the innocent, we prioritize protecting those who need protecting, we do not aid villains or those who plan to harm, and we ensure our society is protected. We're heroes, and we have our duties. Izuku nodded. Indeed. Honestly, if I could, I would have sent Bakugo there. Maybe they could teach him how to act like a proper hero. He's an arrogant twat, Seiji spat. I swear, with all he says about being inspired by All Might and that he's going to be the next #1 hero, he acts nothing like him. Did he ever watch the man's first public debut? I know we did, way too many times. Hey, I didn't watch it too much, Izuku protested. You watched it like 30 times a day. Seiji said, sounding annoyed. You didn't complain. You were enjoying it as much as I was. Izuku said. It was All Might saving hundreds of people. And I was like 5. Of course I was going to enjoy it. Seiji said before sighing. Anyway, we're getting off track. Did he ever watch it? He probably did, Izuku said, shaking his head. Once. Afterwards, he probably only ever watched the fights and completely forgot about his debut. He probably thinks All Might took down a big-name villain in his debut. Instead, he saved thousands of people during a natural disaster, he said before he sighed and lay back on his bed. All Might's the kind of hero I want to be. But dash. Seiji frowned. Good luck being like him when you've got rock on your back, he said somberly. You'll probably be forced into underground heroics like me. Our quirks don't really make us suitable for limelight work. Even if yours was forced upon you by a psychopath. Izuku frowned and nodded. Yeah. But then again, rock is best suited to underground work. Most of the quirks it, well, absorbed over the years are best suited for it. Plus with rock's reputation, you'll be able to scare the crap out of people, Seiji added with a smirk. See what villains think when they're the ones who have to deal with rock. Izuku nodded. He knew all too well the evil the previous users had caused over the years. It'll be nice to use it as a force for good for once. So, Seiji said. How are your classmates? Well, they're fine, mostly, Izuku replied. Although I am in the same class as Bakugo. Oh god, I was afraid of that, Seiji said with a groan. Is he already trying his bullshit? When isn't he? Izuku said, shaking his head. Bakugo was never going to change. He was always going to be an aggressive hothead. But that's why Izuku knew he would become a great hero someday. He'd just need to mellow out a bit. Seiji, meanwhile, didn't share his belief. He never changes, he said. I could always turn him into a flesh potato. No turning him into a flesh potato, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. Unless you're fighting him as part of a training exercise or something. Then you have my permission to flesh potato him. Well, nobody said he couldn't be a bit vindictive from time to time. Good, Seiji said smugly. So, how's the rest of your class treating you? Anyone else for the flesh potato list? Izuku rolled his eyes. For your information, I've made 2 friends today. I think I did anyway. And maybe a few more as well. It's still in the early stages. Finally, Seiji said happily. I was wondering when you were going to get some more friends. And at UA too. I told you the students at hero schools will be less discriminatory. So, who are they? Izuku gulped. Ashido, Mina and Hagakure Toru. They're girls. Girls? Seiji gasped. You made friends with 2 girls? Well, kind of, Izuku said nervously. They made friends with me. More like a tact with friendship, actually. Ashido, in her own words, said I looked like I needed friends. You do. Gods know you do, Seiji said. Well, I hope they don't turn against you like everyone else did. Izuku frowned. Yeah, I hope not. It felt strange to him, having 2 people befriend him at once. It was odd, off even. He'll have to be wary of them, even if they genuinely wanted to be his friends. It just felt way too soon. Cheer up, Seiji said. Think of it this way, if they do genuinely want to be your friends, then you're one step closer to proving to this country that you're not the villain everyone says you are. Izuku sighed. If only it were that simple. Remember what happened to you when people found out you were friends with me? Seiji scoffed. Please, I was always going to only have a few friends growing up. I can split off my flesh and mold other people into flesh potatoes. Who wants to be friends with someone who can do that, he said. At least the other kids at Shiketsu are a lot more friendly. You and your sister were the only friends I had growing up. How is your sister doing, anyway? Oh, yeah. She's doing fine, Izuku said nervously. She made a lightsaber. She did what? Seiji gasped. Your fault for introducing her to Star Wars, Izuku remarked. As well as introducing her to so much else. Hey, she's the one. Who asked for something new and normal, Seiji said. Not those boring old soap operas where everyone is miserable and good things rarely happen to people. So I showed her some more interesting things. You got her into sci-fi, fantasy, and model kits, Izuku said with a frown, knowing how much space those unopened kits were taking up back home. Your mother keeps buying her Gundam, Warhammer 40K, and other model kits for her birthdays and Christmas. Hey, you're the one who told her that your mother got her into building things to help her recover, Seiji remarked. Not my fault, she decided to help, in her own special way. Half her room is full of models and minis, Izuku said with a frown. The rest are vampires, cats, and plushies. At least she's settling in well, Seiji remarked. Hopefully you'll settle in as well. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I hope so. Yes, it was starting off better than the other schools he had been to, but first impressions can always be deceiving. So he'll keep his eyes open and hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. The next day, normal university lessons started properly. After a somewhat normal homeroom, Mina finally knew who everyone was, thank God for roll call. Well, they weren't dropped down into a pit, plus the tables and floor were real. And then there were the lessons themselves. They were so, well, normal. Yes, the teachers were heroes, but they taught the same subjects as any other teacher. Like mathematics, English, modern art, literature, and other subjects. It just felt so normal. Which made it all feel strange. Having heroes teaching them like, well, teachers. It felt odd. But then, you kind of needed heroes to teach the next generation of heroes. Of course, not all the staff were heroes, there were plenty of non-hero staff around the place. They can't have heroes doing everything around here. Most heroes probably didn't know how to handle all the complicated IT stuff, like organizing a server. And then came the last class of the day, heroics. The lesson where they learned to be heroes. And there was no teacher. They all kind of sat there, talking to one another. Well, some of them anyway, others sat in silence whilst the others talked. But occasionally, all of them would glance towards the door, waiting for their heroics teacher to arrive. Whoever they were. So, I wasn't really paying attention, Mina said. I know, sue me. But, were we ever introduced to who the heroics teacher was? The choir of no's she heard back from her classmates was not reassuring. Well, that was unhelpful, Mina groaned. Not our fault, the university didn't tell us who was doing heroics, Zero said. Kaminari's head met his desk. I think we've been denied critical, need-to-know, information. That, or they're keeping them a surprise, Jiro remarked. I am here. Everyone in the classroom froze and slowly turned towards the door. That voice, they all recognized it. Who didn't? All of Japan knew it. Coming through the door like a hero, shouted the number one hero himself as he shot into the room and struck a heroic pose. Everyone was in awe. None of them was expecting All Might himself to be here to teach them. And yet, there he was, the number one hero himself. Greetings, class. All Might said as he straightened himself out. As you can probably guess, I am your new heroics teacher. That got the class excited. Having All Might teach them how to be heroes was like a dream come true. He was the country's greatest hero after all, no doubt there was a lot he could teach them. All Might waved for quiet. Now, I know you're all excited about this. I should know. I was excited when I was in your shoes. Well, that was one way to get the class excited. Will we be fighting? Bakugo asked with a grin. Actually, All Might said. We'll be doing something a bit more basic today, he said before he held up a card that said, Costumes. Mina gave the number one hero a confused look. Hero costumes? She asked as an annoyed look formed on Bakugo's face. Yes. All Might said. It takes more than just fighting villains and saving people to be a hero. You need to look good doing it, too. And today we will go over your costumes to see if they not only look good but are also practical. After all, no one wants a costume that limits what they can do. Mina and most of the class nodded. If your costume was not designed to work with your quirk or prevented you from fighting effectively, then it wasn't really a costume. That was why she asked for her costume to be acid-proof. She really didn't want it to dissolve on her and leave her naked in the middle of the street. Now then. All Might said as he got out a remote. We can't see how well your costumes fit you without them, he said before he pressed a button on the remote. Almost instantly, one of the walls opened and deposited 20 suitcases, each with a large red number on the side, from 1 to 20. Your seat number matches the case that contains your costume. All Might explained. Please note that these are based on the costume ideas you sent in after your acceptance into this university, but they may not match what your initial idea is. Plus, we may have had to modify it in some places for safety or practicality reasons. So if something is missing or changed from your original design, that's why. And don't worry, you can change it later. This is only your first year after all, he said. Now, take your costume case and head to the changing room. Then head to ground beta. I will see you there, he said before he shot out of the room, like a hero. Everyone wasted no time in getting their case before rushing towards the changing rooms. Mina herself grabbed her case with gusto before rushing off to the changing room to get changed into her costume. Okay, she might have been a bit overeager to put it on, but she had good reason. This would be the second major step on the road to becoming a hero. The first being getting into UA. The class quickly made their way to the changing rooms and quickly got changed. Mina was more than eager to undress so she could put on her new costume. The first part of her costume was a purple and turquoise skin-tight leotard with a camouflage pattern. Initially, she was going to wear a bodysuit, but then she remembered she had nice legs and wanted to show them off a bit. Plus, there was another reason that she was not going to spoil. A girl has to have her secrets after all. Over her leotard was a tan sleeveless waistcoat with white fur along the collar, which she left unbuttoned. She also had a pair of nice acid-proof boots, which will no doubt come in handy in the future. And finally, a plain white mask over her eyes. Nice, sweet, colorful, and simple. The other girls had rather cute costumes as well. Tsu had a frog-themed bodysuit, Uraraka had a pink and black bodysuit with a space theme, Jiro looked like a punk rocker, Yaoyorozu was wearing a rather open and revealing bodysuit, and Hagakure was wearing a pair of boots and gloves. So, of course, she had to tease a few of them. Hey there, Uraraka, she said as she moved up behind the girl. That's a rather nice fitting costume you have there. You think? Uraraka asked as she looked herself over. I wanted it to be a bit poofy like 13's costume, not like this. It's a bit tight, so they might have gotten my measurements wrong in a few places. Karo, mine's perfect, Tsu remarked. Well, All Might did say that we're going over our costumes today, Jiro said. He'll probably give you a few pointers on how to improve your costume. This is a simple showcase of our costumes to see if anything needs improving. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, you're probably right. I can probably visit the support department later and ask about costume updates. That's if you need them, Yaoyorozu said as she walked over. Remember, we have a limited costume budget, meaning we can only change our costumes so many times per year. So make them count. The other girls and Mina nodded, understanding the limitations they had on costume designs. It meant they couldn't come up with new designs every few weeks and had to ration their designs. Well, at least she went into this with a very good idea of what her costume would be. Well, I think you look good in your costume, Tsu said. Uraraka blushed slightly. You think? Karo, yep, Tsu blinked. It looks very nice on you. Very cute too. Uraraka blushed brightly. WWWH what? She sputtered, caught off guard by being called cute. I think you look very cute in that costume, Tsu said. It suits you, Karo. Now, we should probably get going before we're late for class, she said before she walked out, leaving the rest of the girls either confused or, in Uraraka's case, flustered. Man, she is blunt, Mina remarked, unsure if the frog girl had been flirting or not. I think it's because she's part frog, Yaoyorozu said. Some people with mutation quirks have difficulty expressing emotions, which can result in misunderstanding. One of the staff back home has to add an emotive statement as a prefix so he can avoid any misunderstandings. Staff? Hagakure puzzled. You have staff? Why yes, Yaoyorozu replied. Quite a few of them. My parents kind of need so many to look after the mansion. Mansion? The other girls all gasped loudly. How rich are you? Jiro asked as Uraraka opened up a wallet and a moth fluttered out of it. Okay, Mina said. Let's follow Tsu out to the training ground. Good call, Hagakure said as she walked towards the door. We do not want to be late with our first lesson with all might. The others all nodded before they rushed outside. By some sheer coincidence, all the boys came out at the same time the girls had. And, by some sheer coincidence, all of them decided to march out onto the training ground like they were in a shonen manga, all the while All Might said something about how cool they all looked. Totally a coincidence and not planned at all by anyone. The boys' costumes were surprisingly well made. Mostly anyway. Bakugo had grenades on his arms, Ida and Aoyama looked like knights, although Ida's costume looked more like a race car, whilst Aoyama's was rather sparkly. Ijiro's costume was very cool looking. And then there was Midoriya's costume, which was just a homemade green bodysuit, white gloves, a belt and pouches from a hardware store, a green respirator with a large smile on it, and a mask with 2 green bunny ears. Wow, Midoriya, Mina said with a smile as she hopped over. That's a nice costume you have there. Thanks, Midoriya said. My mother made it for me based on one of my old designs. Mina squealed. That's so adorable. You think? Midoriya asked as he turned to look at her, a light blush on his face. A blush that suddenly went from cute to as red as the sun. Mina blinked in surprise as a horrified look appeared on Midoriya's face. She was about to ask what had gotten him so shocked when he suddenly ran over to Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu. I need a full-body poncho, he asked frantically. Yaoyorozu gave him a confused blink. Pardon? Full-body poncho? Midoriya said frantically. It's an emergency. Oh okay, Yaoyorozu said, looking confused before she created the requested item, a green full-body poncho, and passed it to him. Thank you, Midoriya said before he took the poncho. He then ran over to Hagakure and put the poncho over her. You need a serious costume change. Eh? Hagakure said, sounding surprised. What do you mean, costume change? My costume is fine. No it isn't. Midoriya said, sounding like he was in the middle of a panic attack. It's just a pair of boots and gloves. So? Hagakure said. It's my hero costume? You are literally naked. Midoriya said. You have no protection from anything and are walking around naked. What possessed you to make that costume? Well, that's all I asked for, Hagakure said. Calmly. No one can see me after all. What do you mean, no one can see you? Midoriya asked. You're right here. Well, it's kind of obvious, Hagakure said as a matter of fact. No one can see me apart from what I'm wearing. Midoriya looked like he was in the middle of working something out before a very panicked look formed on his face. Oh no. Oh fing hell. Bakugo groaned, rolling his eyes. He can see you, you fing idiot. And made Hagakure realize exactly what the problem was with the subtlety of a nuke. Hagakure didn't move. Mina couldn't see her face, but she had the feeling that she was rather shocked right now. Suddenly, Hagakure let out a terrified scream and ran straight back to the changing room. I'm so sorry. Midoriya said, getting on the ground in a full Dejiza bow. The rest of the class just watched on with a mix of looks and feelings about what had just transpired. Well, that happened, Sato said, looking around nervously. I thought her costume consisted of more, Jiro said with a frown. I am so jealous of him now, Mineta added with a devious grin. He's so lucky, he said before Tsu slapped him with her tongue. I don't think he would agree with you on that statement, the frog girl remarked. Me thinks he's just as horrified about this as Hagakure is, Siro added. At least he was honest about it and tried to rectify things instead of keeping it secret, Kirishima said. Mina nodded, glad that she and Kirishima were in agreement. Midoriya reacted to Hagakure's rather bad choice in hero costume almost instantly and found a way to temporarily fix the issue and cover her up. What a gentleman. I would just like to add that young Midoriya was right about Hagakure's lack of protection. All Might added. Costumes are primarily meant to help protect you. This job is dangerous. And villains can use all kinds of quirks and weapons against you. If your costume can't protect you from something as simple as a knife, then it needs improving. What if your quirk also doubles as your protection? Kirishima asked, holding his hand up. Can you keep your quirk active for several hours? All Might asked in response. Ah, Kirishima said, lowering his hand. He then looked down at his bare, unprotected chest. I might need to rethink my costume. I think most of us have to, really, Ojiro remarked. Ida looked down at his chest and tapped his breastplate before turning towards Aoyama. How are we the only two people here who thought to have something stronger than fabric? In the defense of everyone else, all hero costumes are made of a strong and durable fabric. All Might said. Of course, if you want it, you can have a costume made from a stronger material. But I recommend you wait a bit before you improve your costume's protective capabilities. After all, it's better to have a costume that works with you than a costume that protects you but hinders you in some way. Most of the class nodded, and a few even checked their costumes for any deficiencies or areas that could do with a bit more protection. If there were issues with their costumes that needed to be addressed, it was better to find them out sooner rather than later. But that's why we are here today. All Might continued. To go over your costumes and see what needs improving. And if you do need costume improvements, the support department will be happy to help. No one seek my sister for costume improvements. Midoriya added, still in his Dejiza bow. She'll insist that you get a knife or some other sharp object. All Might's sweat dropped. You are, excuse me? I'm sorry, knives? Kaminari asked, sounding confused. Karo. She did say that she wanted to build things and stab people, Tsu remarked. Plus, she did make that lightsaber. I'm sorry, what? All Might gasped, unaware that Midoriya had a sister and that she had somehow made a lightsaber. He also made a mental note to make sure that she never met Melissa, otherwise, well, he'd rather not think about it. His sister made a lightsaber, Mina said. And who knows what else? A lot of sharp objects, that's what else, Bakugo added. Trust me, I checked. I'd prefer to keep tabs on what implements of stabbing she's working on here, now that I'm in the same university as her, he said. Also, don't ask her to see her knife collection. I second that. Midoriya added. Mina blinked. Okay, so do not ask Himiko for support equipment ideas. Unless? Sir, Todoroki said, raising his hand. Mina didn't think much of the boy's costume, just a white bodysuit and boots. Not that impressive. I happen to be missing a part of my costume. Fake ice that's supposed to cover my left side? I'm afraid that I don't know anything about that, All Might said. You might have to ask the support department about that. But chances are, it was removed due to safety reasons. Todoroki said nothing as he lowered his hand, not looking pleased with All Might's response. It was then that Hagakure returned, wearing her gym uniform. I'm back. I'm so sorry. Midoriya apologized, still on the ground, having not left the full Dejiza bow he was in. Mina assumed Hagakure had turned and looked down at him, probably with a confused look on her face. You are? He's been like that from the moment you left, Jiro explained. We believe he's sorry for the fact that he can see you, Oyama added. I see, Hagakure said, sounding confused. Midoriya. I forgive you. Midoriya didn't respond, he just kept his Dejiza bow. Midoriya? Hagakure asked, sounding concerned. Are you sure? Midoriya asked suddenly. Yes, I'm sure, Hagakure said, sounding a bit concerned. Now, can you get up, please? You're kind of making this a bit awkward. Sorry, Midoriya said as he slowly got up, looking very nervous. Mina watched this with a worried look on her face. The way he reacted to Hagakure's accepting his apology was not normal. It was like he wasn't used to people accepting his apologies. Well, she was going to have to fix that. All Might sighed heavily. I should have gone with combat training. All Might panted heavily as he rushed into the empty teaching lounge, smoke bellowing from his body. Seconds later, a large cloud of smoke burst from his body, hiding him from sight. When the smoke cleared, all that was left was the deflated form of Toshinori Yagi. Toshinori shook his head. Tired already. That lesson wasn't even an hour, and I couldn't even maintain my form for long, he groaned as he leaned against the wall. Just how long could he keep this up? Saving people, stopping villains, interviews, hero appearances, conferences, hero meet and greets, merch signing, public appearances, and now teaching. There was too much for his body to handle. How much time did he have left again? Just under 3 hours, and now that he had passed one for all on, that time was going to be reduced far faster than before. He would have to reschedule his timetable if he was struggling this badly. So, a voice said, causing him to tense up. How was your first class? Toshinori turned towards his mentor's grandson, Shimura Tenko, sitting on the sofa with a game console in hand, pinkies outstretched so as to avoid full contact with the device. He relaxed, grateful that it was someone who knew of his secret. It went well, Toshinori said as he walked over and sat opposite him. I believe I managed to find most of the flaws in their costumes, even had them partake in some mock battles to see how well they would hold up in a fight. Overall, I believe it went well. That's good to hear, Tenko said. So, are they heading to the support department to get their costumes checked out? I'm not sure, Toshinori said, shaking his head. I did suggest that they pay a visit to the support department if they had any issues with their costumes. All I can do is hope that they take my advice. Well, at least they know to look out for costume deficiencies, Tenko remarked. My predecessor wouldn't have even so much as lifted a finger to help a student with issues with their costume, saying that they needed to find these things out themselves. Which isn't a great mindset, considering they may find out they have issues with their costume when they are bleeding out in a dark alley after being stabbed, he stated. No wonder 2A's homeroom teacher hated him. There was so much she had to correct. You say that like he was bad at his job, Toshinori said with a frown. I'm not saying he was bad, Tenko said. In fact, he was a good hero. But a terrible teacher. Yes, we can't treat these kids like they are in kindergarten, but we can't deny them information that is critical to their development as heroes. Toshinori smirked. That sounds like Gran there. Well, he did beat the information into me, Tenko said with a groan. I'd ask why you left us with him, but that's pretty much self-explanatory after what my father did. Toshinori frowned. He still hadn't forgiven himself for allowing this to happen, letting his mentor's son get filled up with so much resentment for her that he snapped and attacked his children. If he'd known where they lived, then he might have been able to help. But sadly, he didn't, letting the man go on to torment his kids, and become a host of rock of all things. At least Tenko's quirk came in after his father snapped. Who knows what would have happened if the man were still around when his quirk came in. So, how's Midoriya doing? Tenko asked, deciding to change the subject. Is he settling in well? It looks like it, Toshinori replied. There's only one student who I can say is truly hostile towards him, the others seem, well, indifferent to the fact that he has the country's most hated quirk on his back. Midoriya himself was quite helpful during class, offering the others advice on improving their costumes. The other students seemed to be interested in what he had to say, well, save for two. Two? Tenko asked, sounding confused. Who's the other? Young Todoroki, Toshinori said. He was very stubborn during the lesson. He seemed annoyed that a part of his costume wasn't added, and insisted that he have something covering his left side, despite the danger of wearing something like that. Not to mention it's hindering his quirk. Tenko sighed and shook his head. Still refusing to use the fire aspect of his quirk. We're going to have to get through to him how dangerous it is to only use half of his quirk. Toshinori nodded. Yes, I saw the video from your tutorial level. I'm just glad that several students had the means to free themselves. That was a very dangerous thing for him to do. Did you have a word about it with him? I'll be having one with him later, Tenko replied. If his behavior doesn't improve and there's a repeat. And if he still refuses to use his fire? Toshinori asked. Tenko smiled as he looked up at his adopted uncle. I'll show him the consequences of holding back. Toshinori shivered. That sounds like something Gran would do. Tenko shrugged. Your fault for leaving us with him. We were bound to pick up a few of his habits and teaching styles, he said. Hana's doing well, by the way. Her rehabilitation's going well. That perked Toshinori up a bit. She's finally walking? Not fully, Tenko replied. Baby steps, really. Doctors say it'll be about 2 years before she can walk again. Toshinori nodded and smiled. It'll be nice to see her walking again. Indeed, it will, Tenko said. The two sat there in silence, Toshinori contemplating the day's events whilst Tenko remained focused on his game. Honestly, he was kind of glad that Gran Torino had, painfully by the way, gotten him to take teaching classes before he applied to UA as a heroics teacher. The training it provided him proved most useful during the lesson. Yes, he still needed cue cards and a little guidebook, but overall the lesson went well. Still annoyed that he wasn't allowed to start with combat training, but then again, Nizu did have a point. Only a few of these kids have gone through basic combat training, so they'll need to give them some kind of basic training before they throw them into the deep end. It was far different from his time at UA. They had combat training from day one. So, your successor, Tenko said after a while. How's he doing? Toshinori hummed. He's doing well. He's progressing nicely. Although he is showing signs of developing additional abilities. Additional abilities? Tenko inquired. Him floating down the hole. Yeah, I wondered where that came from. I was only expecting his base electrification quirk and super strength, not whatever that was. I think I know what that quirk was, Toshinori said, sounding worried. That was your grandmother's quirk, Float. I don't know how he gained access to it. I could never use Nana's quirk when I had One for All. Tenko hummed. Well then, if that's the case, there's only one way that he could have access to my grandmother's quirk. One for All acts like rock and is stockpiling more than just strength, but the past user's quirks as well. Toshinori opened his mouth to retort, only to close it a moment later. Yeah, I think you might be right. I'm going to have to tell my successor about this. But why now? Why not while I had it? I had it for over 40 years, and not once did it manifest Nana's quirk. You think he'll start manifesting the quirks of the other users as well? Tenko shrugged. Beats me. I know just as much about the quirk as you do. Sir Night Eye might be able to help, but I have a feeling that that's a bad idea. Toshinori nodded with a frown. That would involve telling him who I picked as my successor, and I already know what he would say about him, he sighed. Togata is a good kid, and I know he'll become a great hero. I just think Sir Night Eye is projecting too much of me onto him. Same hair, same eyes? Same smile, he shook his head. I don't want my successor to be a carbon copy of me. I want them to be their own hero, someone different. Besides, I don't think One for All is best suited for him. Plus, he's in his 3rd year. Giving it to him now might prove detrimental to his growth. Tenko nodded. Yeah, I can see how that could be a problem. He's already locked in his fighting style. Adding a completely new quirk that is now manifesting additional powers could be dangerous. He said before he hummed. I haven't met the big 3 yet. You think I can pencil them in to help out during 1A's first rescue lesson next week? Having some of their seniors around giving them advice might prove informative. Toshinori hummed and nodded. Could work. All 3 have remarkable records and plenty of rescue experience. Plus, it'll let them know their seniors a bit better. Most of them will probably have only seen them on TV. I'd say go for it. Tenko nodded. I'll ask Nizu about it tomorrow. It'll take a few days to sort out, but it should make the lesson a bit more informative. He then smiled before he looked up at Toshinori. Who knows, maybe I'll have 1A fight them later in the year. Toshinori felt a cold shiver go down his spine. Maybe asking Gran to look after his master's grandchildren was a very bad idea. Meanwhile, make way. Serious costume improvements needed. Mina said as she practically dragged Hagakure to the support department, because the girl needed a better costume. Oh, right, she was also bringing along Midoriya, as, whilst his costume was cute and all, what with it being made by his mother, it wasn't going to last long. There were also a few ideas she wanted to try out. Nothing too serious, just a few ideas Midoriya had. Because yes, the cinnamon roll had come up with a lot of ideas for all of them. Ashido-san, Midoriya said as he was dragged through the corridors of UA. Is this really necessary? I have legs, you know? I just want to make sure both of you get costume improvements, seeing how badly you need them, Mina replied. Sure, Midoriya said nervously. So, I get why I need a new costume, Hagakure said. But why Midoriya? My costume is bad, Midoriya replied. It was made at home by my mother using materials available in a hobby center, based on a design I made when I was 4. It won't protect me from anything. So I need something a bit more durable. Oh, Hagakure said. Yeah, that makes sense. Hence why we're heading to the support department, Mina said. To get you 2 new costumes. And costumes were a very important part of being a hero. Midoriya shook his head. Do you even know where the support department is? Mina came to a dead stop. She then let go of Midoriya and Hagakure, brought out the handy pamphlet she had been given yesterday and looked at the map. So, where are we? Both Midoriya and Hagakure sweat dropped, as did Rock for some reason. You've got to be kidding me, Hagakure said, her head notched to the side. Midoriya sighed before he turned around. I know the way, follow me, and walked the way they had come. Mina wasted no time in turning around and following him, as did Hagakure, as they were now definitely going the right way. Case in point, not a few minutes later, they arrived at the support department. With several of their classmates having beaten them there. Oh, hey Ashido-san, Midoriya-san, Hagakure-san, Kaminari said as he waved at them as they approached. With him were Uraraka, Aoyama, Azui, Yayorozu, Jiro, Sato, Kirishima, Koda, Mineta, Ojiro, and Tokoyami. Didn't you leave before us? Jiro asked. Ashido got lost, Hagakure replied. No. Mina groaned dramatically. I have been betrayed. Yes, by your poor sense of direction, Hagakure stated. Mina deflated. Why must the truth hurt? Midoriya, meanwhile, just shook his head as he walked towards the design studio door and opened the door. Only for an almighty explosion to blast the door open and fill the entire corridor with smoke. Everyone was choking and sputtering as they tried to wave the smoke away from them. What the hell was that? Kaminari asked as the smoke started to dissipate. Best guess, one of the support students decided to make a bomb, Yayorozu replied, having made herself a gas mask. Which everyone was jealous of. What kind? Uraraka asked. The safe kind or the unsafe kind? Is everyone all right? Ida asked as he rushed over. What happened? Yeah, we're fine, Sato spluttered. Something exploded inside the support studio, Yayorozu added. We're not sure what, but Midoriya took the full brunt of the explosion. Midoriya! Mina shouted. Are you all right? There was no response. By now, the smoke had cleared, letting them see the entire corridor again. They saw Midoriya lying back on the ground, and there was a girl with pink dreadlocks lying on top of him. Her rather ample chest pressed against him. Mina froze. This is going to negatively affect the schedule. Midoriya groaned as he tried to move his arms, only to realize he couldn't, prompting him to look up and notice the pair of BRSTs that were very close to his face. Okay, the girl said as she shifted slightly, accidentally straddling Midoriya's chest in the process. So that's what happens, she said before she lifted her goggles and noticed she was lying on someone. Oh, hey! I didn't see you down there. Midoriya didn't reply, mostly because he was going through a panic attack brought on by the proximity to the girl's chest. The rest of the class was unsure of how to process the sight before them. Uraraka looked as if she had broken, her eyes had gone pure white. Kaminari and Mineta had jealous looks on their faces, several people were blushing. Ida had frozen mid-arm chop like a robot, and Koda was covering his eyes. It was then that Himiko poked her head out of the smoking doorway. DMN. And here I thought I was a menace, she remarked before she looked down at the girl who was straddling her brother, and smiled. Hot DMN, brother. Getting in on the action already, she smirked before she walked over. Well, as much as I would like to leave you there, the corridor isn't the right place for it, she said before she lifted the girl off her brother. Mina sweat dropped, says the girl who jumped him yesterday and started biting his arm. Hatsum, a voice shouted from within the support studio, before a man with an excavator claw for a helmet, gray work gloves, baggy pants and heavy-duty boots, stomped out. And thanks to the opening ceremony, Mina knew who this was, Maijima, not that Maijima, Higuri, aka, Power Loader. DMN, Himiko said with a grin. In trouble with Power Loader Sensei on your first day. That's got to be a new record. Don't enable her, Midoriya, Power Loader said before he let out a groan of annoyance. Sorry about that, Sensei, the girl said before she walked back into the room. Got to get back to making babies. Hatsum. Power Loader groaned before lowering his head. God DMN it. Can I just have 1 year without someone blowing something up? In my defense, Himiko said. I did not mean to blow up that pigeon. Oh, so that's what happened, Midoriya said shakily, still recovering from the close proximity to a woman's BRSTS. Is he alright? Ojiro asked, pointing at Midoriya. He's fine, Himiko said before she helped her brother back onto his feet. It's just his first time being close to a nice pair of BRSTS, she said with a chuckle. Not funny, sis, Midoriya muttered. Power Loader shook his head before he looked up at the rest of the group. Ah, you must be 1A, he said. Let me guess, just finished your first heroics class and dash. Is that rock? Hatsum shouted before she rushed back out, grabbed a surprised-looking rock and rushed back into the support lab, dragging an equally surprised Midoriya behind her, much to the shock of everyone gathered. And she's just shanghied my brother, Himiko remarked, a surprised look on her face. That was something I was not expecting her to do, she said before she walked into the lab. I'll make sure she doesn't do any, put that power saw down, before scrambling inside. Power Loader lowered his head. And here I was hoping this year would be less chaotic, he said before he looked back up. As I was saying. I take it you just finished your first heroics class and are looking for costume improvements? The gathered students all nodded. Well then, if you would please follow me dash. Hatsum. Put the laser cutter down. And I will be right back after I stop Hatsum from cutting rock off of Midoriya's back. Power Loader said before he walked back into the room, grumbling as he went, leaving the gathered 1A students standing outside the door. So, should we go inside? Ojiro asked, a confused look on his face. Beats standing around out here, Azui said as she walked inside, followed by the rest of the group. To the sight of Himiko taking various power tools away from Hatsum, all the while Midoriya was leaning back against a table, not by choice, with Rock strapped to a table, the Parasite Quirk shaking in fear. Well, that's not a sight you see every day, Jiro remarked, as Ojiro held his tail close to his chest. Like I said yesterday, Mineta said. I say I'd be jealous of him, but seeing how the girl who was lying on top of him is now trying to cut his tail off with a power saw, I'd think it's safe to say that I am no longer jealous. Good call, Kaminari added, not seeing how anyone would be okay with a girl they've never met before trying to cut their tail off. You are, help? Midoriya squeaked from the rather awkward position he was in. After Midoriya had been freed from the table and all the power tools had been safely locked up and away from Hatsum, Power Loader said about the business of getting everyone redesigned costumes. All right, the excavation hero said with a sigh. So, costumes? I hear baby talk. Hatsum said, appearing right in front of the group with a manic smile on her face. No, you are not making anyone support gear. Power Loader said. You're not only still a first year, but it's your first day. You've got a lot to learn before you're allowed to start making support gear and costumes. Like making them not explode. DMN it. Hatsum groaned. I want to make babies. Later, Himiko said before she dragged Hatsum away. Learn how to make support gear that doesn't explode first. The gathered 1A student sweat dropped at the display, surprised by how chaotic the support department was. Who even is she? Uraraka asked. An interested third party, the girl in question said as she zipped back over, holding up a sign with a well-made logo that would be the future logo of Hatsum Industries. Hatsum May, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. You already have a logo, several members of the group gasped. Yep. Hatsum said with a smile. It pays to be prepared. Himiko put her hands on Hatsum's shoulders. And whilst I can agree with you, now's not the time to be promoting your future business, she said before she turned her around and pushed her away. Now, back to studying. But senpai, Hatsum protested. I want to make babies. Get married first. Himiko groaned out loud. Uraraka raised her hand. Are all the support students this eccentric? Power Loader lowered his head. Only the good ones, annoyingly, he replied before he looked back up. So, I take it you all came here for a costume redesign? Everyone nodded. Well, that is something I can help you with, he said before handing out several forms to everyone. Take these and fill them out. They're costume request forms, you should get used to filling them out. If you need help, like coming up with a costume design, you can always ask me, one of the other support teachers or second and third year students, who've been cleared to make costumes and gear for hero students. Your costume will no doubt change a lot during your time here, so if there's something you don't like, you can always change it later. But be advised, your costume budget is limited, so you can only change your costume so many times per academic year, Power Loader advised. About 5 to 7 times, depending on what you want, so make doubly sure that any ideas you have are what you want. Most of the gathered students nodded before taking the forms, looking them over a few times. Mina, however, didn't understand most of it, so she would definitely need help with hers. Well, she wasn't really planning any major redesigns at the moment, her costume was good enough as it is. She was only interested in the possibility of getting support equipment, and even then, that was a possibility. Sir, Todoroki said, raising his hand. I have a few questions about my costume. Power Loader sighed. If this is about the ice that was supposed to be covering your left side, no, I am not adding it. Not only would it hamper your ability to use your quirk on that side, but it would also make you heavier on that side, putting you off balance and increasing the risk of you losing your balance during a fight. Not to mention hampering your movement and partially blinding you on that side. Too many risks. If you want, I can add gauntlets or gloves that have an ice theme to them, but you'll need them on both sides to equal out the weight. Todoroki frowned. Well, Mina thought he was frowning anyway. It was hard to tell due to his, and she meant this in the nicest way possible, resting beach face. Honestly, he needed to lighten up a bit more. Anyway, if anyone has any more questions, feel free to ask either me or any of the second or third year support students, Power Loader continued. Don't ask the first years, they are not cleared to make support gear or costumes for hero students. It's their first day after all. The gathered 1A students all nodded before they went off to look at the forms they had been given. Mina wasn't going to use hers yet, well, not exactly. There wasn't much she needed in the costume redesign department. All Might didn't see anything wrong with her costume, although she could make her boots thigh-high. Maybe as an addition for winter because her legs are going to get cold, or maybe stockings that match her costume that only go up to her thighs. Maybe they'll work? Anyway, aside from costume ideas, she wanted to get some information from Himiko about her brother. Nothing too sensitive. She just wanted a bit of help with Operation Befriend Rock Cinnamon Roll. And the easiest way to do that was to start with some support gear suggestions. So, with a smile, she walked over to Himiko. "Hello there." "Hello again," Himiko said as she turned towards her. "I take it you're looking for costume ideas, right?" "Yep," Mina replied with a nod. "I see," Himiko said with a smile. "So, what do you need?" "Well," Mina said with a smile, "I was thinking of some kind of gun that could allow me to shoot my acid further, to give me more long-range options." Himiko hummed. "Support equipment already? I'd have to recommend against it. It's your second day at UA, and you haven't done much training yet. It's a bit too soon to be thinking about support equipment. Especially if my brother was the one who suggested it." Mina blinked. "How did you know?" "Because it sounds like something he'd say," Himiko said. "My brother is a quirk nerd. He just loves analyzing them. So much so that he can get a bit overboard at times and say too much. It can be difficult to make heads or tails of what he says at times, but if you can understand him, he does provide good advice." Mina nodded. "Well, he did say a lot about our quirks during the lesson, but, as you said, it was difficult to understand most of what he said. But yes, he did suggest the acid gun. Amongst others." Himiko shook her head. "That's my brother, all right. Offers great advice, at the worst of moments," she said before she looked back up at Mina. "Personally, while nothing is stopping you from getting support equipment straight off the bat, I'd recommend you find ways to naturally shoot acid long range first and get some practical experience as well," Himiko said. "You have the UA Sports Festival next month, and a week after that, hero internships. Plenty of time to train both your body and quirk. After that's all done, then I'd recommend you start thinking about support equipment." Mina frowned. "So, no knife that can secrete acid then?" Himiko grinned. "But I am known to make the occasional exception." "No making knives for anyone," her brother warned from the other end of the room. Himiko pouted. "If you can't tell, he's also the fun police. Only if it involves knives and other sharp objects," her brother stated. "Which are the fun toys?" Himiko retorted with a frown before turning back towards Mina. "Anyway, as I was saying, focus on your training first, and, if you need it, commission support gear that can help you with your already existing moves. If you over-rely on support gear, it'll hurt when you don't have access to it." Mina frowned. Well, there went all her good ideas. But, Himiko probably knew what she was doing. She was a second-year support student after all. She knew a lot more about support gear than, say, herself, who had only been here 2 days. "No! I am not letting you strap bombs to your arms." Power Loader suddenly shouted from across the room. Followed by a string of complaints from Bakugo. Well, looks like she wasn't the only one having issues with getting support equipment. "So," Himiko said with a grin. "I've heard from a friend of mine that you and Hagakure are interested in becoming friends with my brother?" Mina blinked, feeling rather worried. Yeah. Himiko stepped towards her, her grin growing. "Why?" Mina could feel the blood leave her face. "I just thought that he needed some more friends. I mean, I had to write a report on rock back in high school, and I didn't like a lot of what I found about it, especially about its current host, your brother. Most of my old classmates believed he was the scum of the earth, like all the other hosts." "But you didn't," Himiko said, backing off slightly. Mina nodded. "Yep. I have an aunt who works in a publishing company who knows a lot about media and everything that happens with it. Like misinformation. And everything about your brother just screams misinformation." Himiko nodded. "Yep, that's the media and my brother, all right. Always trying to portray him as a villain and spreading false scientific claims about him. Some doctor, Kubasachi, said she did a detailed and extensive scientific study on rock whilst it was attached to my brother when he was young. The too long didn't read of it was that she found out that rock was a beyond dangerous quirk that was influencing his decision-making, like all the previous hosts, and would make him a villain," she explained. "Mom sued her for defamation due to her, and every other scientist who has written reports on rock, never having actually met him or experimented on rock. And yet, people still believe them as fact. Yeah, I figured those research papers were bull, seeing how there wasn't any consistency between them," Mina said. "But yes, I do genuinely want to be friends with him. After reading all those stories written by people who had never met him and were only pandering to the same narrative as everyone else was about the quirk, and then meeting him in person, he seemed so lonely," she frowned. It was like none of them wanted to accept the fact that Rock's current host wasn't as evil as the rest of them. He came in expecting all of us to hate him at first sight. Himiko frowned. That's my brother's life, sadly. Ever since he had that thing forced upon him, it's just been him, Mom, Seiji, and then me. No one else has ever wanted to be friends with him or even wanted to get to know him. So, and I say this in the nicest way possible, he will be suspicious and distrustful of you. Mina blinked. Why? Because no one's ever just come up to him before and said, let's be friends, Himiko explained. Even Seiji and I took time to befriend him, but it wasn't immediate. So, you and Hagakure befriending him yesterday was probably the worst thing you could do, because now he is going to be highly suspicious of you. Of both of you. Mina frowned. Of course, befriending him wouldn't be that easy. There just had to be caveats and issues that would get in the way. The lack of friends should have been an obvious issue. And she just walked on in like she could just fix it. Great job there, Mina, great job. So, what should I do? Mina asked. I can't unfriend him, that'll just hurt him even more. Himiko sighed and shook her head. The best thing to do that I can think of is for you two to apologize to him for jumping him with friendship out of the blue, but agree to still be friends and to take things slowly and more naturally. Don't force this, that'll only end in disaster. You think you two can do that? Mina nodded. Yep, I can do that. Do what? Izuku asked behind her, causing the girl to jump. The pink girl gasped as she turned around to face Izuku, and felt her skin turn white as bone as she found herself face to face with a xenomorph. Well, something xenomorphish. It lacked the elongated head or those tube things on its back, but it did bear a striking resemblance to one of H.R. Geiger's xenomorphs. Mina could hear her heart pounding within her chest, her body visibly shivering. She did not know where this xenomorph-like thing had come from, and she did not want to know. She just wanted to be as far away from here as it was physically possible to be. Wow, Himiko remarked calmly. I didn't think you'd bring that out so soon. Well, I needed it for a reference for my costume, that xenomorph, which turned out to be Izuku, said before the entire thing just melted back into his body, revealing the green-haired cinnamon roll beneath it. I can't really use the costume Mom made me. But why? Himiko asked. The old design is adorable. Do I look adorable? Izuku asked with a shrug, then pointed at Rock. This thing has an uncute history, you know. Plus, I can't use my old costume designs, not the ones based on All Might, anyway. I have to come up with something new. Himiko frowned. But why? Why not come up with something better that doesn't make you look like a villain? If you base a costume on that, you'll definitely get people saying you're a villain. I already have more than half the country thinking I am one, Izuku said with a frown. What's the other half thinking the same is going to do? Okay, Mina said, deciding to step in and stop this severe case of self-loathing. First off, nope, no more self-loathing on this sacred land. Himiko and Izuku turned towards her with confused looks on their faces. Scared? Izuku asked, sounding confused. This land isn't sacred, Himiko added. I've seen like 8 people sneak off to the training grounds for SEC this academic year already. And don't get me started on what the teachers get up to in their free time. Midoriya. Power Loader shouted from the other side of the room. What have I told you about spreading rumors to you underclass dash? Midnight has a sect dungeon. Himiko said loudly, loud enough for everyone to hear. Which prompted everyone to turn and look at her. Well, everyone save for Hatsum, that is, who was still busy with whatever it was she was working on. Don't try to deny it, I've found and seen inside it, Himiko continued with a grin. Okay, Izuku said, crossing his arms to form a cross. You need to stop breaking into places you're not supposed to. Himiko didn't stop grinning. Make me. Izuku lowered his head and shook it. Leaving you unsupervised was a bad idea. Mina blinked, a slight blush on her face. So, that derailed quickly. My bad. You called UA sacred ground, Izuku said flatly. Why would UA be sacred? It's a hero university, not a church. True, Mina said, wondering why she had said that anyway. Also, Himiko was turning out to be a useful asset when it came to finding interesting stuff out. Also, second, when did you have access to the ability to turn into a xenomorph? Mina asked as she turned towards Izuku. I was made to research that quirk extensively, and I don't remember it ever saying it had access to that. That's because it belongs to one of the unknown hosts, Izuku explained. Oh, Mina said, realizing what he was talking about. Despite being around for a long time, Rock had long PRDS where no one knew where it was or who had it, with months or years passing between the last known appearance and the next Rock crime spree. And seeing how Rock occasionally showed up with more than one new ability, it was easy to guess that there were more hosts during those inactive PRDS. There were only 9 known hosts, Izuku among them. But there was speculation that there could be as many as 15, maybe even more. There was so much they didn't know about rock, so much that remained unknown about the quirk. And yet, no one seemed interested in finding out what those unknowns are, preferring to rely on theories they claim are facts but that, in reality, aren't. Man, why was she so smart when it came to this subject? It was almost worrying. Izuku nodded. Yeah, more than a few quirks belong to the previous hosts that aren't known to the public, he said before the Xeno-like armor formed around his arm, which he proceeded to flex. I call it Xeno armor. No idea who owned this one, my research turned up nothing. But whoever had it probably failed to mention it to whoever he passed rock onto, because none of the previous hosts ever used it. Probably a good thing too, this armor is very durable, he said before the armor melted once more. Even though it drains my stamina when in use, it's not that big of a deal, as I also have a stamina regeneration quirk. Wow, that is powerful, Mina remarked. Sounds like you can keep that armor up almost indefinitely. Wish I could, Izuku said with a frown. Xeno armor drains my stamina faster than stamina regeneration can recover it. It only really extends the amount of time I can wear it by a few minutes, and it does leave me a bit winded if I use it for too long, and I do have to wait a while before I can use it again. Mina nodded. Well, whilst it wasn't totally indefinite, it was still impressive that he could keep it up for longer than the original owner could. Well, that's still impressive. How many powers do you have anyway? Well, I found 13 quirks already, some more useful than others, Izuku replied. But there could be more. I'm finding new ones all the time. I only found Xeno armor 2 months ago. I have no idea just how many powers are in this thing. Mina blinked. 13 different powers, with the potential to have more. That was almost unheard of. No wonder rock was powerful. Wow, that is a lot of quirks. But still, why do you want to change your costume design? Can't you just base it on your old designs? It looked cute. Izuku frowned. When I was young, I always wanted to be a hero like All Might. One who could make people feel safe with a smile. But after I got rock, that dream died. No one feels safe around me, not whilst I have this thing on my back, he explained. That's why I can't use my old designs. Because those were made when I still believed I could be like him. Nowadays, I'm being more realistic with the kind of hero I can become. Limelight isn't going to work for me. Mina frowned. She liked Izuku's dream, it sounded nice. To be a hero just like All Might, swooping down to save the day with a smile. But rock prevented that from happening. It was infamous for a reason. 7 of the previous 8 hosts were responsible for some vile crimes. Mass murder, destruction of public property, arson, torture, theft, and so much more. The 7th host wiped out the entire top brass of the HPSC and a full fourth of the national diet for crying out loud. There was a reason there used to be a squad of heroes dedicated to taking rock down. Honestly, she was kind of glad the anti-rock task force was disbanded after Izuku became its current host. All but one of those guys was not the kind of hero she wanted to be around. They were not nice people. Not that the group was even necessary these days, normal heroes were more than happy to throw him in jail just because he's the current host of rock. It's not like he could pass it on to someone else. Not only would that kill him, but whoever he passed it on to would suffer the same stigma as he did. Plus, there was no guarantee that, if there was a next one, they would use it for good. It was probably for the best that he kept on to it. Who knows what someone else could do with it? Himiko suddenly came back and dumped a costume case onto the nearby workbench. Alright, here's something that might suit you, she said with a smile. Both of them looked at the case with surprised looks on their faces. Sis. What is this? It's a costume I made for you, Himiko replied. It was for my final exam. We had to design and make a hero costume for someone, so I decided to make one for you. It's a mix of your old designs and something that fits your new rock aesthetic. I thought that, on the off chance you didn't want your old design, this should suffice, she said before she passed him the case. Now, try it on. There's a changing room around back that you can use. And yes, it does fit you, I made sure of it. Izuku took the case and peeked inside. Whilst she couldn't see it, Mina could feel his eyes light up. He rushed to the changing rooms with the case in hand. Well, Himiko said with a smile. I think he likes it. Mina nodded in agreement, because it sure did look like he liked the costume. Izuku came back several minutes later, wearing his new costume. It was a black bodysuit with dark green highlights, black reinforced boots, a dark respirator, armored gloves with an inbuilt computer on the left wrist, and the same kind of hood from his previous costume, just darker and with the addition and a pair of shaded protective goggles over his eyes. And he still had the bunny ears from before. Although the cute factor had kind of dropped significantly. He looked kind of like one of those old internet cryptids. This is great, Himiko, Izuku said with a smile. Thank you. No problem, Himiko chirped as she walked over to him. It's made from a more durable version of the regenerating cloth Midnight's costume is made from. It's kind of limited, it's not going to repair large holes, but small cuts should be fine, she said, going over the costume's features. It's also highly resistant to blades and other sharp objects. The computer on the arm can only access the internet so far, there wasn't really time for me to add anything else to it. But, given time, and as my skills improve, I'm sure I can, handsome, she suddenly snapped at the first-year support student, who had suddenly appeared by Izuku's left side with tools in hand. The support student took the warning to heart and backed off, going back to her previous tinkering. Anyway, Himiko continued, ignoring her underclassmen. As I was saying, given enough time, I'm positive I can add more features to the computer, maybe even install an inbuilt communicator. Izuku smiled as he looked over his suit. Thanks, sis, this is great. I might want to make a few changes here and there, but this is great for a first suit. Himiko grinned, showing her fangs. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. Mina smiled at the sight before her, feeling happy that, despite the bad hand he had been given, Izuku still had people who were willing to look out for him and help. Would Midoriya Himiko please report to the principal's office? A female voice suddenly said over the intercom. Midnight would like a word with you. Himiko blinked. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. Izuku facepalmed. Maybe you shouldn't have sneaked into Midnight's private room. Himiko shrugged. I was just curious, she said before she walked towards the door and left. Mina blinked. Well, that was interesting. She wondered what other interesting things Himiko found out during her time here. But, she did give her a wealth of information that would prove useful in Operation Befriend Rock Cinnamon Roll. Like taking things slow with him. Maybe she should have waited a bit, information like this would have been very useful. Well, time to conduct damage control. Hey, Midoriya, Mina said nervously. Yes, Ashido? Izuku said as he turned towards her. Their dash. Kisama, a female voice suddenly screeched loudly. What the hell was that? Kaminari asked loudly, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. Power Loader sighed. One of the third-year teachers. Someone must have annoyed her. Right, Mina said before turning back towards Izuku. As I was saying, I'd like to apologize for yesterday. You know, when I asked if we could be friends out of the blue. Not that I don't want to be friends with you. I do, really. You do seem like someone who does need them. I just realized that I might have jumped the gun and tried to befriend you a bit too quickly, and I'm sorry about that. I just didn't want you to feel lonely here. Oh, Izuku said. It's all right. I was just caught off guard. It's not often I meet people who aren't hostile or indifferent towards me. You're sure? Mina asked, a worried look on her face. Yep, Izuku replied. Positive. Mina let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, that's good to hear. I was a bit worried there for a moment. I thought I might have made you think badly about me. No, it's fine, Izuku said with a nervous wave. No bad feelings here. Mina smiled slightly, unsure whether Izuku was being genuine. But she felt like she had made some progress. So, still friends? Yep, Izuku replied with a smile. Still friends. Well, that was good to hear. No disappointment, no broken friendships, and no making him feel bad. Now all she had to remember was to take it slowly. Which wasn't easy when she was a girl who made friends quirky. Well, there was a first time for everything. Meanwhile, somewhere that was nowhere near UA, inside a dark bar, a misshapen figure wearing baggy clothing sat at a bar. They looked at the day's newspaper, mainly the front page story. A man made a purplish mist working behind the bar, cleaning glasses and tending drinks. You know, the misshapen figure said, their voice filtered. What do you think would happen if the symbol of peace were to die? They inquired before looking up towards a massive man with black skin, a beak-like mouth, and large eyes attached to his exposed brain. The figure then turned around to the rest of the bar. Well, what do you lot think? They asked, looking towards 5 other misshapen figures, all of whom were smiling. The next day, Mina was so very glad that UA was a university with on-site living, because the front entrance to the university was besieged by reporters from hundreds of different news agencies. There were so many that the entrance was completely blocked off, no one could come in or out. And there were several teachers guarding the doorway and preventing the reporters from getting inside. What's gotten them all in a huff? The multi-armed boy Shoji asked, from a month that had formed from one of his hands, which was a bit creepy. No idea, Uraraka remarked. Jiro sighed. They're asking about All Might and want an interview with him. Ah, right, Izuku said. Probably should have expected that to happen. He is the country's #1 hero, so him taking a teaching position at UA would definitely get people's attention. Mina nodded. Her aunt told her something like this would be big news. It's not often the #1 hero becomes a teacher, so it's big news. And it seems like everyone wants a piece of the action. Kota Koji, a rather quiet boy who looked a bit like a rock, looked rather nervous about what was going on outside UA. Well, here's hoping the teachers can keep them out, Sato Rikido, a large boy with thick lips, remarked. Don't worry, that won't be a problem, Izuku said. Moments later, the gates to UA slammed shut, trapping the reporters outside. UA has a very good defensive barrier, Izuku continued. Nothing can break through it. You can't even fly over without authorization. The only place more secure in the country is Tartarus. You can't fly over UA? Kaminari asked as he looked at the barrier. How? SAM sites, Izuku replied calmly. That means surface-to-air missile, by the way, Yaoyorozu added. Why does this university have military-grade hardware? Jiro asked, sounding shocked. Which was par for the course, because why does a university have military-grade hardware? Or homeroom, seeing how universities don't normally have those. Maybe it was just a holdover from back when UA was a high school. Probably. Because, thanks to army surplus, villains have access to military-grade hardware as well, Izuku replied. Very old military hardware, yes, but still military. Mina gulped. Did villains really have access to that kind of hardware? Well, not all of them, hopefully. Most hero versus villain fights she's seen only involve people using their quirks. But it could always be possible that the less televised ones involved more destructive ordnance. Looks like she had even more potential things to worry about in the future. It was then that she noticed something off about Hagakure. The invisible girl wasn't as, well, to put it politely, noisy. She was humming as she made her way to class yesterday, but there was none today. Hey, Hagakure-san, Izuku said. You seem a bit down today. What's wrong? Hagakure hummed. Well, it's proving more difficult to get a costume that can go invisible with me, she said. Since I'm a mutant, a DNA-infused costume won't work for me. So they're going to have to come up with something else. Cheer up, Mina said with a smile. I'm sure they'll come up with something for you. Just give them time. But what am I going to wear in the meantime? Hagakure asked. All I have is my PE uniform. They'll come up with an alternative, Yaoyorozu said. Making something that can go invisible with you shouldn't be too difficult. There's bound to be someone out there who can make you something. I sure hope so, Hagakure said, probably with a frown. I can't be an effective hero if people can see me. Bearing Midoriya here. There are other ways to see you, Izuku remarked. Your body still produces heat, there's no way to stop that, not without the help of another quirk anyway. Or a suit. But you can't really make those invisible. Right, so that's that idea non-viable, Hagakure said with a sigh. Anything else? Izuku shook his head. Nothing that comes to the top of my head. If we knew more about how your quirk worked, then maybe. But there are a lot of ways to make something invisible. If we just knew how yours worked, we could come up with something. You wouldn't know how you make yourself invisible? Hagakure rather noticeably shook her body. No. I'm afraid not. I've always been like this. I was born invisible. Izuku nodded. That's the thing with mutation quirks, you're born with them. So you had to get used to living with them. Well, hopefully they could come up with something that could help her better understand her quirk. Still, it would be nice to be able to see Hagakure. It'll be nice to see what her friend looked like. And yes, Hagakure was her friend. With how much they've talked with each other over the past few days, you kind of become friends after that. Soon, they arrived at the classroom and got set up for the day. Their teacher was already waiting for them, sitting in a corner. Playing a game on a gaming console. They all sat in silence as they waited for the bell. There was some chatter, but not a lot. Most of what they wanted to talk about was said on the way here. A bit later, the bell rang. All right, class, Shimura said as he sat up and walked over to the podium. I hope you found yesterday informative. Without a costume, you're not much of a hero, now are you? The class just stared at him. For good reason, seeing how he was dressed like he was a NEET and didn't really look like a hero. But before we go over what you learned yesterday about the importance of costume practicality, we need to decide something important that will affect you for the next 3 years, Shimura continued. You need to pick a class representative. Most of the class let out excited cheers at the news, followed by half the class raising hands and trying to make a case as to why they should be the class representative. And yes, Mina was guilty of this as well. What? She was a people person, and a position like class representative just screamed a people position. Now, Shimura said, raising a hand. Before you all get excited, let me remind you that this isn't some vanity role. The position of class representative is an important role that comes with a lot of responsibilities. You will be representing the class as a whole and have a seat on the university student council. Because of this, it is imperative that you pick someone sensible for the role. They will be representing all of you. It's a good way to prepare you for a leadership position. After all, if you become a fully fledged hero with your own agency, you're going to need to be prepared to run it. Mina frowned. That sounded like a lot of responsibilities right there. But then, being a hero came with a lot of responsibilities as well, so it might help them prepare for that. Well, that rules out Bakugo and Todoroki, Karo, Tsu remarked, getting glares from the two boys in question. You're free to choose whatever means you think are appropriate to select who's the class representative and vice representative, Shimura continued. As long as it's not violent, that is. May I suggest a vote? Ida Tenya suggested, standing up straight with an arm outstretched. But who would we vote for? Uraraka asked. We don't know each other that much. Well, it's a choice you have to make, Shimura said. You have until the end of homeroom to devise. And, by the way, blame the school board for making us do this so early into the year. Mina let out a groan of annoyance, because wasn't that annoying? She'd at least like to have a better idea on who her classmates were before she voted for them. She had no idea who would be best for the position. Well, she had a few ideas. We should probably also compile a list of people who want the position, Izuku said. That way we don't accidentally vote for someone who doesn't want it. Mina nodded with a smile. And that was why he was her first choice for the position. You can never go wrong with someone who comes up with smart ideas like that. That sounds like a great idea, Ida said before he walked up to the whiteboard and wrote his name on it. Everyone who wishes to participate, please raise your hand. Just over half the class raised their hands, Mina included. Others were Aoyama, Ida, whose name was already on the board, Jiro, Shiro, Bakugo, Hagakure, Mineta, Yayorozu, Azui, Uraraka, Shoji, Kaminari and Todoroki. Izuku's hand didn't go above his desk. This left Mina feeling rather confused. Izuku was one of, if not the most helpful, members of the class. He was perfect for the position. Why wouldn't he want it? She mentally smacked herself when she remembered that she forgot to factor in Rock. No doubt he thought that being in a position of authority would probably not be seen as a good thing by others, especially various reporters who liked to put everything he did in a negative light. Why did the country have to be so unfair to him? He hasn't done anything wrong. All right then, Ida said after he had finished writing up everyone's names. Now that everyone's names are up, we can start the vote, he said before he passed out whiteboards and pens. Once everyone had a whiteboard, they all wrote down the name of the student they believed would fit the position of class representative best. Mina would have written Izuku's name had he wanted the position. He would have made a great class representative. He's kind, helpful, and always gives people helpful ideas on how to improve their quirks. Oh well, she'll just have to opt for her second choice then. Once everyone had made their votes, and they were all collected, Ida tallied everyone's votes. So, with 4 votes, we have Yayorozu as our representative, Shimura remarked. And as for the vice representative, we have Ashido. Mina couldn't help but let out a squeal of excitement, as well as a jump for joy, which promptly died in her throat when a large book was dumped on her desk. This will cover everything you need to know about your positions, Shimura said before he walked over to Yayorozu and dumped an even larger book on her desk. Please try to finish them by Friday. That's when the first meeting of the student reps will be. It'll be rather embarrassing if you go into it with no idea of how to do your job. Mina slumped down into her chair, her eyes never leaving the large book on her desk. Maybe this wasn't the best idea in the world, because now she had to do something she hated. Studying. Later that day, during lunch, Mina groaned as she looked through the literal tome she had to read to understand her position. Well, she would have, had she not found out there and then that the book was, in fact, hollow and the actual guide was only a small booklet with like 30 pages inside. And Yayorozu's was only a few pages bigger. They've been trolled. Well, at least there wasn't much about this position she didn't have to worry about, just people stuff, really. And that was something she was good at. Still, there was a lot of stuff in the book she had to remember, which was not something she was good at. She shook her head before biting into a sandwich. Well, everyone has their ups and downs. So, Yayorozu said as she sat down next to her. Are you settling into your new position? Mina groaned. I regret everything. Yayorozu chucked. You're the one who put your name up for the position, and you got voted for it. You've got no one else to blame but yourself. Mina let out another groan. I didn't think that it would come with a lot of stuff to do. Shimura did say that it came with a lot of responsibility, Yayorozu said. You should have taken that into consideration before you put your hand up. I didn't think I'd have to help with the class budget, Mina groaned. Knowing how finances were done was not something she was prepared to deal with. Yes we dash, Yaoyorozu said before she slowly turned towards Mina with a confused look on her face. What do you mean, class budget? Mina sighed before she turned to the page in question and passed the book to Yaoyorozu. List of tasks and responsibilities I have. Number 6, Vice Representative is in charge of the class budget, she said before her head met the table. I don't understand money. Yaoyorozu blinked. Why do we have a budget? Why does our class have a budget? Why would we need one? Mina shrugged. No idea, the book didn't say, she said as she sat back up. Look, how about this? I deal with all the people-related stuff, I am a people person after all. And you deal with everything else, like the budget, okay? Yaoyorozu hummed. People person, you say? Okay, give me an example. Mina smiled before offering over 40 examples of how she has befriended people and diffused tense situations. From that time, she stopped 2 guys from bullying a third and got them all into breakdancing. To that time she directed a large guy who was scaring some schoolgirls towards a hero agency. Okay, I take that back, you are surprisingly diplomatic, Yaoyorozu remarked, a surprised look on her face. Mina smiled. Thank you. You still can't do all the talking, though, Yaoyorozu said with a slight smirk. You have your tasks, and I have mine. Mina groaned as her face met the table. This was not how she envisioned her university years. Suddenly, without any warning, a very loud alarm went off. The 2 of them, as well as the rest of their class, all looked around looking for some kind of direction, but were just as surprised to see everyone else was just as surprised by the alarm as they were. What's going on? Kaminari asked a nearby student. It's the intruder alarm, the student replied hastily. It only goes off if there are intruders on campus. But it's never gone off before. Mina blinked. Never gone off before? How was that possible? Don't schools and universities carry out regular fire drills and the like every few months? Just to make sure everyone knows what to do in case of an emergency? Did this place never hear of the term fire drill? Did they even have fire drills? Do they even have drills, PRD? Probably not, seeing how everyone was panicking like a swarm of headless chickens, barging, shoving and pushing their way towards the one exit. Mina didn't plan on getting caught up in the mix, preferring to stay where the hell she was. Unfortunately, a mistimed step resulted in her brushing against someone, and she ended up getting dragged out into the crowd. It was an absolute mess. She had no control over where she was going, caught up in a mass of bodies trying to escape. She tried to get someone's attention, but with all the shouting and panicking, no one could hear her, or really care. Everyone! Ida's voice suddenly shouted over the chaos. Calm yourselves. Everything around her stopped as everyone turned towards the main door. Mina did so as well, and found the boy embedded in the wall above the door, right above the exit sign, and was posed just like the man in said sign. We are UA students. And have a duty to maintain the standards expected of us. Ida continued. There is no danger. It's only the press who have broken in. And the teachers have the situation well in hand. Mina groaned. The press, that's it? That's what caused this mess. The bloody press? Why? Why was everyone getting into a panic over that? Still, it did get everyone to calm down and stop panicking, allowing everyone to calmly spread and go back to their seats, seeing how there was no danger. Oh my god, Mina panted once she had some breathing room. That was hectic. Did none of these guys ever take part in a fire drill? Kirishima asked as he waddled over. They said the alarm had never gone off, Kaminari said. And he was a third-year student. Well, that didn't sound good. All that did was confirm Mina's theory that this university has never had a fire drill, ever. Wait, where was Midoriya? With the crowd dispersing, Mina looked around frantically for a familiar set of fluffy green hair. She eventually found him, lying on the ground with his uniform all scuffed up, with several footprint marks on it. Midoriya, she gasped as she rushed over to him. Are you alright? Izuku groaned in response. I'm fine, he said before rolling onto his back and revealing someone hiding beneath him, another UA student. The student was a girl about the same size as Yaoyorozu, with pale blue skin and neck-length lilac hair. Chiharu? Mina gasped, recognizing the girl Izuku had been shielding. The blue-skinned girl looked up, revealing green eyes with black sclerae. Oh, hey Mina. Friend of yours? Izuku asked with a groan. Mina nodded. Yep. Midoriya, meet my cousin, Kazuki Chiharu. Chiharu smiled. Greetings. Thanks for, well, protecting me back there. Don't mention it, Midoriya said before Mina helped him up. What happened? The pink girl asked, sounding worried. I fell, Chiharu replied with a frown. During the chaos, someone pushed me, and I fell. Had your friend not covered me with his body, I would have been trampled. Mina frowned. She wouldn't be surprised that someone fell during that stampede. She was just surprised that only one person fell. Well, at least she had someone covering her. Two people lying on top of each other are much harder to step on than a single person. You'd have to deliberately be trying to step on someone at that point. Which was unlikely, seeing how everyone was stampeding. Once he was on his feet, Izuku helped Chiharu to hers. You okay? Chiharu nodded. Yeah, I am, thanks to you, she said with a smile before she brushed herself off. Still, I could have done without this mess. How did the press get on campus anyway? No idea, Mina replied before he turned towards Ida, who was walking back over to them. Hey, Ida. Did you see how the press got on campus? Ida shook his head. I'm afraid not, he replied. I heard Kaminari say that it was just the press, but due to all the shouting, no one could hear him. That's when Uraraka used her quirk on me, allowing me to fly over to the door. That was not flying, Kaminari remarked, still leaning against the window. That was randomly cartwheeling through the air and becoming a stop sign. But it did work, Ida said proudly. And as my brother once said, if it seems stupid, but it works, then it's not stupid. That is not something I expected to come out of your mouth, Kaminari remarked. Mina nodded. But he is right. You can't fault that logic. It was then that she noticed Chiharu had made her way over to the window. Curious, she walked over to her and found her looking out towards the crowd of news reporters. You think your mother is down there? Chiharu shook her head. Unlikely. These guys are vultures looking for a story. Mom's more of a spider. She waits for a good story to present itself, and she bites and wraps it up so that no one else can get it, she said with a smile. She wouldn't be seen dead with a bunch of reporters like that. Mina nodded. That made sense. Yeah, that sounds like your mother all right. I'm kind of glad that Riho isn't here. She would have stunk the place out. Where is she anyway? Mom offered her an internship at Shueisha Publishing, Chiharu replied with a shrug. She was quite impressed by her ability to make out useful information within the raving mass that is social media comments. Lucky, Mina said, feeling a bit jealous. She was surprised that she, of all people, had caught the interest of Chiharu's mother. That's not easy to do. The skunk girl must have really impressed her. Yeah, very lucky, Chiharu said. Well, it's been nice catching up with you, Mina. Mina smiled. Same here. Haven't spoken to you since the last day of high school. But it's nice to know that we're at the same university. Chiharu nodded. Indeed. Just please take your studies seriously this time. Mina groaned. I know. I only barely managed to pass the written exam. It's just so hard. And it's only going to get harder from here, Chiharu said. But don't worry, I'm willing to help you. Thank you, Chiharu, Mina said with a smile. You're a lifesaver sometimes. Chiharu smiled. Thank you. Anyway, I'll catch up with you later. I still have lunch to finish, plus a visit to the library. See you around, Mina said with a smile, waving as her cousin walked back to her table. Once Chiharu was gone, Mina looked back out towards the front entrance, and the large mass of reporters who were slowly being herded out by several of the teachers, including a rather strict-looking woman with her hair tied in a bun, and a cyclist-looking guy with a green helmet. There was only one thing going through her mind as she looked out towards the crowd: how did the press get onto UA's campus? Later that day, not long after the press had been escorted off campus, most of the teachers and Nizu were gathered outside by the entrance to UA, around where the barrier used to be. There was nothing left of the main gate, only a few pools of purplish-black liquid that had been scattered about when the reporters rushed inside. What happened? Present Mike asked as he looked at the gate. There's nothing left of it. I take it that the liquid is the gate? Nizu inquired. Power Loader nodded as he dragged a finger through the liquid. It would appear so. Some kind of liquefaction quirk. They turned the main gate into a liquid, letting the reporters inside. But why? Nizu hummed. It's a declaration of war. By whom I do not know. But it's a sign. This is what we can do. You think someone believes that they can attack UA? The R-18 hero Midnight asked. I think they'll try, Nizu replied. Yagi frowned. This is because of me, isn't it? We can only assume so, Nizu said. Whoever did this chose the day after we came public that you had become a teacher here to attack. They are targeting you. Sir, Ectoplasm said. Crown just called in. She's finished her sweep. No one snuck onto the campus during the break-in. Nizu nodded. That's good to hear, but ask her to perform another sweep. Just to be safe. Ectoplasm nodded. Will do. Why go after All Might? Snipe asked. He's the strongest man in Japan. They probably think he's vulnerable, the blood hero, Vlad King, theorized. This isn't the first time a high-ranking hero has become a teacher, only to announce their retirement a few years later. It's happened before all over the world. They probably think you're planning to do the same. Yagi lowered his head, fully aware that he was planning to do just that. Teach for a few years as All Might before retiring. But it looked like someone was targeting him. But who? His main adversary was dead, he made DMN well sure of that. He sighed. It was always possible that he left some people behind. He did have a lot of followers after all. Well then, if they were planning something, they are not going to find him unprepared. It was Saturday, and Mina was excited. Why? Well, they had just been told that they would be taking part in their first combat trial. Finally, after a week of practicing, learning the basics of fighting, they were ready to do an actual combat trial. Updated costume and all. Now, to be honest, none of the changes were drastic and all. Just a few minor modifications here and there. The only change Mina had made to her costume was the inclusion of thigh-high leggings, just to give her legs a bit more protection. Nothing else. No acid thrower or knife thing. But then, she didn't really need them at the moment. Himiko was right after all. Better to work on what she can do at the moment, then come up with support gear that might just end up hindering her. Other changes that had been made included the removal of that shelf thing from Yaoyorozu's back, which was replaced by a wrist-mounted computer. Aoyama had his cape modified so that it would instantly detach when pulled. And Kaminari got sunglasses. Not all the changes they got were the same. Also, Todoroki, once again, tried and failed to get fake ice added to half of his costume, to no success. For a recommended student, he sure was being difficult. He wasn't even friendly either. He just didn't talk to anyone. Well, his loss then. So, you're sure this suit's fine? Hagakure asked as they made their way to the field, now wearing a completely see-through bodysuit. You could still see it-ish, but it was better than running around naked. It's see-through, isn't it? Mina said with a smile. It is, Hagakure said. But, Midoriya can still see me. I can't, actually, Izuku replied. Well, not completely anyway. The suit's made of a special material that, well, makes it so that I can only see your head. I'm not sure how, but that's all I can see. So, I'm completely modest to you? Hagakure asked, sounding nervous. Izuku nodded. Yep. Hagakure let out a sigh of relief, relieved to know that she won't accidentally flash Izuku today, even if the costume wasn't exactly what she wanted. It was only a placeholder after all. A stand-in until they can come up with something better that is both protective and doesn't make her naked in front of anyone who could possibly see her. 20 of them all made it out to the training field, where All Might was waiting for them with his signature smile. Greetings, everyone, the #1 hero said. I'm glad to see all of you look excited for today. Bakugo grinned savagely. DMN straight I am. I appreciate your enthusiasm, young Bakugo. All Might said. Now then, here's the scenario for today, he said before he got out a small pair of glasses, well, small in comparison to himself anyway, as well as a booklet. A group of villains have stolen a large bomb and are storing it within an abandoned building. You will be split into teams of 2. One team will be the villains, who have to defend the bomb. The other, the heroes, who have to recover it, he said before he went on to explain the rules and how teams would be selected by random, followed by an explanation that heroes don't often get the chance to choose who they team up with during a crisis. Mina could understand why they were being paired up at random. All Might's explanation was decent enough. But she was still slightly worried about it, as she only knew a few people, and there were 1 or 2 people that she didn't really want to be teamed up with today. But the chances of that were low. Right? Excuse me, Uraraka said, raising her hand. But, we're not dealing with a live bomb, right? All Might laughed. Of course not, young Uraraka. You're still first years after all. We're not foolish enough to entrust live explosives to you yet. Uraraka's face suddenly turned white. What do you mean, yet? Now then. All Might said before he brought out 2 boxes. Each of you takes a ball out of one of these boxes. The ball will have a letter on it. Whoever has the ball with the matching letter on it will be your partner. Everyone proceeded to reach into one of the boxes and take out a ball. Once they all had one, they set about finding out who was partnered with whom. So who's got D? Mina asked, looking around. Wondering who her partner was. I think that's me, Izuku said, holding up his ball. Mina blushed a light lilac. Of course she was teamed up with Izuku. The green-haired host of rock walked over, hood and respirator down. You know, now that she thought about it, he looked cute in his new costume. Well, scarily cute anyway. Maybe branching on the hot side of things. Anyway, ignoring that lapse in judgment, she tried to cover her blush with a smile as she stepped over to him. Hey, Midori. Izuku spluttered, a light blush on his face. Pardon? Midori, Mina said. You okay if I call you that? It's just that Midoriya is a bit of a mouthful at times. It's the same with Yaoyorozu, although hers is a bit more complicated. Okay, Izuku said. Why? I like giving people cutesy nicknames, Mina replied. Kirishima has one, Kiri, but that's only because I've known him for a while. And I'm workshopping some for the rest of the class. Izuku nodded. I see. Well, I have nothing against it. Just one recommendation, don't give Kaken one, or call him that either. The last guy who wasn't me who called him that almost drowned in a toilet. Mina blinked in shock. Pardon? Kaken shoved their head down a toilet, Izuku explained. I think he was trying to give him a swirly, but either forgot or didn't know that you're supposed to flush the toilet. Either that or he just wanted to make sure that no one calls him that. Mina nodded shakily. Point made, never using that nickname. But then, why was he okay with Izuku using it? It was then that she noticed something worrying. She notched her head to the side so that she could look past Izuku. Oh, that's not good, she frowned. Tsu's with Todoroki. Izuku turned his head towards Tsu. Ah, DMN it. That is a very bad matchup. Todoroki can't use his quirk without hurting her. You think Azui will be fine, being Todoroki's teammate? Mina asked with a worried look on her face. Izuku lowered his head before shaking it. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid and use his ice around her. She'll be fine if he limits himself. That is. Mina nodded. She really didn't want a repeat of what happened on Monday. Tsu herself didn't look like she was enjoying this particular team-up. And she couldn't blame her, considering what his quirk was. Now then. All Might said. Now that everyone has a team, it's time to decide the first match, he said before he got out 2 more boxes and pulled out 2 ball. Our first matchup is Team D as the heroes, and Team A as the villains. There was an audible gulp from Tsu, which didn't fill Mina with confidence. She and Todoroki must be Team A, the villain team. Meaning they were going to be the ones starting in the building. Not great. Both teams will have 5 minutes to set up and strategies before the match starts. All Might explained. After that, you will have 15 minutes to complete your objectives. The rest of you, follow me to the observation room. All Might took the rest of the class away to the observation room. At the same time, Mina, Izuku, Tsu and Todoroki made their way towards the building designated for the match. When they got there, Tsu and Todoroki walked outside, leaving Mina and Izuku outside. Leaving the two to strategize. They had only one real plan. Take out Todoroki before he could freeze the entire building, which would be so much easier if their roles were reversed. But since Tsu and Todoroki were setting up inside the building, they had to search the entire building for them, giving Todoroki plenty of time to freeze everything and make Tsu's life hell. This was not going to be easy. The best they could hope for was that Todoroki learned from Monday and would opt to limit the use of his ice. And begin. All Might's voice said over the field, marking the end of their 5-minute planning session. Immediately, the moment the match started, the entire building was covered in a thick layer of ice. Mina's jaw dropped. That dual-haired moron didn't just freeze the entire building? The absolute idiot. Tsu was still in there with him, probably standing right next to him. Did he have no care for the safety of his coworkers? Didn't he learn anything from Monday? No. Izuku shouted before he blinked inside, and kept on blinking. Midoriya. Mina shouted as she rushed in after him, only because she wanted to help Tsu. The entire building was frozen, the entire thing. What was Todoroki thinking? He was teamed up with Tsu. He knew his quirk would negatively affect her, and yet he went ahead and froze the entire building anyway. Did he even warn her? Up and up the building she climbed. It was a slow climb. Her boots, being designed to help her ski on her acid, weren't really helping her when it came to walking on ice. There was something else she needed to address. But later, right now, she had a friend to rescue. When she finally found the bomb room, she rushed inside, only to run into Izuku. Heat visibly emitting from his body. In one arm, he cradled a freezing Tsu, rock helping to keep her stable in his arm. The other was dragging an unconscious Todoroki behind him, with a rather nasty bruise on the boy's face. She wasn't surprised that Izuku had hit him so hard. Todoroki's actions had clearly angered the boy. She couldn't even fault him for that. Todoroki knew that Tsu was vulnerable to the cold. He should have known not to freeze the entire building whilst she was inside with him. Is she alright? It was the only thing she was concerned about, finding out if Tsu was okay. Izuku nodded. She'll be fine in a few minutes, he said as he walked past her, muttering, son of the number 2 hero, my butt. Mina blinked. Todoroki was Endeavor's son? But that man had a powerful fire quirk. So why did his son have an ice quirk? A mystery was afoot here. One she was going to look into, because Todoroki just harmed a friend of hers. Deku didn't return to the viewing area with raccoon eyes, which only added to Katsuki's annoyance. Instead, he opted to head off to the infirmary with both frog eyes and half and half. The majority of his annoyance was due to the fact that he wasn't paired against Deku. Now he'd have to wait for another opportunity to show that DMN fool how a real hero acts. Okay, so he had to give him credit. Deku did exactly what he would have done in that situation. Just charge on in and beat the opposing team down. Easy. So, Deku wasn't as useless as he previously thought. Good for him. Still a FING idiot for thinking he could be a hero. Still, half and half did deserve that punch Deku gave him, because who the F freezes an entire building like that? Frog Eyes was right next to him. Even he knew doing that was a bad FING idea because filling the building with ice would have only disabled his teammate and made it a 2v1. Which he could probably have won anyway, but having an extra around guarding the bomb would not only mean that he didn't have someone getting in his way, but also a guarantee that the fight wouldn't end before it began. Also, Deku could just melt half and half's ice with that bullshit rock of his. Seriously. Using ice against him was like using a spray bottle filled with water against a guy with a plant quirk. He would have been better off trying to engage Deku in hand-to-hand combat, the FING idiot. Sheet, what if the bomb was one of those Sub-Zero bombs? The kind used by Mr. Thinker during the New York bombings. BSTRD knew he was up against a hero with an ice quirk, so he made bombs that would go off when the temperature went below Sub-Zero temperatures. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make any demands or explain the situation properly before. Said hero froze the building and set off the bombs, killing everyone inside as well as Mr. Thinker. Moron lost his hero license after that. Suffice to say, the way heroes dealt with bomb threats changed drastically after that. And yes, he only knew that because it was big news in America and Deku wouldn't shut up about it. Well then, All Might said, scratching the side of his head. That match didn't pan out exactly as I expected it to. Would anyone mind explaining what young Todoroki did wrong? Ponytail raised her hand. He used his quirk without regarding his teammate and the effect it would have on her. He was also up against two people who could easily deal with his ice. Ashido can use her acid to dissolve it, and Midoriya can emit heat, letting him melt it. Precisely. All Might said. Young Azui's quirk makes her vulnerable to the cold. So when Todoroki froze the entire building, he not only took out his teammate, but he also turned it into a 1 versus 2. Leaving him at a disadvantage. Especially since he was at a disadvantage against his opponents. Katsuki rolled his eyes, even he knew that. Half and half was being an idiot and practically lost the match for his team. And he's supposed to be the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He should be stronger than this. Looks like the only challenge here was going to be FING Deku. God damn it. This was supposed to be the best hero university in the country. Why did everyone here SCK so bad? Whatever, they were just useless extras in his story. All Might finished his little explanation on what half and half did wrong, and he finally moved on to announcing the next teams. Team J is the hero team. And Team C is the villains, the number 1 hero said. Katsuki tooted. He and Four Eyes versus Ponytail and Sparkplugs. That wasn't going to be an interesting fight. If anything, it'll be over rather quickly. The only upside was that they were the hero team, meaning he could let loose a bit. Which was good. He didn't really pay much attention to Four Eyes as they made their way to the exercise area or during the 5-minute planning time. Honestly, he didn't see the point behind planning. Just rush in there and beat up the villains, easy. No need for anything else. Four Eyes tried to talk strategy with him, which was unimportant really, as he was just going to rush in there, find the other team and beat them up. Even Four Eyes should know that. The moment All Might announced the start of the exercise, Katsuki blasted himself into the building and proceeded to ascend upwards. Moving up floor by floor, looking for any sign of the villain team. The first floor was empty, and so was the second. He was halfway through checking the third when he started to get ticked off. Where the hell were they? He should have heard something by now. His useless teammate wasn't any help either. He hadn't found them either. He stopped partway down a corridor on the way back to the stairs. He'd already wasted 3 minutes, how many more is he going to waste before he finds these idiots? The wall beside him was suddenly and rather violently smashed open, sending debris everywhere and sending him flailing against the opposing wall. Who the hell did that? What the F dash? Katsuki growled as he tried to get up after whatever the F that was, only to quickly duck out of the way of a fist aimed at his head. The resulting fist impacted the wall so hard that it caused chunks of it to fly off and hit his face. At first he thought Ponytail had made herself some kind of power fist or some sheet, or maybe a cannon. But then he noticed the yellow electricity arcing around the hand and arm that had almost hit him. Plus, said arm had a black jacket over it. So it couldn't be her. He looked up and, to his utter shock, saw that dumbass mobile rechargeable battery smirking like a dumbass, with electricity sparking all over his body. Huh, faster than I thought, Kaminari remarked as he pulled his fist out of the wall. Guess I need to compensate a bit more. Katsuki blinked before an excited grin formed on his face. Finally, he said before he shot to his feet with a blast and shot another explosion at Kaminari, only for the other boy to dodge it. And here I thought only Deku was going to be a challenge around here, he said with a grin as he turned towards him. Come on, spark plug. Let's see what you're really made of. Meanwhile, back in the observation room, the rest of the class were watching the fight between Bakugo and Kaminari. They realized early on that Bakugo was a bit of a hothead who kept insulting people. But they didn't expect Kaminari to be strong enough to be able to hold his own against the crazy bomber. So manly, Kirishima remarked proudly. And here I thought Kaminari was only good for recharging phones, Jiro remarked, watching the fight intensely. How did he do that? Sato remarked. He has electricity powers, not super strength. He can float, Ojiro said. Maybe he's got a dual quirk or something? Mina, meanwhile, was watching the fight intensely, focusing mostly on Bakugo. He was the one she was most worried about when it came to Izuku. He was always so antagonistic towards him and never even tried to talk things out. And that was just towards Izuku, everyone else was a different story. He called them all extras like they weren't important, acted like he was the main character of some shonen anime. And yes, she has read some shonen over the years, but she's never read one with a main character as dislikable as him. He wasn't even trying to make friends. At least he was better than Todoroki. The dual-haired boy just ignored them, like they weren't even there. At least Kaminari looked like he was able to hold his own against Bakugo. Which was still surprising as she didn't expect him to be able to do that. And yes, there was also Ida trying to get to the bomb, but he was finding it hard to break through the reinforced barricades Yaoyorozu had put around the doors and walls. That girl went full-on Rainbow Six on that room. There was no way Ida was getting in there without some explosive assistance. Assistance his teammate was unable, or unwilling, to provide. Seriously, the protection Yaoyorozu put into that room was just pure overkill. Okay, I'm back, Izuku said as he walked over to Mina. So what did I miss? What the sweet all might is this? He gasped as he noticed what was on the screen, Rock's mouth opening in shock. Please tell me that the hole in the wall was caused by Kaken? Nope, Mina replied, her jaw as far down as it could go. That was Kaminari. Izuku's jaw dropped. Kaminari, smashed through a wall, he said, sounding shocked, like he was struggling to believe what he had just heard. Did Yaoyorozu give him a breaching charge or something? Nope, Uraraka replied. He smashed through it with his fists. There was a concerning silence from Izuku, which only became very concerning as he turned back towards the screen. What the hell is his quirk? First, he can float, then he comes out with electricity during the quirk apprehension test. And now he has super strength. Who are his parents? Thor and Wonder Woman? Who? Half the class asked, having no idea who those particular heroes were. Izuku sighed heavily. I am surrounded by people who know nothing about the classics. All Might, meanwhile, was drowning out everyone else to watch his successor fight Bakugo. He was impressed by how quickly the boy was adapting to One for All with very little input from himself. Okay, so there was that little incident where he broke every bone in his arm the first time he used it during the entrance exam, but Recovery Girl was able to fix him up no problem. But after that, he displayed no problems in using it. Maybe his own quirk helped somewhat. Yes, he picked his successor well. Shoto groaned as consciousness returned to him. His head still hurt from when Rock had hit him. How did he beat him? His mother's ice should have been more than enough to stop him from getting into the bomb room. Yet it just melted around him. Did he underestimate how much heat he could emit? Well, Todoroki. Shoto turned towards the voice, finding his homeroom teacher sitting on the bed next to him, a very noticeable frown on his face. This is a conversation I was hoping I wouldn't have to have with you. But, you've left me with no choice. What's this about? Shoto asked, not all that bothered by his homeroom teacher's presence. This is about you freezing Azui during today's training exercise, Shimura said. Of all the stupid things I've seen young heroes do, what you did today was among the top 5. All I did was freeze a building, Shoto said, seeing no problem with that. Whilst your teammate, who is a frog by the way, was inside right next to you, Shimura added. You froze that entire building with zero consideration for your teammate's well-being or safety. I wanted her to get out, Shoto said. Because yes, he did warn her. He distinctly told her to get out. It's not his fault she didn't listen to him. Get out of where? Shimura asked. The room, or the entire building? She was your teammate in that exercise, and you didn't strategize with her at all. You didn't even say anything until you told her to get out, and then you froze the entire building. Exterior included. And you took her out, Shimura continued. Leaving you alone to fend off against two people who have ways to counter your ice. Not only that, but Midoriya was able to take you out moments after he got into the room. Did you learn nothing from the hand-to-hand combat training we put you all through? Shoto tooted. Hand-to-hand combat will be unnecessary for me. As long as I have my ice, anyone who opposes me will be frozen before they can even get close. And, as you no doubt learned today, that mindset only works if your opponent has no means to get through your ice, Shimura stated. Which, as clearly shown by Midoriya, is not a good mindset to have. If he can get past your ice, then who else? Because I can name over 200 people, myself included, who your ice will be inefficient at stopping. As well as 12 who would be suicidal to use against. Like a certain principal of a certain girls-only university. Your ice isn't as great as you think it is. Especially when it's not the only element you can use. Shimura held up 2 fingers. Hot and cold, that is what your quirk is called. Not ice or something else related to freezing water, no. Hot and cold. You have both fire and ice powers. One can help mitigate the issues caused by the other. Even you know that. I've seen you use your fire to warm yourself up, but nothing more. I don't need to use it for anything else, Shoto stated. All he needed was his mother's ice, his father's fire was unnecessary. Any issues that did crop up, he could just get someone else to deal with. Shimura shook his head. Well, if you believe you can literally half-arse being a hero, then I have no choice but to remove you from the hero course. Shoto looked up at Shimura with a shocked look on his face. You wouldn't. I can, and I will, Shimura said with a frown. Because if you do not give this your all, then I will deem you unfit for the hero course and transfer you to general education. Your father can complain all he wants, but I have the final say on whether or not you can remain on the hero course. Remember what I said on the first day, how dangerous this career is? Shimura inquired. Those are based on heroes who give it their all. How long do you think you'll last with only your ice and that antisocial attitude you've got? 1 month? Maybe 2? But it's too soon to be making judgments like that, Shimura said calmly. It's only the first week after all, so there's still time for you to get your head out of your arse, he said before he stood up. I'll give you a few months to sort yourself out. But if this continues, then I will be left with no choice. My job is to train the next generation of heroes, not assist in your suicide. You have both ice and fire powers, Todoroki. Use them. Shoto tooted as he looked away. No. I promised myself that I would never use my father's fire. Only my mother's ice. Your mother's ice, Shimura said as he got up and walked towards the door. Well, I hope she's proud of what you've done with it, he said before he walked out of the room. Shoto ignored the shallow. So, his homeroom teacher thought he could shunt him down to general education just for not using his father's fire. Well then, he'll just have to show him otherwise, that he can be a hero with just his mother's ice. His mother would understand. She would know they were accidents. He would become a hero. He'd become one without using his father's fire. Outside, Tenko sighed as he made his way back to the teacher's office. That didn't go as well as he had hoped. Todoroki was set far too much in his ways, and talking to him wasn't going to change anything. The problem is, the boy needed to change. He needed to get out of this dangerous mindset he was in. Things would be fine if he just had ice, but he didn't. His quirk allowed him to emit ice and fire, not just ice. Which in this business was a problem, because you won't last long half-arsing it. You either give it your all, or choose something else to do with your life. Or die a failure. And if he was going to make sure that Todoroki became a hero, then he'd need him to use his entire quirk, not half of it. He needed to try a different approach, something that could make him realize just how much of a fool he was truly being. Lucky for him, he knew precisely the means to do it. He got out his phone and called the number of someone he knew would be able to help. He didn't have to wait long. Hey Himura, he said. You think you could help me with a little something? The next week was mostly the same stuff as the first week. Normal lessons followed by heroics at the end of the day. It was only during the second week that Mina realized how normal everything felt. Yes, they had heroes as their teachers, but the novelty wore off surprisingly quickly. Present Mike for English, whose idea was it to make learning that language mandatory, Cementos for modern literature, Midnight for modern hero art history. Annoyingly, it was just about hero costumes and designs, no actual art stuff, ectoplasm for mathematics, plus a few others. It was so strange, seeing heroes doing such mundane jobs like teaching. And it wasn't just teaching. The canteen, run by the hero lunch rush. The IT department, run by a hero. Guidance counselors, all heroes. nurse, hero. Even the janitor was a hero for crying out loud. And yet, even the absurdity of it all wore off after a while. Of course, there was one thing that kept her intrigued about the staff. Their homeroom teacher, Shimura. They didn't know his hero name. Not even Izuku knew who he was. And when they asked him, he always gave the rather cryptic answer of a Google it. As if they could Google his hero name when they had no idea what it was. That's not how Google works. And all he had to say in response to that was, skill issue. Like that was a skill issue. The only issue was that they didn't know what to look for in the first place, there was no skill involved. Well, with this mystery still a mystery, Mina opted to ignore it for now and focus back on the day's coursework. Which quickly proved to be a non-issue. Alright, Shimura said, standing behind the podium. Today will be a bit different. You won't be having normal lessons today, instead, we're going on a bit of a trip to UA's Specialist Rescue Training Center. That got the class excited, because nothing got a class excited than a nice trip. Okay, so this was one of UA's training facilities, but still, it meant an entire day without boring lessons. They got to do something fun. Now, you can choose to either go in your hero costume or PE uniform, Shimura explained. The reason for the latter is that there may still be issues with it, or they may be impractical for rescue operations. This is something else you should put into consideration with your costumes. Now then, head to the changing rooms and get changed, and meet me in the depot. If you need help getting there, the maps given to you during orientation should help. Several minutes later, everyone had gotten into their hero costumes and had met up at the depot, and had gathered outside the bus they would be using. Everyone, Ida said, arm raised into the air. Please form an orderly queue. I have a seating plan for the bus. Ida-san, Yaoyorozu said as she walked up behind him with a smile. Whilst I appreciate the offer, I don't think it's necessary. It's open seating. Ida visibly deflated, his arm falling to his side. Darn. At least you tried, Izuku remarked. It's the thought that counts. Ida nodded. Yes, I suppose so. Everyone proceeded onto the bus, which was indeed built with open seating. Once they were all on board and settled down, Mina decided to sit next to Izuku, with Tsu and Uraraka sitting behind them. The bus departed, clearly on some kind of advanced automated driver. Which didn't fill Mina with much confidence, as she's heard a lot about how unreliable automatic driving was at the moment. At least there was a steering wheel, so the teacher or someone else could take over the wheel just in case. Midoriya, Tsu said, looking over the back of the green-haired boy's seat. Izuku turned towards her. Yes, Azui? Karo, I said call me Tsu, Tsu said. Izuku shuffled nervously. I'm just being polite. Tsu blinked before she shrank down a bit. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry if that came across as rude. Due to my mutation, I find it hard to form facial expressions, which makes getting my point across difficult, as it can be easily misinterpreted. It's why I often have to be rather blunt about things. So, apologies if that came across as rude or aggressive, because that was not my intent. Oh, I see, Izuku said. So you meant that in a nice way, right? Tsu nodded. A bit, yes. But as you can see, it's easy for things to be misinterpreted. I was a bit annoyed, yes, but I didn't mean for that to come off as rude. Frogs aren't exactly good when it comes to making facial expressions. It's okay, Izuku said. It's my fault, really. I'm just not used to people not being annoyed with me. Mina wasn't sure, but Tsu looked like she'd just accidentally kicked a puppy. But knowing how the frog girl acts, she probably did feel that, because who wouldn't after hearing that? Well, Bakugo probably. But then again, he probably didn't care about anyone other than himself. So, anyway, Tsu continued. Apologies if this also comes across as rude, but your quirk is kind of freaky. Izuku shrugged. It's rock. What do you expect? Freaky comes with the territory. Tsu nodded. So, what's it like, having a quirk that can be transferred? Why do you care? Bakugo asked with a scowl. It's just a villain's quirk. I'm just curious, Karo, Tsu replied. I've never heard of a quirk that could be transferred before. I'm kind of wondering what it's like. I wouldn't recommend it, Izuku said. Rock's method of transfer is bloody and painful, and kills the previous host. So it's not something I recommend, he said, Rock nodding in agreement. The authorities only know how Rock is transferred from person to person because of me. Trust me, it is not an experience you want to go through. Tsu nodded. I see. Well, warning taken, Karo. Still, I am curious about its ability to transfer. Well, quirks that can be transferred in general. Bakugo huffed. Don't bother. Rock's the only quirk that can be transferred. It can't be the only quirk that can be transferred, Kaminari idly remarked. Think about it. There are quirks for almost everything. You can do almost everything with them. So, why haven't we ever heard of one that can be transferred? There's got to be a few more out there. He does have a point, Yaoyorozu said. There are common quirks, like Todoroki's ice and Bakugo's explosions. And rare quirks like my creation and Uraraka's gravity manipulation. And then there are super rare quirks with only a few documented cases. Like Tokoyami's dark shadow. As if on cue, the bird-like shadow monster poked out of Tokoyami's chest. Hear that, Fumi, they're talking about us. Tokoyami nodded. Indeed. Mina nodded. Sentient quirks were indeed quite rare. Hey! Bakugo said with a growl. My quirk isn't common. Actually, Kaken, Izuku said. There are over 50,000 documented quirks in Japan alone that are related to generating explosives from a person's body. Yours is only one of the stronger ones. Bakugo tooted as he looked away. Hey, don't get mad, he's just stating facts, Kirishima remarked before he lifted his arm and hardened it. My hardening quirk isn't the only one out there. Okay, how they harden the body might be different, but they do the same thing. No point getting worked up over something so normal. So yes, is it possible that there are other quirks out there that can be transferred? Yaoyorozu continued. There is no such thing as a truly unique quirk. But then why haven't we heard about them? Sato inquired. You'd think someone would have said something about transferable quirks by now. Who knows? Yaoyorozu replied with a shrug. Maybe their users don't know they can be transferred? Maybe they're keeping them secret? Who knows what you can do with a quirk that can be transferred to someone else? It could act like rock for all we know and bring the quirks of the past uses with it. Kaminari said before he choked slightly. Several people turned towards him with surprised and concerned looks on their faces. You okay there, Kaminari? Tsu asked. You looked like you swallowed a fly, Karo. Kaminari nodded. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied with a nod. Just choked on some spit. Nothing serious. Tsu nodded. Well, I hope so, Karo. It'll be embarrassing if we have to help you before we get to the training facility. Kaminari nodded, slightly red in the face. Yeah, it would. Mina nodded. Indeed, it would be rather embarrassing if they had to rescue someone on the way to the rescue training center. Still, all this talk about other transferable quirks was interesting, if somewhat confusing. All she really understood was that there could be more quirks that could be transferred out there. A part of her wondered what it would be like to have a quirk transferred to you. But then again, seeing how Izuku recommended against it, she'd probably take his advice on the matter. He was, so far, the only authority on transferable quirks she's met so far. Bakugo let out a groan of annoyance. Why are we even bothering with rescue training? Because the number one rule of being a hero is protecting innocent people from villains, Shimura explained. This isn't Invincible, where you can beat 7 bells out of someone whilst destroying half a city. If you can, you are to stop a villain with minimal destruction of public property and, preferably, 0 loss of life. Bakugo scoffed. Please. What's the point of saving people? Heroes are supposed to beat up shitey villains. If anyone's stupid enough to get themselves into trouble, then they can get themselves out of it. Defeating a villain means nothing if lives are lost because of it, Shimura said, fixing Bakugo with a glare. Heroes have gone down in ranks and even lost their hero license because they allowed just one person to die. You'd best remember, Bakugo, in this job, letting people die when you could easily have saved them can and will ruin your career. No one wants a hero who doesn't care about saving lives, he said before glancing outside. Anyway, we're here. The bus came to a stop outside a large domed structure. A large glass dome built on top of a large circular wall. The main entrance had the letters USJ over it. So, either UA owns Universal Studios Japan, or we're lost, Mineta remarked as they all exited the bus and looked at the large domed structure. It stands for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, Shimura said. No idea why 13 called it that. It's not like you can't see it. It's a great big oversized dome. It's called that because you can't see what goes on inside, a slightly muffled female voice said. They all turned towards the voice and found 4 people standing in front of the main entrance to the building. One of them looked like they were wearing a spacesuit, but Mina didn't recognize them. The other 3, on the other hand, she did. One was a tall young man with short blonde hair, blue eyes, and wearing a white top with the number 1,000,000 on it, blue pants, red gloves and a cape. Another, she only recognized by his costume, as he was staring away from them. He was wearing a black bodysuit over a white hooded tunic, with the hood up. And the third was a girl with long periwinkle blue tied into twintails and blue eyes, and she was wearing a blue bodysuit with weird spiral things around her forearms. Lemillion, Suneater and Nijire-chan UA's big 3. And Mina only knew that because Present Mic announced their takedown of several high-ranking villains a few days ago, and Izuku proceeded to go on a hero rant about them and their quirks. Also, Uraraka looked to be vibrating with an excited look on her face, which was both surprising and concerning. Also, I believe the introduction of the USJ was my job, the woman wearing the spacesuit said. Shimura shrugged. They asked, I merely answered. Anyway, class, meet UA's head of rescue training, the Space Hero 13. I knew it. Uraraka said with a cheer. Ah, that's why she was excited, she was a fan of 13 then. Seems like I've got a fan, 13 remarked. Yes, I am 13. I'm primarily a rescue hero, so I'm not that great when it comes to fighting. But rescue work is my bread and butter. So if you have any questions on proper rescue procedures, don't be afraid to ask me. Uraraka was vibrating with excitement. Mina could guess that she was going to be asking her a lot of questions later. This facility, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, is the most state-of-the-art rescue training center in Japan, hosting everything you need to prepare yourself for every kind of natural and unnatural disaster. Is what I would love to say had the university board not cut the funding for the facility in half, she said with an annoyed-sounding grumble. Mina blinked. Well, that made this place sound less awesome now. You're still salty they cut your funding? Shimura inquired. 6 zones. 13 stated, sounding very annoyed. 6 zones emulating a single type of disaster. I wanted them to be able to simulate a variety of disasters, not one each. The big 3 hero universities in Europe have entire training grounds that can emulate multiple weather conditions and disasters. Yet we have to build a completely new facility for it. Shimura sighed. I'm sure they'll allow you to make the modifications at a later date. Besides, we can't really simulate a landslide in any of our training areas, he said before looking around. Where's All Might? The schedule said that he would be here as well. He called in sick today, I'm afraid, 13 said, holding up 3 fingers. So unfortunately, he won't be able to make it. There was a collective feeling of disappointment from the class. Why wouldn't there be? All Might himself was going to be helping them with their first rescue training class. Just goes to show that anyone can be taken out by something as simple as the common cold. Or whatever it was that caused him to be sick. Shimura nodded. Well, nothing we can do about that. All we can do is carry on the lesson as normal without him. Afraid we have to, 13 said with a nod before she focused back towards the class. Anyway, class. It is here that you will undergo rescue training in a variety of training areas, she said before she gestured over to the 3 UA students she was with. These are Lemillion, Sun Eater and Nijire-chan. They will be assisting. Where's Nijire? She asked before she turned back towards the others and found the girl in question standing next to Izuku, bombarding him with questions. So do those sunglasses do anything? The hyperactive girl inquired. Is your costume supposed to make you look like a spooky bunny? Is your hair naturally green, or is it dyed? Are you related to that vampire support chick? Izuku, meanwhile, looked like a deer in headlights. Oh great, she's gotten inquisitive again, Sun Eater said, still not turning to face the others. Lemillion just smiled. He'll be fine, relax. She does this to everyone. As if on cue, Nijire-chan suddenly teleported. Mina wasn't sure, she could have just moved extremely quickly, over to Yaoyorozu and started bombarding her with questions. Having given Izuku no time at all to reply to any of the questions. The green-haired boy still looked like a deer in headlights. What just happened, was the only cognizant thing he could say. A cute girl asked you a lot of questions before moving on to Yaoyorozu, Mina explained as best she could, because even she wasn't sure what Nijire-chan was doing, other than bombarding people with questions. And she's now moved on to Sato. Izuku nodded. I think I just got a taste of my own medicine? Mina nodded. His sister did say that he liked asking questions about people's quirks, so this was somewhat the same. Only she didn't give him a chance to respond to any of her questions. Or give anyone a chance to respond, really. Lemillion leaned over to Sun Eater and suggested, you might want to retrieve her. Sun Eater nodded before several squid tentacles shot out of his hand and grabbed Nijire-chan. Oh, the hyperactive hero student gulped before she was forcefully pulled back over to the rest of the big 3. And deposited right next to Sun Eater. Well, that's that sorted out, Shimura said before he turned back to the first-year students. As my coworker was saying, Lemillion, Sun Eater and Nijire-chan will be joining us for today's training. They have extensive heroic experience already, so they'll be able to help show you the ropes. Lemillion stepped forward. Hello there. I'm Togata Mirio, otherwise known as Lemillion. My friends Nijire-chan waved happily whilst Sun Eater just stared at a wall. And I will be helping you today. Now then, Shimura said. If you would all please follow us inside so we can go over orientation, then we can get started on today's training. The class followed the 2 teachers and 3 third years into the USJ, but as they did, Mina's relationship detector was going off like a Geiger counter. So either someone here, probably 2 of the third years, was in a relationship, or there was actual radiation around them. Probably the former because it wasn't a real Geiger counter. Upon entering the USJ, the class were amazed, well, most of them anyway, by the sheer size of the interior. As 13 had said, the USJ consisted of 6 massive zones, each one depicting a different kind of disaster, all connected by a large plaza with a nice fountain in the middle. There was also an absurdly large staircase leading down from the entrance to the plaza. And by absurdly large, Mina meant completely unnecessary large. It was like half a mile long. What the hell was UA's budget if they could afford to build this monstrosity, but not modify the already existing training areas? It was absurd. There also wasn't a lift either, or a ramp. So this place was an accessibility nightmare. Now then, before we begin, 13 said as she turned towards the class, holding up a finger. There are 1 or 2 things I want to go over first. Or, maybe 3, possibly 4. Several students, Mina included, sweat dropped. She could have just said a few things. For the past 2 weeks, you've been taught how to use your quirks to fight. Today, you'll be taught how to use them to save lives, 13 explained. But, to understand how to save lives with them, we must first understand how destructive they are. My quirk, Black Hole, is quite useful in removing debris during a rescue operation. But it can also be used to kill. If I'm not careful, I can tear someone apart atom by atom, until nothing is left. Quirks, especially the more powerful ones, can easily be used to kill, 13 continued. No doubt several of you have quirks that can easily cause someone harm if not used correctly. Mina frowned, looking down at her hands. Her acid is, well, acid. It burns, dissolves, irritates, reacts and can kill in the right circumstances. You really don't want to ingest it. No doubt some of the others had quirks that could easily harm others. Todoroki's quirk was already spoken for, just look at what happened to Tsu. Yaoyorozu can make cannons, Bakugo explosions, Uraraka can send someone to the moon, Kaminari can electrocute someone, Shiro can put tape over someone's mouth and nose, blocking their airway, and so much more. And then there was Izuku's rock. That was self-explanatory. She wasn't sure how Akota's quirk could be used to kill, though. All he can do is control animals. Oh, right, wolves and grizzly bears did in fact exist. Those things are dangerous, and he can communicate with them. Yeah, she could see why his quirk could be dangerous. It is vital that you understand just how dangerous your quirks can be if misused, 13 continued. One wrong strike, put too much power behind something, and you can easily end a life. As heroes, our job is to prioritize saving lives, not taking them. You must remember that. Quirks can also be quite dangerous to their own users if not used correctly, Mirio added. For instance, my quirk, Permeation, allows me to phase my body through all matter. And I mean all matter. If I permeate my entire body, I am blind, light will just pass through my eyes, and air will not enter my lungs. If I remain permeated for too long, I'll suffocate. So remember your limits, do not overexert yourself, and don't use your quirk in a way that would end up hurting yourself. It would be rather embarrassing if you end up having to be dash, he explained before Kaminari suddenly cried out, clutching his head. Kaminari! Izuku said as he rushed over to the boy's side, whilst everyone else turned towards him. What's wrong? I don't, Kaminari cried out. My head. Suddenly, all the lights in the facility flickered, plunging them all into darkness before they turned back on. Oh, that's not good, Shimura remarked. What's wrong? Hagakure asked, sounding spooked. Guys, Sato said, sounding worried. What's that in the middle of the fountain? Everyone turned towards the central fountain, spotting a cloud of black and purple mist forming around it, one that kept getting bigger. Mina could have sworn that she could see eyes amongst the clouds. No, she wasn't seeing things, there were eyes. Large and yellow like daggers. That was a quirk. Okay, Yaoyorozu said, a worried look on her face. So either this is a surprise test, or these are villains. The latter, Shimura said with a scowl, taking on a combat stance. Lemillion, Sun Eater, and Nijire-chan doing the same. Everyone get behind us and stay behind us. Mina gulped as she took a step back. Villains. Real, actual villains. How did they get into the USJ? They were in UA. This place was almost as secure as Tartarus. Something then came out of the mist. A malformed hand reached out of the mist and grabbed it, pulling it open to reveal a masked face. A large, misshapen figure wearing baggy clothing then stumbled out of the mist. The next figure that came out made Mina's skin crawl. A large, bulky man with pitch black skin. With a bird-like beak full of teeth, and clad only in a pair of pants. But that wasn't what made her feel so horrified by this thing. No, that was due to its exposed brain with a single pair of eyes poking out of it. After that, several more villains proceed out of the mist, each one dressed differently. There had to be at least 100 down there. How were they supposed to take on that many villains? They were just first years. Shimura let out a groan of annoyance. Of all the days for All Might to call in sick. Tenko was not happy. Not only were a bunch of villains attacking them, really creative, those guys, attacking the top hero university in the country, but also All Might, who should have been there, once again wasted his precious time limit saving people on the way to work again. He knew better than that. He knew he had to preserve what time he had. But he just had to go out and save people on the way to work. Did he forget that there are other heroes out there who can cover for him? Yes, he had UA's big three with them, but he would have been the #1 hero to be around for support as well. 13. What are we looking at? He knew that 13's visor had an installed HUD that allowed her to, among other things, detect people. I see at least 40 people in the plaza. 13 observed. I'm getting heat signatures from all the other zones save the conflagration zone, so they're deploying all over the place. The alarms aren't sounding, and I can't get a call out. They must be jamming them somehow. Tenko scowled. No doubt they were planning to separate them by scattering them across the facility. It's what he would have done. There were probably people dropping off in the conflagration zone as well. Well, he needed to get these kids out of here. Sir, what do we do? Ashido asked, sounding very worried. We do the smart thing, Tenko replied before he turned towards the main door. We get the F out of here. What? Were you expecting him to run down the stairs, which would take a minimum of 3 minutes, by the way? And that's if he doesn't trip, fall, and snap his neck along the way. Fight all the villains by himself, which was paramount to suicide by the way, and find some way to stop that warp gate guy from coming up here, drop some guys off or scatter everyone across the facility before he gets down there. No. He's smarter than that. Better to just nope out of here, get on the bus, and get out of here. And if that warp gate guy transported himself up here, they could deal with him. He'd only have a few people with him at worst anyway, as it looks like he's already deposited most of their forces. Everyone, stay behind us. Tenko shouted as he ran towards the door. Wait. You're not going to fight them. Bakugo shouted, sounding annoyed. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. Tenko explained. You can't protect people if you're dead. Which was true. Dead men can't save anyone. Plus, have you seen the length of those stairs? Nijire-chan added. It'll take half an hour to get down. That was not true. It'll only take a few minutes. But yes, it would take far too long to get down those stairs. Too long to make a difference. Unfortunately, the mist villain who brought the rest of the villains here appeared right in front of them, blocking the way out. Greetings, the mist man said menacingly. I am Kurojairi, of the League of Villains. And we are here to kill All Might, he remarked before looking around. Who isn't present? He's gone for a PSS break, Mirio joked. If you're willing to wait, I think he'll be back soon. The villain, Kurojairi, did not seem all too impressed with the boy's attempt at humor. Oh god, they named themselves, Tenko said with a groan. Why must they always name themselves? And League of Villains? Couldn't you have gotten any more generic? Like, I don't know, come up with something more sinister, like the Meta Syndicate. Legion of the Dmed. League of Super Evil. Hell. Try Spectre. Anything but a generic name, please? Tenko, please stop giving the villains ideas, 13 said with a groan. It's not my fault they named themselves poorly. Tenko stated. What is with villains these days? They have no creativity. I am right here, you know, Kurojairi said, clearly annoyed by the teacher's ranting. We know, Tenko said. And you are in our way. Nijire-chan suddenly let out an annoyed-sounding groan. They're after All Might? Why are they always after All Might? Why couldn't they be after us? We've beaten up so many bad guys that we have to have made enemies with a few powerful villains by now. That's not something to be proud of, you know, Mirio remarked. I know, Nijire-chan said as she visibly deflated. But it would be nice to have some kind of arch-nemesis, you know? No, it wouldn't. Half the class, as well as Togata and Amajiki, responded to the absurd statement made by one Hato Nijire. Tenko shook his head. Why would anyone want an arch-nemesis? They are not fun things to have. Take it from him, he knew someone who almost died at the hands of his arch-nemesis, and it was not a fun experience. Are you aware that you are alone and isolated from the rest of your university? Kurojairi inquired, sounding annoyed. And are you aware that disabling the facility's security isn't going to work? 13 retorted. There are numerous deadman alarms set to go off if contact is ever lost with the USJ. Even if you're jamming our comms, they will still know that something is up. Because why wouldn't the USJ have some kind of secondary alarm system to go off in case the primary alarm failed? Redundancies, people. Saves lives. Hell, they had a third set of alarms set to go off just in case the second set failed. 13 was kind of paranoid. Kurojire's eyes thinned. Then it seems that we have to accelerate our timetable. Not on our watch. 13 said before she pointed a finger at Kurojire. The finger. Cap opened up and activated her quirk, skiing the mist that formed Kurojire's body towards her. Hado and Amajiki quickly joined in, sending attacks of their own towards the mist man. With any luck, they'll be able to stop him from opening up another warp gate. There had to be a physical body underneath all that smoke. Of course, their well-thought-out plan was instantly ruined by Bakugo and Kirishima charging forward like a bunch of suicidal morons, right into the line of fire. 13 had to rapidly close the cap on her finger to prevent her from accidentally disintegrating the two. Hado and Amajiki, meanwhile, had to stop their attacks to prevent the first 2 years from getting hit. Kurojire had his opening. Without warning, his mist-like body surged forward, engulfing both Bakugo and Kirishima before they even had a chance to register. The mist continued forward, surging over everyone else. The last thing that went through Tenko's head before the cloud consumed them was, if we survive this sheet, I am going to give Bakugo and Kirishima a very hard lesson on the importance of doing as you're bloody told. Followed by the importance of not being seen. Mina was scared. Terrified even. She should have seen Kiri rushing in like that and stopped him. Okay, so there was no chance she could have stopped Bakugo, but she could have stopped one of them from rushing in like an idiot. And now the teachers and third years had to break off their attacks to avoid hitting them. Which resulted in the situation she was in now, surrounded by a black-purplish mist. Unable to see anyone or anything other than herself. The mist remained for a few more seconds before it dispersed, but her surroundings had changed. She was no longer at the entrance to the USJ, but instead inside what looked like a damp, ruined building. She looked around, but couldn't find anyone else from the class nearby. They must have been taken elsewhere. Okay. Don't panic. Keep calm. And whatever you do, do not call out for anyone. She's watched horror movies before, and calling out for help only allowed the killers to not only know where you are, but also find out the locations of any of your friends dumb enough to respond to you. So shut up, say nothing, and try to find another member of the class before the villains do. Because sure enough, that warp gate guy, Kuro-something, had dropped villains all over the USJ, not just the central courtyard. There was a window nearby, one covered in water droplets. Walking over, she looked outside and saw that it was raining heavily. Okay, so she was in the downpour zone, and was living up to its name because she did not want to go outside, seeing how heavy the rain was. But it was something she would have to get used to if she wanted to be a hero. Looking up, she could just see the dome that covered the entire zone. A part of her wondered how they were able to simulate such a severe weather condition. It was like a full-on gale out there. Well, no point in waiting around here. She needed to get out of here and find help fast. Her quest for help died before it could even begin, as the door was suddenly kicked open and a group of 10 or so villains barged in. Mina quickly took a fighting stance, drawing on her combat training. 1 against 10 wasn't going to be easy, and she had no idea what their quirks were. But she'd have to manage somehow. Looks like there were going to be a good number of people leaving here with acid burns. The villains wasted no time in charging her. No gloating, no pre-fight banter, just pure aggression against a single target. Charging towards her like a well-trained hit squad. Only for the lead villain to suddenly be dragged screaming into a hole in the ceiling that both parties had completely missed, stopping the rest in their tracks as they all looked up at the hole, and the screaming coming from it. Screaming that suddenly and violently came to a halt. What the hell was that? One of the villains asked as the rest stepped away from the hole, cautious of what had just dragged one of their comrades away. A xenomorph suddenly dropped out of the hole, making a loud hiss before it started attacking people. And no, she wasn't joking, it was a xenomorph. Well, xenomorphish. Right, so. She'd been dropped in the same zone as Midori. Clearly, someone hadn't thought this through, they'd have dropped him somewhere outside of the USJ. That, or they paired him against someone they thought could stop him, but couldn't. The 20 villains were surprisingly dealt with quickly. Possibly a combination of fear, surprise and the fact that they're up against rock. Mina, meanwhile, decided that the best course of action was to hide. What? Did you think she was going to get involved in that mess? No sir. Not in this low light. Izuku might accidentally attack her if she rushed in. And after witnessing Kiri and Bakugo get them into this mess, she was not willing to repeat their, well, idiocy. So she opted to stay out of the way and let the scary cinnamon roll deal with this. It only took her a few seconds to realize that Izuku didn't really need her help. The villains were folded like paper. And about a minute later, all of them were down. Izuku panted heavily as he looked around before deactivating his Xeno armor, making sure that there weren't any more villains around before he turned it off. Alright. It's safe now. Mina came out of the corner she had hidden in and cautiously walked over. Wow, Midori. That was cool. Izuku shrugged. A combination of low light, surprise and fear. Rock has a reputation, so I might as well use it. Mina nodded. As undeserving as it may be for Izuku to be lumped with it, Rock did have quite a well-known reputation. It was difficult to find someone who didn't know about it. And for the longest time, the quirk was never used against villains. Until today. She smiled slightly. The first time Rock was used for something heroic, and she got to witness it. Well, thanks for the help. I didn't think I would be able to fight those guys by myself. You might be right, Izuku remarked. These guys were strong, well-trained, too. Well-trained? Mina gasped. But you folded them like omelets? Yeah, well, I'm not exactly someone you can just fight, Izuku said. These people received general combat training, which would have helped against almost anyone else, like you. Against me, however, you're going to need specialized equipment and training to take on someone with such a wide range of abilities. Unlike these guys, I have a great deal of options. Mina nodded. He did have a point. Due to Rock, he had a lot of abilities you had to work around. You can't just fight someone with multiple quirks. You have to plan out how to deal with someone who can pull out multiple and very different abilities on the fly. It's probably the reason why the HPSC made a dedicated squad to hunt Rock down. They needed a specialized team to fight someone like that. Who was on that squad again? Brick Loader, Hairpinner, Loud Jack, Lady Nagant, Severlin and some guy with a tech quick whose name she could not remember. Thank God the squad was disbanded. Some of its members were not nice people and were responsible for most of the injustices against Izuku. Izuku notched his head towards the door. Come on, we've wasted enough time already. Let's get, he said before she stumbled, clutching his side. Izuku. Mina gasped as she ran to his side, worried about what had happened to him. It wasn't easy, in the low light, but she noticed some kind of spike poking out of his side. Where did you get that? It's nothing, Izuku said as he pulled the spike out. Must have been from that guy who thought he could take me, he said before he dropped the spike on the floor. Spent too much time bragging about what he can do, long enough for me to paralyze him. Sadly, he seemed to still be able to use his quirk whilst paralyzed. Mina nodded as she looked at the wound. It didn't seem deep enough to cause too many problems, but he'd need to get it treated quickly. It was a good thing then that he could regenerate. It was then that she noticed that he wasn't healing. The wound was still open. Why hasn't the wound started healing? Rock only heals me if I'm dying or dead, Izuku explained. Lost an arm and dying of blood loss, it's got me covered. Get a paper cut, and it doesn't do anything. And getting stabbed doesn't count as lethal until I'm on death's doorstep. Mina blinked, feeling rather concerned by how Rock's regeneration only worked if he was either dying or dead. But, back on the first day, after Himiko bit your arm, the bite marks vanished. That's because one of Rock's past hosts had a minor regeneration quirk, Izuku said. Blood regeneration. He opened his mouth and lifted his top lip, revealing what looked to be retractable vampire teeth. Drinking blood accelerates the body's natural healing processes, he explained, as he lowered his lip. So, what Rock can't heal, blood regeneration can. Ah, Mina said with a frown. So he needs blood to regenerate regular wounds. Well, that was inconvenient. She lifted her arm up. Well, I'd let you take some of mine dash. Izuku didn't even hesitate before he shot forward, grabbed her arm, and bit into it. Mina let out a quiet yelp as he bit into her arm, feeling a slight tingle but nothing else. If anything, it felt kind of nice. She noticed the wound on Izuku's side finally starting to heal, stitching up in a matter of seconds. Well, the plus side is he's healed. And Mina might have unlocked a new FTSH. Izuku suddenly leapt back from Mina, a light blush on his face. Sorry, he said sheepishly. That was an impulse reaction. My sister normally lets me drink her blood to heal. I didn't mean to bite you like that. Mina nodded slowly. I was about to say that my blood is acidic. Oh, Izuku said, sounding a bit sheepish. That would explain the acidic taste then, he remarked. And don't worry. I'm kind of immune to acid. Not sure which of the past users had that quirk, and it's kind of situational. Well, that was rather convenient. Acid immunity. Very situational, yes, but in this situation, it was very useful. Right then, Izuku said, suddenly calm. Come on, sweet cheeks. Let's get out of here. Rig-Mina.exe has encountered an error and needs to restart. The pink girl blinked, her face a light lilac whilst her brain rebooted from the absurd thing she just heard come from Izuku's lips. Sweet cheeks. Did he really just call her sweet cheeks? Where the hell did that come from? Why did he call her that? That was a complete 180 from being worried about biting her arm. What happened to cause such a sudden shift? Okay, when this is over, she was going to ask where that sudden RIZZ came from, because that was not normal. Especially from someone who apologizes profusely for even the smallest of things. They quickly left the room and entered a very damp corridor. Water freely flowing down the corridor. Where's the one place water always wants to go? Izuku asked, following the water with his eyes. Down, Mina replied. Running liquid was easy to understand. In fact, running anything. The one thing she knew about gravity. It always pulls things down. They followed the water down the corridor, their footsteps sending ripples through the water beneath them. A nearby door was suddenly kicked open. The two of them took on combat stances, only to be surprised by Mineta walking out, a mile-long stare on his face. Do not ask, the short boy said as he walked past them and down the corridor. Against their better judgment, they decided to look into the room he had come from to see what had gone on inside. Only to find a group of 15 very masculine, hairy men wearing ballerina costumes stuck to the wall in various poses. Skimpy ballerina costumes. Izuku wasted no time in slamming the door shut before the two of them. Followed their classmate. Bleach. She needed bleach after this. Preferably mental bleach. Just anything to remove that image from her head. Shoto was starting to think that he was being an idiot. Of all the zones he had to be dumped in, he just had to be dropped in the one full of fire. His ice was useless here. Due to the extreme heat, the ice began melting immediately, meaning anyone he froze wouldn't remain frozen for long. The ice was also much weaker, making it easier to break. He quickly decided to listen to his homeroom teacher for once and ran for cover. Discretion is the better part of valor after all, and he can't prove his father wrong if he's dead. Unfortunately, his mother's ice had to be regulated to keep him cool, as in these conditions, it could only hinder the villains for a few moments, not stop them in their tracks. It did not help that the villains were clearly not only aware of who he was but also of what he could do, and they had quirks that made fighting them by himself difficult. There was one ice-based quirk as well as a few fire ones. Mostly resistance and elemental control quirks, even one that allowed them to eat fire. The ice one, on the other hand, allowed the user to eat ice like a vacuum cleaner. So even if he did send out an iceberg or two, it was instantly consumed. Which in turn made the guy stronger for each gram of ice he ate. He scowled. Not only did these villains have quirks that looked to have been chosen specifically to combat him, but he was also in a zone that made his ice weaker. This was well planned. Whoever was in charge knew who would be here, what their quirks were, and how to easily counter them. Why else would he be dropped into a zone where his mother's ice was ineffective, surrounded by villains who could easily counter him? If it weren't for their constant bickering, he would never have gotten out of that ambush. Maybe he shouldn't have half-arsed his hand-to-hand combat training, because right now that was all he had. Why didn't his father teach him this stuff? Why did he have to be so hard-focused on training him how to use his quirk? He turned a corner and found himself staring at the peculiar scene of Koda surrounded by a large number of unconscious villains. The timid, rock-like boy turned towards him, a timid look on his face. He blinked. What? How? Koda just shrugged before he ran into a nearby building. Shoto quickly followed him inside before the villains who were chasing him caught up. There was only one thing on his mind, and that was, how the hell did Koda take out so many villains by himself? Either way, he finally had someone else who could cover his, as his homeroom teacher would say, useless arse. Katsuki was not having fun beating up these villains. Mostly because he couldn't beat them up. He was Katsuki Fing Bakugo. The next #1 hero. These low-tier villains should be small fry to him. So then why weren't they? His explosions should be sending these BSTRDS to the ground. Yet they were reacting as if they were only getting a slap to the face. Fing shitty hair was doing better than him. Hell, that DMN glutton was doing better than him. What the hell was going on here? Just die, DMN it, he growled as he blasted another villain in the face, only for it to do nothing. He also wasn't expecting a villain with a chameleon quirk to suddenly come out of nowhere, grab his arm and dislocate his elbow by forcing it to bend in a way that it shouldn't. He screamed as his arm snapped. Bent in an impossible way by some Dmed Street tier villain. Bakugo! Kirishima shouted as he turned towards him, only to earn a knife to the back for his trouble. Neither villain responsible for their injuries was able to take advantage of them, as Sun Eater quickly took them out with those squid tentacles of his. Followed by every other villain who was still standing. Sun Eater looked around, making one last check to be sure that every villain was down before he moved in to check on Katsuki. You're alright? DMN it. Katsuki shouted as he held his arm. I had him. The broken arm says otherwise, Sun Eater said before he put Katsuki's arm into a tourniquet. Now please, listen to orders for once and stay still, he said before he moved on to Kirishima. No, Katsuki growled as he tried to get up. There's still shitey villains out there to kill. No, Sun Eater said as he forced Katsuki back down. We're staying here. You two are too badly injured to keep fighting. And now I have to stay here to protect you until help arrives. If it arrives, that is, he said before he went back to treating Kirishima. Katsuki scowled, starting to feel irritated. Injury aside, he shouldn't be lying here. They needed to get back out there and kill some more shitty villains. Look, listen here you dash. No. Sun Eater suddenly snapped, glaring at him with an angry look on his face. You listen. You were told to stay behind us. Plain and simple. But instead, you two decided to charge in, with no plan or warning. Right into the line of fire. Now, thanks to you two, everyone's lives are in jeopardy. Katsuki tooted. Wasn't this guy supposed to be shy or something? Where did this sudden anger come from? They can handle themselves. And what if they can't? Sun Eater asked with a scowl. Because from where I'm standing, you two couldn't handle a few dozen villains. Without me, you'll both be dead by now. Some of these people aren't random low-ranking villains, they're highly trained killers. Like that villain who separated us. You don't even know if he had a weakness or not. Katsuki groaned. I would have found one. There had to be a body underneath all that mist. He had a metal collar around his neck, Sun Eater said, finishing tending to Kirishima's wound. And had you done as you were told, we, as in those of us who have their hero licenses, might have been able to capitalize on it, he explained. Don't think of yourself as the smartest person in the building, because you're not. Far from it, he spat. I may only have 2 years of practical hero experience, but that's far more than you have. I have seen many heroes and students, like me, horrifically injured and even die during those 2 years, doing stupid stuff just like what you two did. This job is dangerous for a reason. You two had better get that into your heads before you end up in an icebox in some mortuary. Katsuki scowled. He'd show him. If it weren't for this broken arm, he'd show him just how strong he was. That he was right to barge in when he did. He turned towards Kirishima, knowing that he would back him up. Kirishima was lying flat on the ground, head looking straight up. His face was flat and unresponsive. Just blank. Katsuki scowled. Don't tell him he's gotten soft all of a sudden? DMN moron followed him into this, so he might as well stay the course and not get cold feet from a simple stab wound? How did that blade even bypass his quirk anyway? He should have been impossible to harm like that. He cursed. DMN it. How could this happen to him? Momo was in shock. Kyoka was in shock. Both girls were in shock. Not at the idiocy of their two classmates for rushing in like a bunch of idiots. Not the fact that they were transported all over the USJ. And certainly not the fact that they found themselves surrounded by a large number of villains who wanted them all dead. No, they were in shock due to one surprising thing. Kaminari whistled as he brushed his hands. Walking away from the pile of villains he had just taken out. So, anyone else? The two girls blinked, having just watched one of their classmates, arguably the dumbest member of the class, take out all the villains like he was All Might. Yeah, one of them could attract electricity towards them, another could mute all sound around them, and a third could spray slime over people. Disgusting, yes, but for some reason, Momo couldn't create anything through her skin if it was covering it. And it was covering her entire body. She was going to have a nice, long, and very hot shower after this. Kaminari beating the living crap out of them with his fists was probably something they were not expecting. Hell, one of them even commented that he should have electricity, not super strength. Which was rather concerning, as it meant they knew their quirks. Which would explain why some people had quirks that could counter theirs. The only villain who was not taken out by him was done by Momo, who unceremoniously fired a cannon into the chest of a woman wearing a white bunny suit. No idea where she was sent flying, only that it was somewhere far away from where they currently were. The cannon was made before Momo was gunked. At least she got some payback and kicked the guy who gunked her in the nuts. Still, they didn't expect Kaminari of all people to be able to take out so many villains by himself, with just his fists. He didn't even use his electricity. How? Kyoka asked. The F dash. Did you manage that? Kaminari shrugged. I just followed what we were taught during combat training, he replied. Punch the bad guys, don't get hit in return, rinse and repeat, he said before he visibly shivered. And I spent one summer with a guy who's a living pachinko ball. That was a painful experience, he said, before he clutched his head. Could do without the headaches, though. Momo walked over to him, a concerned look on her face. Are you alright? Kaminari shook his head. No. My head still hurts. It's not as bad as it was when it started, but it keeps flaring up, especially during the fight. It's alright now, but still annoying. Can you make a painkiller or something? It feels like someone is hammering my head in. Momo shook her head. Not whilst I have this gunk on me, she almost threw up. God, this stuff reeks. We should go somewhere to clean that stuff off, Kyoka said. I'd suggest either the flood or rain zones, but with all the villains running around, that might not be a good idea. Not helped by both zones relying on us passing by the central plaza, Momo added. And with all those villains running around down there, that's not exactly an option for us. Kaminari nodded. So then now what? My head feels like someone's hammering a box of nails into it. You can't use your quirk. Jiro's the only one who's in top shape right now. That didn't stop you from beating all these guys up, Kyoka remarked. Kaminari shrugged. It helped distract me from the pain. Jiro shook her head. You are unbelievable. Let's just get out of here, Momo said with a sigh as she walked away. Jiro and Kaminari shared a glance before they followed. Safety in numbers, after all. Still, Kaminari's quirk was crazy. Maybe Midoriya was right. Maybe his parents were Wonder Woman and Thor. Meanwhile, back at the entrance. Well? Achiko asked, a concerned look on her face. Everyone's still in the USJ, Shoji replied. The teachers are in the central plaza, whilst the rest have been sent all over the place. Ida nodded before he turned towards the door and the mist villain who was still guarding it. Achiko frowned. Only she, Ida, Ojiro, Sato and Shoji remained at the front entrance, everyone else had been sent away. It was just them against a man made of mist. The man's eyes narrowed. Strange, now that I think about it, I have yet to see All Might here. Where is he? He's sick, Ojiro replied calmly. Ojiro! Ida said loudly, chopping his arm. You don't tell villains such important information. What? Ojiro asked with a shrug. It's true. He's ill. Everyone gets ill from time to time. But the villains do not know that. Ida said loudly. Considering that he's not here, Kurojairi said. It was safe to assume that he was indisposed somehow. Him being ill was one such possibility. You only confirmed that. Either way, I know for a fact that he's not coming. Oh, Ojiro said. What about the rest of the heroes? Oh, they're coming, Kurojairi said. But you'll all be dead before they arrive. A cold shiver went down Achiko's spine, the man's tone of voice scaring her. These people were genuinely here to kill them. How were they supposed to deal with this? They've only been hero students for 2 weeks. They were not prepared for something like this. Ida scowled beneath his helmet. It appears we have no choice in the matter. We have to fight him. How? Achiko, Ojiro, Sato and Shoji asked, as they could see no way of getting past him. We have to at least try. Ida said, sounding determined. Kurojairi chuckled. Unfortunately for you, I am not the one you will have to fight, he said before his form shrank down and vanished, revealing someone behind them. The man was similar to the villain in the plaza with the exposed brain, only much larger. Although this one didn't look to have much muscle on it, mostly fat. A lot of fat. It had sickly yellow skin and wore only a pair of damaged jeans. It had no head, but its exposed brain was on its left shoulder, with a single eye poking out of it. The 5 of them felt sick at the sight of the man before them, if it was even a man to begin with. What kind of quirk was this that would turn a man into this? 2 men even. There was one somewhat like him in the central plaza. Who were these people? The man's single eye turned towards them, staring at them with an unblinking gaze. The man's entire body split down the middle, revealing a large, toothless maw. It belched at them, a sickly, disgusting belch that sent saliva splattering all over the place, followed by sticky tentacles coming out of its unnatural mouth, and, most revolting of all, several partially dissolved human bones were spat out, including the remains of a human skull. They felt sick. The stench of this man's breath was revolting. How unfortunate do you have to be born with a quirk like this? But then there were the bones, the human bones of some unfortunate soul who had been eaten whole, hopefully not alive. How sick do you have to eat another human being? That's not saliva. Sato suddenly warned. That's stomach acid. He's ate someone. Ida gulped, horrified by the bones the man had spat out. Achiko felt sick as she looked at the saliva the man had splattered everywhere, now dissolving small parts of the floor, as well as the bones he had spat out. This man was just one giant stomach with legs and a mouth. How are we supposed to fight this guy? Ojiro asked as he took a cautious step back. Don't get spit on? Shoji suggested. And don't get dragged into its mouth. Achiko nodded. Sounds simple enough. Although seeing how they had been dropped into the middle of a major villain attack, simple had been thrown straight out the window. Sato, Ida said cautiously. I do not wish to sound morbid, but how long does stomach acid take to melt through the human body? Depends on how strong the acid is, Sato replied. A couple of days, as long as you don't enter the intestine. But judging how quickly the acid is dissolving the floor, that's not normal stomach acid. It's much stronger. The best guess I can give is a few minutes. Achiko gulped. Well, that wasn't reassuring. But they had to fight him. He was blocking the way out, and they needed to pass him to get out. Achiko steadied herself as she took on a combat pose, hoping that she was ready to face a man like this. 13 was really wishing that All Might hadn't wasted his time limit on the way to work today, again. He should have been here, with them, preparing to teach the students about rescue work. Instead, he was now back in UA's main building, probably talking to Nizu or something, because like a fool, he couldn't stop saving people when he's supposed to be conserving his time limit. She wasn't a combat hero, she was a rescue hero. She didn't have much combat experience. And whilst Tenko had combat experience, he too was primarily a rescue hero. They had no true combat hero on site, only a full class of first years and 3 third years, who were all spread out across the facility. It didn't help that she had no idea how long until reinforcements arrived. Whilst she wasn't lying about the dead man's alarm, she opted not to mention that it had only recently been installed and had yet to be tested. So she wasn't sure if it was working or not, or if there was anyone on the other end to recognize the alarm. This facility was only finished 2 weeks ago. This was to be the first ever training session within its walls. Some christening this was turning out to be. Still, despite being primarily a rescue hero, that didn't mean she didn't know how to fight. She just didn't have much experience with it. The fist she threw was sloppy, not helped by the bulk of her hero costume. But the villain she was fighting was sloppy as well. Clearly, they've never fought someone before and weren't expecting to do much heavy lifting. Most of these guys felt like low-tier villains, F ranks mostly, with a few pushing E. There were a few stronger guys, D ranks if she would guess. But only one of them was that strong, and Tenko took him out. Speaking of Tenko, he was, well, get good scrub, the dust hero said as he delivered a high kick to the face of a villain, knocking him out cold. Moving far faster than you'd expect from someone who spends most of his day playing video games. Then again, the man was trained by the same guy who trained All Might. The same man who put the fear of God into the #1 hero. And every other hero student he ever taught. It didn't take the two heroes long to finish mopping up the low-level villains. With the majority of the villains taken out, the two focused on the primary threat, the misshapen figure, and the large villain with his brain exposed, standing next to them. The misshapen figure shook their head. 2 weeks spent preparing these guys for this operation, and they still act like they just came off the streets. Having performance issues with your low-tier mooks? Tenko asked with a smile. Where did you get these guys from, the streets? Mooks are yous? Who are you anyway, he asked. League of Villains is a rather generic name for someone with the resources to amass a large number of villains for a single strike. You may call me the seventh sister, the misshapen figure said. Of the Sinister Six. Tenko let out an annoyed groan. You almost had it. You almost had a good name. Sinister Six, now that works. But then you had to call yourself Seventh Sister. Not only does that not match your group name, what with there being 7 of you? Unless you were originally the Sinister Seven, but you lost a member and could never find a replacement. Is this a Witches 5 thing? Witches 5? 13 said, sounding confused. Yeah, the main villains from the 3rd arc of Sailor Moon, Tenko explained. Whenever they lost a member, they placed a piece of paper over their group name with a lower number. And yes, I only know that because my sister likes the show. The misshapen figure sighed. I knew I should have remanded myself to Sixth Sister. I knew it. Tenko said with a smile. You lost a guy. All right, fess up. Who'd you lose? The 7th sister remained silent. Tenko smirked. It was whoever was first, right? Silence. Complete and total silence. The 7th sister said nothing. I knew it. Tenko said with a large grin. You lost your leader. You moron dash. Break him, but don't kill him, the 7th sister ordered. Then kill the other one. The large-beaked villain steps forward without hesitation, appearing in front of him. Fist raised back and ready to strike. The hero had no chance to dodge the blow. The villain was just too fast to react to, even for him. The punch sent him hurtling backwards like a rag doll, smashing against the floor multiple times before skidding to a painful stop. Every part of him hurt, even when he tried to move. Gran never hit him like this. That felt like he was hit by a speeding semi-truck. How strong is that guy? He tried to roll onto his back, but found it impossible due to the pain. He was suddenly kicked in the side, the force forcing him to roll onto his back. The seventh sister was standing over him. "You were wrong to assume our leader was dead," she gloated. "Far from it. Our leader is very much alive," she said sinisterly. Tenko could only watch as the seventh sister loomed over him. He could no longer see 13 or the large villain who had punched him. But knowing his luck, she had been sent flying by a similar attack. "You want to know why?" the seventh sister said before crouching down in front of him. "Because I'm looking right at him." Mina was really wishing that she had been dumped anywhere else in the USJ than the FING downpour zone, because it was wet. Correction, she was soaking wet. And not in a good way. "Please tell me there are towels somewhere in this zone," she asked as she and Mineta followed Izuku through the zone, keeping to cover whenever they could to avoid the worst of the rain. Not easy when rain was pouring down from everywhere, even inside the buildings. It did not help that her shoes were waterlogged, thanks to her shoes being designed to allow her acid to safely pass through so she could skate on it. She was going to have to rethink that one. "Don't know," Izuku replied. 13 never got to tell us more about these zones. "Well, there better be," Mina groaned. "I can't fight like this. My acid is going to get diluted by all this water." Mineta was not faring any better. "I think I might need to rethink the bowl on my costume," he remarked as he tore a hole in the base of the bowl so that water could flow out of it. "Considering it can be mistaken for an oversized diaper, yeah, I think you should," Izuku remarked. Mineta gagged. "Okay, yeah, now I'm definitely changing it. Any suggestions?" "Maybe later," Izuku said. "Let's focus on surviving today before we rethink our costume designs." "Hard FING agree," Mina said with a groan. Because sadly, acid-proof does not mean waterproof. Even with the heavy rain, they made good progress through the almost flooded city streets. The good news was that they didn't run into any more villains. Izuku guessed that they deployed the villains close to where they were dropped in the zone so they could engage them quickly. Great for a mass assault, but not so great when said mass assault fails, resulting in no one else around to fight them. The bad news, however, was that they didn't know where the exit was. "Do you know where we're going?" Mineta asked, looking soaked to the bone. No," Izuku replied sheepishly. "But if we reach the perimeter wall, we should be able to find an exit door somewhere along it." Well, it was better than nothing. It's not like they had a map of the place. Besides, the outer dome made for a good landmark. All they had to do was head towards it, then walk alongside it until they found a door. Still, they could do without the constant downpour. She was going to need a nice, large glass of ice-cold lemon juice after this, and a towel. "I'm going to need some new shoes after this," she remarked, looking down at her shoes. "These ones are not designed for wet conditions." "Would you like me to carry you?" Izuku asked innocently. Mina sighed. "I'd appreciate that, yes. But she said before, without any kind of warning, Izuku picked her up bridal style. Rock's head then pointed straight up, opened up like a flower and created some kind of energy shield above them. "Is this okay?" Izuku asked with a smile. A lilac blush formed on Mina's face, followed by a slight nod. She was about to say that such a thing wasn't necessary, as it would make them extra vulnerable to an ambush. But Izuku seemed to have just jumped the gun. "Make that 2 very large glasses of Sub-Zero lemon juice." Mineta's jaw dropped, struggling to believe what he was seeing. How the hell? How did Izuku just do that? Wasn't he a bundle of nerves when it came to women? Where did this sudden confidence come from? By some miracle, as they approached the end of the street, they could see a large door at the end of the street. It was clearly the main entrance to the zone, meaning a way out of here and out into the main area. "Oh, thank God," Mina said, sounding relieved. "We can leave. We can get dry now," Mineta added cheerfully before he rushed towards the door, Izuku quickly following behind. Indeed, they could now leave this area, but they were not safe yet. They still had their classmates to find, and they had to get out of the USJ itself. And they had no idea just how many other villains were occupying the building. The 3 of them quickly rushed over to the door and opened in, revealing what looked to be a kind of airlock, with a similar door opposing them. There was a rail off to the side with several towels hanging on it, which was a relief as they could quickly dry off before moving out. "Finally," Mina said, sounding relieved as Izuku put her down. She and Mineta then rushed over to the rail and took a towel each. "I can be dry again." "You know we're going to have to get used to this kind of thing," Izuku remarked as he walked into the room, the door shutting behind him, Rock returning to normal. "There will be times when we have to work during bad weather." "Well, that will be then, this is now," Mina said. "We can learn to deal with this kind of weather later, when we don't have people trying to kill us." Suddenly, as if the world decided to spite her, something slammed against the opposing door hard, shocking all 3 of them. "What was that?" Mineta shrieked. Izuku didn't respond. Instead, he activated his Xeno armor and proceeded towards the door. He cautiously opened it. The first thing they saw was the broken body of 13 lying on the ground motionless. 13. Mina gasped as she rushed over towards the fallen hero. What happened to her? Mineta gasped as he rushed over. Izuku crouched down next to her. She's alive, but only just. Whatever attacked her wasn't holding back. Mina gulped. 13 wasn't just beaten, she was broken. Pulverized even. There wasn't a single part of her that didn't look like it was undamaged. Whoever had done this was strong. Very strong. Can you help her? She asked, sounding worried. Izuku shook his head. Rock and its various quirks can only heal me. I can't heal other people. The best we can do is keep her here and get help as quickly as possible. We can't risk moving her, not in this state. A low growl suddenly sent chills down their spines. The three of them looked up, finding the large, beaked villain approaching them. They weren't able to get a good look at him from where they were standing near the entrance, but now they could get a better look at him. They wished they didn't. The man was as large as All Might, with dark skin and muscles that looked like they were about to tear. The exposed brain on its beak-like head was pulsing, fluid dripping from the normally covered organ. He was horrifying. Midoriya, Mineta squeaked. Can your grab bag of quirks help us fight whoever the hell that is? Izuku shivered, which gave Mina a nasty shock. She didn't think anything could scare him, not after what he's been through. I don't know. I've never seen anyone like this before. Mina gulped. This was a whole new board game. The man walked towards them, the ground breaking beneath him with every step. Izuku teleported forward, a thin beam forming out of Rock's tail, forming a sword. He sliced multiple times at the man's arms and legs, but he kept on walking, ignoring the boy who was currently attacking him. Not only that, but his wounds were healing rapidly. Izuku then chopped one of the man's legs off. Much to Mina and Mineta's horror. The man continued moving towards them, crawling, and continued to ignore Izuku as his leg regenerated in seconds, allowing him to stand once more. Mina shivered. What the hell was this guy's problem? Why was he ignoring Izuku and going straight for them? They weren't attacking him. Izuku, completely losing his patience with the man, teleported behind him and chopped his head off. What the? Mineta gasped loudly as the man's body and head fell. It was going after you, Izuku said before he looked down at the head, already showing signs of regenerating and still being alive. Why? Why was it focusing on you too? I was actively attacking him. Why ignore the only active threat? Midori! You chopped its arms and head off. Mina exclaimed. And it completely ignored me, Izuku said. Who in their right mind ignores someone who just chopped your arm off? Regeneration or not, you would try to strike back. Mina frowned. He was right, as strange as it was to see him so casually chop someone's arms and head off. Why didn't it go after him? Anyone attacked like that would definitely focus on the guy attacking them, not two people who weren't attacking them. What was going on? Then why did it keep coming for us? Mineta wondered. We weren't attacking it. I don't know, Izuku said, shaking his head. There was something up with him, he said before he moved to pick up the man's head, only to notice that it was not only still looking at him, but was also regenerating. Oh shit, he gasped before he kicked the head away. 4. Mineta called as the decapitated head flew off in the distance. Both Mina and Izuku turned towards Mineta with confused looks on their faces. What? Mineta asked with a shrug. My dad plays golf. What kind of golf was your father playing? Izuku asked. You don't kick a golf ball. I don't know, Mineta said. Midori, Mina said with a shiver. Why are you so okay with chopping someone's head off? Izuku shrugged. I've been through worse. That, and his regenerative powers are better than mine. I doubt that's going to stop him for long. Mina felt herself go cold. How was he so jaded to this stuff? What the hell had he been subjected to be like this? Back at the central plaza, Nomu's head landed with a thud and rolled, coming to a stop beside the seventh sister. The seventh sister growled as Nomu's body started regenerating. Rock. Tenko chuckled. What, surprised that Midoriya is fighting you guys? He asked with a slight smirk. Did you really think he'd help you when asked? Yes, actually, the seventh sister replied. After everything Rock's been through, I thought the guy we hired to convince him to join our side would work. I guess he was wrong, she shook her head. Never leave a minion to do a master's work, she said before she looked back down at Tenko. I'll be back for you. Follow, she said before she walked off towards the downpour zone. The now fully regenerated Nomu obeyed her command. Tenko chuckled. Break a leg, he taunted before coughing up blood. Okay, that might not have been a good idea. The body was very much bruised and broken right now. Still, what did she mean by, "I'm looking right at him"? He's not a villain, and he certainly wasn't the leader of some poorly named villain group. Hell, he's never even so much as thought about doing anything bad. Well, there was that one time after his dad killed his mother and grandparents. He really wanted him dead after that. But now, yeah, he still wanted him dead, which was a good thing as he was dead. He's never even so much wanted to be a villain, even after Gran booted him all over the room, all the while his sister watched on from the safety of her wheelchair. There was no way he would ever become a villain. So, why the hell did the seventh sister believe that he was their leader? Crazy FING Beach. Back at the main entrance, Achiko, Ida, Ojiro, Sato, and Shoji were struggling to get past the stomach villain, because that's what this man was, one large stomach. The acid he kept spitting at them prevented them from getting close to him, not helped by the massive tendrils that kept trying to grab them, no doubt so he could drag them into his stomach, a fate none of them were remotely interested in meeting. It did not help that none of them had any long-range options and could only fight in close quarters. Not great when you can't even get close to the guy. The floor itself was becoming treacherous as well, the acid leaving behind pools that dissolved anything they touched, including the floor. There were now several holes in the floor, with pools of acid at their bases. Holes that were still growing. DMN it. Ojiro cursed as he only just managed to avoid several large droplets of acid. We can't get close to him. We can't get past him either, Shoji said, with several acid burns on his arms, which reduced the effectiveness of his quirk. I did say his acid was going to be deadly. Sato warned. Maybe I underestimated it a bit. This acid is far stronger than normal stomach acid. What is this guy's quirk? Achiko asked as she leapt over a large pool of acid to avoid another droplet of acid. Who the hell were this guy's parents? I almost feel bad for him if this is the way he came out as. Uraraka. Ida warned as he tried to make another break for the door, only to be forced back due to the acid. Now is not the time to be feeling sorry for a villain. Especially when they are actively attacking us. Achiko nodded before ducking underneath another tendril. He was right, now was not the time to feel sorry for the guy. Still, what kind of quirks did his parents have to result in him looking like this? She knew that some quirks made people look like monsters, but this was just ridiculous. A tendril suddenly grabbed Achiko's leg and pulled, dragging the girl to the ground, knocking her helmet off in the process. Uraraka. Ojiro shouted as he jumped towards her and reached out to grab her. But the villain pulled her back before the boy could grab her. Achiko screamed as the man dragged her towards him, her face skidding across the ground and over a fresh pool of acid, burning her face. The others could only watch in horror as Achiko was dragged over to the man and swung into the air, falling down into his waiting maw. Power! Mirio fumed as he shot out of the ground beneath the man and punched him in the chest, sending him rolling onto his back just before Achiko could fall into his stomach. He then grabbed her and quickly rushed back over to the others. Is she alright? Ida asked as Mirio landed amongst them. Achiko was not alright. She was clutching the right side of her head, screaming in pain. The damage to her face was horrific. The right side of her face was gone, partly dissolved by the acid. There was dissolved flesh and some exposed bone. Her nose looked like it was in the process of falling off, and her right eye was closed. What do we do? Ojiro asked as Mirio lay her down on the ground. We can't leave her like this? We need a towel to clean the wound. Ida said, unfamiliar with cleaning this kind of wound, but still trying to be helpful. No. Mirio snapped. This is acid, not water. The acid would just melt it. No, she needs immediate medical attention. But how are we supposed to get her out of here? Sato asked. We can't leave with that villain blocking the way? Shoji said nothing. He just stared at Achiko with a mile-wide stare. A loud gurgling brought their attention back towards the stomach villain. They all turned and were shocked to find that he had somehow managed to get back to his feet. The villain let out a throaty roar, stomach acid spitting out of its enlarged mouth. The door to the USJ was suddenly and violently smashed open. The stomach villain didn't even have time to turn around before a large fist smashed into his back, smashing them to the ground. All of them felt their jaws drop as they saw the number one hero himself, All Might, standing behind where the villain had once stood, a large scowl on his face. They all froze. Never before had they seen the number one hero not smile. The man always had a smile on his face, always, no matter what. So seeing him without it felt wrong. He was angry. Very, very angry. A sudden mechanical clopping sound brought their attention back to the doorway and the figure currently walking through it. It was a large metal horse. It was shockingly well crafted, almost like a masterpiece. Its body was pure white with gold trim, and a mane of golden hair. On its back were two people. The first was a tall woman with long white hair, wearing a white blouse, tight-fitting black shorts, armored over-the-knee boots, and a knight-style mask over her face, with a large mechanical lance held in one hand. The other was a short girl with black hair with large braids on both sides. She was wearing a white shirt with puffy sleeves under a sleeveless vest, black shorts, armored high-heeled boots, yellow thigh-high stockings, some kind of armored skirt, a yellow bonnet on her head, and a knight-like helmet visor over her face with cowbells on the sides. As well as some strange canister thing on her back that looked to have large gold coins inside of it. The metal horse and its two riders slowly made their way over towards All Might and stopped right beside him. "Sensei!" Mirio gasped before he picked up Achiko and ran over to the woman riding the mechanical horse. "She's injured and needs urgent medical attention," he said as he lifted up Achiko. The woman looked down at the third-year student and the first-year student he was carrying. She then turned towards All Might. "Go," the number one hero said with a nod. "I'll handle things here until the rest of the staff arrive." The woman nodded before she took Achiko from Mirio. The other girl quickly made sure she was secured before the horse turned around and rode out of the building, the mechanical horse running far faster than a normal horse could. That thing was moving as fast as a race car. "Lemillion," All Might said. "What's the situation?" "Villain attack," Mirio replied, a shaken look on his face. "They have some kind of Warpgate villain with them, but he's run off somewhere, and I don't know where. He scattered us across the facility. I was sent to the flood zone with Tokoyami and Siro. I dealt with the villains there before I returned to the entrance, but he frowned. But I wasn't fast enough, sir. One of the first years got badly." All Might put his hand on Mirio's shoulder. "It's all right, young Togata. You were able to save her from further harm and sent her to receive immediate medical attention. Remember, we are not gods. We can't be everywhere and do everything. So do what you can to save as many as possible." Mirio nodded. Whilst he wasn't able to prevent Achiko from being harmed, he was at least able to prevent her from succumbing to further harm. But there were still others out there that needed help. Who knows what else is out there? All Might turned towards the 4 first-year students. "You 4 wait outside. The rest of the teachers will be here momentarily. In the meantime, Lemillion and I will deal with the rest of the villains," he said before he leapt forward towards the central plaza, Lemillion quickly following behind. The 4 first-years watched as the number one hero and third-year student rushed off. "So, who was the woman on the horse?" Sato wondered. "I think she was one of the teachers," Ojiro theorized. "Come on, you 3. Ida said with an arm chop. "You heard the teachers. Time to leave." "Should we, though?" Sato asked. "Our classmates are still out there. Whilst that would be the heroic and right thing to do, I fear that we might end up getting in the way or cause them more problems," Ida explained. "Besides, they are professional heroes whilst we're still early into our training. There's not much we can do to help them. All we can do is get out of the building and hope that they will be able to deal with the rest of the villains." The others all nodded before the 4 of them rushed out of the building. There wasn't much they could do anyway, especially when they had to descend the mother of all staircases just to get to the plaza. Better to get out of the way and wait for the pros to arrive to deal with things. Back at the downpour zone, Mina, Izuku and Mineta were busy tending to 13. Things did not look good for the hero. Her suit was in ruins, and her body was broken, bruised, and bloody. "Midoriya," Mineta said, a worried look on his face. "Does Rock have anything that can help her?" Izuku shook his head. "The only healing abilities I have only affect myself. I can't heal others." Mina frowned. So many powers and not one of them could be used to heal others. But she probably should have expected this. People with quirks that can heal almost always become doctors. Their quirks are just too useful for healing others. She's never heard of a villain with a healing quirk before. It didn't mean that there weren't villains out there with healing quirks, there probably were, they just aren't public. "We have to get her out of here then," Izuku continued. "But I can't risk moving her. Her suit is too bulky for me to easily lift by myself, plus I risk hurting her even more if we move her." "Couldn't we carry her and you transport us out of here?" Mineta asked. "It's called Blink, and I can only transport those I am physically touching," Izuku explained. "Plus, I need a clear line of sight of the destination," he said before he looked towards the massive staircase that led to the entrance. "And I do not have a clear line of sight to the top of those stairs. And landing on stairs is a risk I am not going to take when holding an injured party." No way he was going to risk landing on an uneven surface whilst carrying an injured person. There were just too many risks involved. "So, what do we do?" Mina asked. "We can't leave her here." "Then we don't," Izuku replied. "We stay here with us until help arrives. And if any villains show up, we deal with them." I wouldn't be so sure about that, a condescending voice said. The three of them quickly turned towards the source of the voice, spotting the large misshapen villain from before, as well as the large villain with his brain exposed, his body fully regenerated. Izuku notched his head to the side. So, what should we call you? The misshapen villain chuckled. You may call me Seventh Sister. Oh sheet, that's a chick, Mineta gasped. Mineta, Izuku warned. Please do not flirt with someone who wants to kill us, he said as he locked eyes with the malformed woman and the monster of a man behind her. Mina gulped as she looked at the large villain. Just how quick was that guy's regeneration? It's been less than a minute since Izuku kicked his head away, and he has already regenerated his body completely. Keeping him down was going to be impossible. Seventh Sister chuckled. Oh, I don't mind. You just won't be alive much longer. Mineta gulped. Okay, life choices regretted. Midoriya, please tell me you can beat her. Izuku didn't respond. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on Seventh Sister. Seventh Sister took several steps forward. Well. So we meet at last, Rock. I take it the guy with the spines was your plan A in trying to recruit me? Izuku asked. And your plan B? Please, Seventh Sister said. I'm more than just plan dash. Yeah, I'm going to stop you there, Izuku said, waving her off. I've spent 14 years with Rock on my back, facing every form of discrimination imaginable, had heroes attack me and throw me into Tartarus. And yet, not once did I ever think about becoming a villain. Of becoming like the people who preceded me. So what makes you think that you can make me become something I'm not? Because I'm sure as hell not going to become a villain. Not now, not ever. He took a step forward, a determined look on his face. I am going to be a hero. No matter what you and everyone else tells me. Mina's eyes sparkled as she gazed upon Izuku, amazed by his determination. Even with so much against him, no matter what the world threw at him, he still wanted to be a hero. If only the world wasn't so against him. Seventh Sister sighed. Should have known this was a lost cause, she shook her head before turning towards the villain behind her. Kill them, she said before she looked back towards them. Kill them all. But leave Rock to me. Izuku didn't even give them a chance to attack before he blinked forward in front of Seventh Sister, an energy blade coming out of Rock's end and poised to stab at her. The Seventh Sister grabbed him. Before he could even register that he had been grabbed, his entire body turned to water, clothing included. Only Rock itself remained, falling to the ground and flopping about. Midoriya! Mina shouted, a tear falling from her eye. He'll be fine, the Seventh Sister said as she picked Rock up. The only way for Rock to truly die is to pass the quirk on to someone else. Die any other way, and he'll just recover after a while. Give him a few hours, and he'll rebuild his body. By then, he'll be in my master's hands. And he has ways of making people serve him. Mina scowled. She couldn't allow them to take Midoriya. She had no idea who this woman's master was, and she didn't want to know. All she knew was that it was a bad idea for them to take him with them. Now then, Seventh Sister said. Nomu, kill them dash, she said as she turned towards Nomu, only to witness the horrifying sight of All Might suplexing Nomu into the floor. What she gasped at the sight, not expecting All Might to suddenly be there. All Might stood up straight, a scowl on his face. My apologies, he said. But I believe that's one of MY's students, he roared before he tore Rock from the Seventh Sister's grasp, tearing her arm off in the process. All Might wasted no time before he threw Rock towards Mina. Get him out of here. What about 13? Mineta asked. I'll protect her, All Might replied. Now go. Mina nodded before she and Mineta ran for their lives, the pink girl holding Rock close. Don't worry, Midori. You're safe now, she whispered quietly as the two ran to safety. All Might scowled as he turned back towards the Seventh Sister. The malformed woman clutching the stump where her arm used to be. Strangely, there was no blood dripping out of the wound. Looking down at the decapitated arm. Again, no blood, only maggots, he almost choked. Why do you have maggots for blood? Isn't your quirk supposed to be the ability to turn things into a liquid? The Seventh Sister chuckled as she sat up on her knees. Wouldn't you like to know, she said as the arm started to crawl back towards her. I never did say what my quirk was. Or just how many I have, she said before she turned towards the large villain. Nomu. Kill him. Nomu complied without question, charging forward with insane speed and aiming a punch right at his chest. All Might scowled as he deflected the punch before pummeling Nomu with a fury of punches that the villain was more than happy to respond in kind. So many quirks does your friend here have, he inquired, noting how his punches weren't having much of an effect on him. Seventh Sister chuckled as she reattached her arm. Come now, All Might. What kind of fool would reveal the powers of their greatest weapon to their enemy? All Might ignored her as he continued to pummel Nomu. He wasn't a fool. Multiple quirks meant only one thing. There was only one man who could do such a thing. But he was dead, he made sure of that himself. He was going to make sure that this seventh sister was captured alive because he needed answers from her. A black mist appeared next to seventh sister, revealing the Warp Gate villain who had brought them here. Kurogyri, the seventh sister said. Have you completed our secondary objective? I'm afraid I was unable to ascertain its location, Kurogyri replied. UA activated a silent alarm the moment they lost contact with the USJ. All the heroes are on high alert, and the main building is protected by some kind of electromagnetic shield that's blocking me from warping inside. The seventh sister huffed. So they have the means to protect themselves from transportation quirks. Not unexpected, but annoying nonetheless, she said as she focused back on the fight between All Might and Nomu. Kurogyri, give our Nomu some aid. As you Kurogyri said just before a loud thud interrupted him. The two villains looked down and were shocked to find Nomu's head on the ground before them. A clean decapitation. The two looked up and saw All Might holding a large curved knife. Why the F, do you have a knife? The seventh sister shouted, not at all expecting All Might to suddenly pull out a knife from somewhere. Where did he even get that from? All Might's scowl never left his face. A 1000-degree retractable knife, he said as the blade retracted back into its handle. Well, cookery to be exact. It's part of an end-of-term exam project for my unofficial niece, he said before he stood up straight and looked at the handle. I'm honestly surprised that I needed it, to be honest, he said before he put the knife back into his emergency utility belt. Surprisingly useful piece of equipment, even if all the items on it were odd. Like, why the hell would he need shark repellent? Well, this is unexpected, Kurogyri remarked. The great All Might, cutting someone's head off. All Might scowled. It's not the first time I've been forced to take a life, and if his suspicions were confirmed, not the last. Seventh sister chuckled. You haven't killed anything. Nomu's regenerative capabilities far outstretched anything you could have possibly faced before. Cut the head off. Please, Rock has already tried that, and all he did was delay him. In a few moments, Nomu will be right as Dash, she said before she looked down and noticed something. Nomu wasn't regenerating. Its head was still alive, yes, but there was nothing happening. The body was not regenerating. What did you do? Seventh sister growled as she looked back up towards All Might. I did say that it was a 1000-degree knife, All Might said with a smile. I've faced people with regeneration quirks before, and fire has always proven an issue for them. Seventh sister growled. You are so dead. So are you if even so much as one of my students is killed, All Might stated. Seventh sister smirked. Threatening to kill. Huh. That's not the All Might I know. Normally I wouldn't consider doing such a thing, All Might replied before taking on a combat stance. But, you've hurt my students, he said coldly. I saw what that villain you dumped at the entrance did to one of them. She's going to be scared for life. So apologies if I'm a little out of mercy today. Because I've lost far too many people I care about to let you even think of getting away with killing my students, he boomed before he clapped his hands together hard, sending a blast of air towards them. Seventh sister only just managed to get out of the way of the blast, but Kurogyri wasn't so lucky and was hit by the full force of the blast, getting sent flying backwards. All Might wasn't sure, but he thought that he saw a hint of light blue hair. Seventh sister scowled. DMN it. How is he still so strong? With all those villain attacks they planned along his route to work, he should have been severely weakened. Him not being here at the start made that fact clear. So how was he still so strong? No matter, he was still just one man. And one man can only be in one place at a time. Without warning, Seventh sister shot forward and grabbed Nomu's head. She then did something that most people would consider counterproductive. She used her quirk on Nomu's neck. The cartilized flesh quickly turned to water, but before the rest of his head could follow, its body started to regenerate. In moments, Nomu's body had fully recovered. Seventh sister smirked. Nomu. Kill All Might. Nomu obeyed instantly and charged. All Might countered by pulling out his 1000-degree knife. Seventh sister threw her hand at All Might. It missed him, but it grabbed hold of the knife, turning it into water. Sheet. All Might cursed as he backhanded the detached hand away before focusing back on Nomu, with the two once again starting to pummel each other. Seventh sister chuckled. Not so confident now that your advantage is gone, she said as she reattached her hand. Nomu. 38A. Nomu responded promptly, strategically blocking All Might in such a way that caused him to stumble slightly, allowing Nomu to shoot around him and grab him from behind. Before All Might had a chance to react, Nomu suplexed him, slamming his head into the concrete floor. Without even so much as a chance to recover, Nomu flipped over him, maintaining his grip, and suplexed him again, and again, and again. Seventh sister chuckled as Nomu continued to suplex All Might. Watching Superman was such a good idea. Pre-programmed attack orders, such a great idea for such a dumb creature. She watched as Nomu suplexed All Might several more times before finally coming to a stop. 38B. Seventh sister ordered. Nomu complied instantly. One of his hands moved to All Might's side, the side that had been injured during his fight with him all those years ago, and crushed it, stabbing his fingers into All Might's wounded side. The number one hero cursed. This was not good. Nomu was far stronger than he had anticipated. It was almost as if he were designed to fight him. But, knowing who might be behind this, such a thing would be possible. He needed help, and fast, because there was no way he was getting out of this without help. The villain known as Tesla was bored, in all caps. "Stay hidden," she said. "Don't attack anyone," she said. "You're too valuable to the plan to risk losing you," she said. They basically brought him on to be a glorified EMP. He didn't want to do that, he wanted to fight. But, he was being paid a handsome amount to be here, so be here he must. So no sheet, there he was, buried a few feet underground, with his quirk constantly active, disabling all the electrical devices in the building, including the cameras and alarms. As long as he stayed hidden and quiet, he was safe. He had no idea what was happening above him because, the several kilograms of soil above him, but knowing the people in the area with him, a few hero students should be no problem for them. They were just kids. Killing them should be easy. A fist suddenly punched through the dirt above him and grabbed him before he had a chance to even react. He was then partially pulled out of the ground and met by the shocking sight of 3 UA students, one being the one who pulled him out of the ground, and every villain in the area on the ground, out for the count. A horrified look formed on his face. How the hell did those 3 beat up so many people? "Oh, look, a straggler," Kaminari remarked before he slammed Tesla into the ground, knocking him out. He then turned to Jiro. "Thanks for pointing him out to me." Jiro waved him off. "It's nothing. Just heard his heartbeat." Yaoyorozu hummed. "I wonder why he was underground?" Kaminari shrugged. "Well, whatever the reason was, he said before every alarm in the USJ went off at once. Jiro covered her ears. "The hell? And now they go off." Kaminari shouted. "Why the hell are they only just doing that?" "Maybe the villain we just took out had a quirk that was disabling them," Yaoyorozu suggested. "The timing would suggest so." "So, the security systems are back online," Kaminari said. "Alright, that's good." "Still won't help us out," Jiro said, still covering her ears. "The teachers still have to get here." "Don't be so sure about that," Yaoyorozu said with a smile. "Or have you forgotten who the vice principal of the university is?" "I wasn't paying attention," Kaminari said sheepishly. Jiro rolled her eyes. Trust him to be the one who wasn't paying attention to orientation. Still, she did hope that UA's vice principal could do something about this, because they sure needed the help. Blue eyes widened as previously blocked connections reopened, granting access to the USJ once more. A small slime formed on her face as the CCTV cameras she had previously lost contact with were restored, granting her sight of the besieged facility and the people inside. Link, stable. Delay, 0 seconds. Perfect. Her smile turned into a sadistic grin as she brought up her microphone to her face and spoke, her eyes shifting from screen to screen. "Show time. Back at the USJ. Attention, villains," a female voice boomed across the USJ. "It's me, ya girl. Everyone's favorite hyper-advanced alien AI VTuber from outer space. Here to tell all evildoers to stand down and surrender, or eat tarmac. And oh boy am I going to enjoy the eat tarmac part." Seventh sister cursed. The moment the alarm went off, she knew they were F'd. Tesla was down. She had no idea how they found him, but they had, and had taken him out. It should have been impossible to find him. She made it quite clear to him that he should find the most out-of-the-way spot to hide and stay hidden. Either he failed to listen to orders or didn't hide well enough. And now UA had eyes on the USJ once more, which meant that Nizu's ace in the hole was here. She needed to end this quickly. "Nomu. 39 Delta," she ordered hastily. Nomu complied quickly, but did not get time to carry out his order before both his arms were chopped off by a kaleidoscope of light, allowing All Might the chance to disengage, quickly making as much distance between himself and Nomu. Seventh sister cursed again as she watched All Might back off. She had him dead to rights, a few more seconds and the blasted symbol of peace would be dead. But no. Tesla just had to fail and get himself caught, and now the heroes were here. All Might stopped several meters away from them, never once turning his back on them. Moments later, a mass of light and shapes formed next to him, like a kaleidoscope, taking the form of a woman. She was a tall, curvy woman with light blue eyes and long light blue hair tied into triple tails, wearing a light blue leotard that showed a good amount of cleavage, thigh-high stockings, and high-heeled boots. "Horigaramu," All Might said with a smile. "Nice to see you finally managed to get in." UA's vice principal Horigaramu chuckled. "Whatever was blocking access here is gone," she said with a smile. "So now I have full reign of the place." She beamed like a kid in a candy store. And today, the villains were the candy. Seventh Sister scowled. "So, UA's resident moneymaker finally makes her appearance," she scowled. "It won't change anything. All Might will still die today." Horigaramu sighed. "Buddy, the amount I make from my streams is barely a tip of the iceberg when it comes to UA's funds," she said. "As for killing All Might, well," she sang before she clicked her fingers. Almost immediately, every villain in the USJ was engulfed in a bright, kaleidoscopic light. When it dispersed, each and every single one of them was surrounded by a skin-tight wall of light, with 2 small holes under the nose so that they could breathe. What is this?" Seventh Sister demanded as she tried to move her body, but the light around her stopped her from so much as twitching. She was frozen, stuck in a wall of pure light. And light couldn't be turned into water. Horigaramu hummed happily. "Ah, the joy of a display of overwhelming power. Pity I can only do this within a 40-mile radius of UA," she shrugged. "Oh well," she sang before she appeared in front of Seventh Sister. "So, who are you?" "She's called Seventh Sister," All Might replied. "Of the League of Villains." "Seriously?" Horigaramu deflated, literally. "Of all the names out there, you chose one of the most generic? Why are villains so unoriginal these days?" she wondered before she reflated. "And Seventh Sister? That's a Star Wars villain. And that mouse has some bloodthirsty lawyers," she said. "Well, no matter, we've got you now. Good luck escaping." Seventh Sister laughed, a happy, sinister laugh. Horigaramu took a few steps back. "Oh, that can't be good. Villains laughing when captured is never good." Seventh Sister finished her laugh. "Yeah, about that," she said before Kurogiri's smoke started rising around her. "See you around, heroes." Horigaramu cursed before she created a large fan with a quirk and activated it. Annoyingly, it did nothing to affect the smoke rising around the villain, and soon Seventh Sister was completely engulfed. All Might quickly clapped his hands together, sending a shockwave towards Seventh Sister and dispersing the smoke around her. But it was too late. She and Kurogiri were gone. All Might lowered his arms and stared at where Seventh Sister used to be, angry and annoyed that she had been allowed to get away. The USJ invasion was over. But the scars it inflicted will never go away.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.